school board meeting to order at 5:39 p.m. Right now, we have 5 board members present. Board members Foster and Tavilder and Jessman will be joining us shortly as we come here from closed session. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Feel free to repeat after me. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I have one thing to report out from closed session. We have one DN 1020-2021 final settlement agreement. Kindly note that the summary of the settlement is as follows. The district agrees to fund 100 hours of academic tutoring and 15 hours of social skills training. The district shall pay reasonable and compensable attorney fees not to exceed $4,000. Motion made by Board Member Foster, seconded by Board Member Tavilder and Jessman. There were 6 yes votes, 0 no votes. Board Member Leon Vasquez had not joined us yet for that vote. She came right after it. That is the only thing to report out from closed session, which brings me to approval of the agenda. I'm going to ask for a motion in a second, and then we have a public comment. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Motion made by Jennifer, seconded by Maria. Before I ask for any,
Yeah, before you ask for a vote, there is a
yeah, no, I was going to say, before I ask for any board member comments or corrections, let's hear from the member of the public.
we have one speaker on this, Nikki Kolhoff.
Hi. Yes, so normally I comment on the minutes, lacking any evidence or record of written public comments received. Last time you guys declared that you don't believe there's any legal obligation to include them in the minutes. So I'm switching my comment to the agenda. If you look at the City Council and the Planning Commission and you click on agenda, at the bottom of the list, after all of the attachments for each item, is a PDF packet of all the public comments received on a particular item. And we need to be doing that in the school district. You get a lot of comments via email. You claim to read them all, and the public's entitled to know what your community asked for. It's really insulting and not fair to use the example of the study session and discussion 2 weeks ago where Santa Monica Forward showed up and spoke, and you all declared that as overwhelming community support to tear down the history building, when you know you've been getting comments to the contrary ever since September, and that you've refused to study adaptive reuse. And there was a petition with over 5,600 people on it. So to declare that the folks who speak in the meeting are the only comments that matter and that would get reflected in the public record is just wrong. We're entitled to see who else is commenting, what they're saying, and that should be put together in an agenda packet every single time. There should be a cutoff time for what we see when the meeting starts. And like the other groups have, you put together a subsequent packet for late comments. So I think that's only fair. You guys spend a lot of money. You're in charge of a lot of decisions, and the public's entitled to know what you're responding to or not. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion and a second for the agenda. I want to point out too, when I forgot to include our student board member from Santa Monica High School, Brianna Cornejo is here. So if we could make her a co-host so she can participate in the meeting, Sarah, that would be wonderful. I will now, are there any other corrections for the agenda as submitted? So seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote to approve the agenda. Jennifer?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Brianna?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm a yes as well. So the agenda is approved. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve, February 4th and February 9th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as submitted? I see Keith. I see a second by Maria. Are there any comments or questions concerning the minutes? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. The board just changed. Wow, that messed me up.
I
Jennifer.
know, me too. What happened there?
Yes.
Jennifer, yes. Maria.
Yes.
Lori.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Brianna.
Yes.
Craig.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the minutes, did I get everybody? Yes, the minutes are approved.
John,
Yes, sir.
just a point of information. So the screen changed for us because two members of the public raised their hands. So maybe you could explain how raising a hand won't get you to, we don't take raising of hands from the public to be able to address. You might want to mention that.
Oh, thank you, Richard. Yeah, thank you for pointing that. I didn't notice that. So if you, Sarah, maybe it's best if you could let the public know how they can participate in the meeting.
Definitely. If you would like to make a public comment on any item or an item not on tonight's agenda, if you go to the agenda online, there is a link that you can click on that will take you to a Google form. Go ahead and fill out that form and indicate if you want to speak on a specific item on the agenda or just general public comment. And then when we get to that item or to the general public comment item, you will be called on in the order that you signed up.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Which brings us now to item D, Board of Education Commendations Recognitions. Our one item here is celebrating Black History Month and Black Lives Matter Week at School Week of Action. Dr. Satinder Hawkins will be presenting, and I'm going to ever so politely remind Dr. Hawkins that we have this allotted for 10-minute commendations. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Hawkins.
Of course. Yes. Thank you. I got that message loud and clear, and I completely understand and support that. So I will go ahead and get started, and feel free at any time to cut me off. But I did practice so that I could get all this information in for you guys in the allotted time. So I'm going to share my screen. And so forgive me here while I fumble around on Zoom to do this. And okay, so here we go. And play from start. Okay, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share with you some of the really amazing things that have been happening in our district. And so what I've done is I put together just a few series of slides, and I'll just go through them. This is a teacher in me telling you what you're going to see before you see it. And so I'm going to just share with you things that some of the schools have shared with me. And I just want to mention that these are just highlights. There's so much going on. And so I kind of thought, how can I make sure that the members of the board know like the vast amount of really amazing teaching and learning. And so what I did was I put together a companion guide for the board. And I believe Sarah sent that out earlier. And so I know you're busy and you probably haven't looked at it yet, but I do want to implore you to please take a look at that document, because what it'll do is it'll give you a very detailed look, school by school and teacher by teacher, grade by grade. And then you can kind of click on them and you can see samples of student work and student videos, and you can see some of the lectures that teachers used. And so I think it was very exciting for me, and I hope that you will find it to be the same. So, to get us started, I'm just gonna go in kind of a random order, sharing what some of the schools have done. And I do want to point out that the teachers have been extraordinary in the district. And what I want to highlight is that they are really rising to this challenge that Dr. Dradi, the board, Dr. Mora have given the district in terms of creating curriculum that is just much more inclusive. And so what I think is really amazing about the work of the teachers is that they, of course, have to make sure their curriculum is aligned to the standards of the state, Common Core, all those state level requirements. And so what they're doing is they're finding creative ways to remain standards aligned, but then include the diversity of voices. So at Santa Monica High School, one of the things that they did was this was a school-wide effort. And so to celebrate Black history and Black Lives Matter, the students were given an opportunity to do some individual investigating. So they were able to select a Black or African American of prominence and do a little bit of research and stuff. And I believe that assignment is still ongoing. And that will be the case for a lot of what I'm going to share. Some of these have already happened, but since we're still in mid-February, some of these are planned for the next couple of weeks as well. At Malibu, both middle and high school, what they did was they took the Black Lives Matter week-long activity that I put together. There was a version for high school, and then there was a modified version, a little more age appropriate for middle school. And they decided that they liked that resource. And so they asked school-wide for all of their teachers, they selected a day, and all of their teachers were asked to select one of the items in this PowerPoint. And so they're doing that school-wide. And as I go through this slide, I just want to also let you know that while I'm sharing some of the school-wide things that are going on, there are lots of individual activities as well. At Olympic High School, Deborah Seamer has created a lesson in which she analyzed some historical trends. So it was an interdisciplinary lesson for math and social studies, where students looked at the statistics of policing, and they did some statistical analysis, and of course then drew some conclusions, did some higher level thinking there. At our project, personalized project-based learning pathway, Miss Field, who is a teacher leader in facing history, received a grant, and she used that grant to secure a 5-day training for her students on STEP Africa. And this is a really very joyful kind of activity. So the students had an opportunity to speak to the creator of the program. They performed at some inaugural ceremonies. And what they do over the course of those 5 days is they kind of look at dance and music, and then they integrate like an exploration of how they can impact civil rights and things like that. So it's a very, very rich arts-based program. And at Edison, they did a number of activities, and in the companion brochure that you'll see, it'll give you grade by grade level information on different teachers and stuff. And so I'm just highlighting here that for their 5th grade team, they read The Crossover. And I don't know if you've read that book, but it's a Newbery Award-winning book. And so it's just beautifully poetic. And it was written by Kwame Alexander, and he wanted to target boys who tend to be more reluctant readers. And then to make it even more interesting, he wanted to engage boys in poetry. So you can just sort of see like how that becomes even more of a interesting challenge. And so he did it through the hook of basketball. And so the 5th graders read this and they discussed it. They had some fun with that activity. At Grant, the principal, Mr. Fuhrer, he invited Mr. Santa Monica to come and speak. And so I had a chance to attend that meeting that they had, and 250 of the students at Grant were part of the assembly. And so it's just really creative how teachers are finding ways to continue having assemblies in this digital environment. And so Mr. Treves spoke about being the first Black mayor, and he spoke about his work as a police officer. And it was really cute because the kids all had their hands up and stuff, and they had all kinds of questions. What I featured here in the PowerPoint are just a few thank you notes that they sent to him. And again, if you look at the companion resource that I sent you, you'll see that they did just grade by grade, a lot of really amazing activities. And then I think you may have seen this before. This is a 20-second video clip, and it's just delightful.
Martin Luther King was there because he was nice. He was confident and he could bring black and white people together. He wanted equality for everyone.
And what's really neat about this, I don't know if you can see it on your screen, but there's the writing sample right here. And so the students did research, they learned content, they wrote, and then they also practiced their speaking skills. So it's just a very, very rich lesson. At McKinley, I wanted to just give a shout out to Principal Dr. Benjamin. We had a conversation about Black Lives Matter for elementary students, and we wanted it to be age appropriate. And part of, I feel, our job as educators is to make sure any cynicism we feel as adults does not get transferred to kids. And so we wanted it to be a very positive and powerful examination. And so with her help, I created this resource specifically for the elementary level. And at Mura Elementary, they had a guest speaker. They had Hana Ali, and she came and she spoke to the students about her father, Muhammad Ali, and she shared some of the things that she learned from him about treating people with dignity and respect. And again, I feel like an ad for my companion, but if you go to that resource that I shared with you, you'll see that there were a whole slew of activities related to that visit. And so the teacher did a lot of follow-up activities. The students wrote poems, they did reflective reading journals. And then this was just an example of how creatively they processed that information. So this is a student who created a storyboard from that visit. Oops, sorry. And at SMASH, here's a writing sample, and I'm pretty sure the next Amanda Gorman is in Santa Monica, Malibu as we speak, because many teachers were inspired by her inaugural presentation. And so I heard of many teachers just using her work. And so this is a beautiful poem that a first grader wrote. And you can, I'm sure you've been reading it while I've been talking, but you can see like how, you know, even really young kids can like practice the beauty of literacy, literature, and poetry. And then at Webster Elementary, this is Miss Papali's classes, and she's an amazing TK teacher. And so she does a lot of reading with kids and singing along songs about diversity, inclusion. They made this beautiful people rainbow, and this is a work sample here that you can see, and the kids are sharing their learning, their pictures and stuff. And so this is just a really fantastic thing that they've been doing. I wanted to also mention at Webster, the third grade team, Miss Harrington and Miss Cooper, had the kids research an African American of their choice. I got to go and listen to those speeches, and that was pretty amazing too, because the kids, they researched, they practiced writing, they then also practiced their speaking skills. And I was really impressed because Miss Cooper was helping the kids learn how to present information in a digital format. So she was kind of guiding them through how to have their camera and everything. So that was a pretty cool thing to see. And then the last couple slides, you're almost done. In case you're wondering, how long is this going to go on? And so the last couple of slides, few slides here, I wanted to show you what some secondary teachers are doing specifically, because with this, for the secondary teachers, the challenge is they have this content, and Ryan Hoffman's slide is here first. he teaches AP statistics. And many times people feel like, well, I'm teaching AP. How do I, how do I integrate this stuff? And so Ryan has created this lesson on helping students understand statistical things like random sampling, marginal and conditional distributions, relative frequencies. And he's doing that through the lens of looking at policing practices. And so this is a great lesson. I think I provided you with the link on it. And so you can see how detailed it is, how rich it is in academic content, and still including that social justice, Black history piece. And then Maggie Colburn is the history department chair at Santa Monica, and she took one of the presentations I put together on redlining. And she had her students, she expanded that. She had her students learn about redlining, and then they used Google Maps, I believe, and they examined their own neighborhoods for redlining. And so if you click on this particular link in your in the companion resources, you'll get to see all kinds of student work where they analyze what has been the impact of redlining in my particular neighborhood here in Santa Monica. And then this is Mr. Ledford at Santa Monica. He's a CTE photography teacher. And I thought this was one of the most creative examples that I saw. He teaches, one of his classes is Photography 1. And so he introduced his students to Carrie Mae Weems. And this picture here is from her series. It's called the Kitchen Table series. And he then had them try to recreate those compositions using very simple props. And so again, it's just the creativity of taking the content and then melding it with this diverse and inclusive way of teaching. And so I thought that was a really beautiful example. And then the last example I'll share with you comes from Carla Bowman Smith at Malibu, and she created this extraordinarily beautiful lesson. And I believe this link is available for you as well, where it's built around a piece of literature called Dear Martin. And Carla is a VAPA teacher. And so you can see when you look at this in more detail, the beauty of the art that she's infused in it. And so this is really cool too. Sorry. There's obviously somebody at my house. So the really cool thing about the culmination of this project is that the students will be sharing their public art with their community when they go through this process. And so thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the really amazing things that are going on in our district. And for more details, that companion guide that I sent you should give you lots of information on individual teachers and grades and stuff like that.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Dr. Hawkins. As we do after every presentation, I will ask my board members if they feel the need to say something or comment. I will just say on behalf of the board, thank you very much for coming here and presenting such a detailed, interesting presentation about the work that our students are doing on this important subject.
My pleasure.
Is there anybody else that needs to compliment Dr. Hawkins? Or are we okay to move on? Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Hawkins, which brings us now to our superintendent's report. Dr. Dradi, your time.
Great. So I've dedicated my superintendent report for two topics. First is a reporting, or at least a review of what you have directed the staff to do in terms of improving our food in the food that we serve. That we remember you directed us to help create better opportunities where students are able to eat scratch foods and things like that. So a lot of work has been done in that area, and thank you for authorizing the funding that we need to do to revamp our kitchens. So I'm going to invite Mr. Richard Marchini to give us an update of how things have been going. Mr. Marchini?
Hi, and thank you for having me, Dr. Dottie, board. So we started this project back in the end of 17-18 school year with the idea of bringing better meals, more scratch cooking to the cafeteria. And the board gave us about $700,000 to kind of play with and update equipment and appliances and techniques and training for staff. So far we've spent about $250,000 worth of that. We had a good amount of it actually scheduled to be spent at the tail end of last year, but what I decided to do was to cancel everything, because once we get the appliances in, the warranties start ticking away. And I'm like, I'm not going to spend something where I have a 1-year warranty and we could be in the pandemic for at least that year. So I don't want to lose a warranty on an item. So what we did is we canceled all of that, and we figured, one, we're saving the warranty, and then we're also being a little bit fiscally responsible, allowing the money to sit in our accounts and earn interest. So that's kind of why we stopped purchasing about another $175,000 worth of items that we needed for our kitchens, updating cooktops and refrigerators and appliances and items that we needed. So that's why we kind of pumped the brakes right around March. We, called all our vendors and said, hey, would you mind holding off? We don't know what's going to happen, and they didn't either. So most of them were really understandable. A few, they wanted the income, which we understood, but ultimately at the end of the day, we held off on everything just because we thought it was fiscally responsible. But what the items we have purchased all went into our 2 central kitchens. That way the food could be produced and then pushed out to our elementary sites. So all of the fresh made salads and scratch cooked pastas and meat sauces were all made at our central kitchens, either in Samo High or in Malibu High School. So that's where we spent the largest amount of money. And the project is actually been going really well. Towards the tail end, right around March, right before the whole COVID issue began, our count at Samo High just for lunch there was about 800 a day, as opposed to in the beginning, before we started this project, we were anywhere between 250 and 350 on a good day. So we are going in the right direction. But right now, obviously during COVID, we've kind of had to, pump our brakes, kind of slow things down. We can't really do a lot of hands-on training with staff. You can't get them together in big groups and, do culinary skill trainings and what have you. So that's kind of why we right now have just kind of stayed consistent with the recipes that we developed that the kids have liked and enjoyed. And once we open back up, hopefully, this coming fall, we'll be able to get back into the training and order more equipment and get things going further and, moving along in the timeline that we had hoped. And so currently now during COVID feeding, our central kitchen right now is only Samo, and it's producing the food for all 4 of the grab and go sites and all 9 of the work hubs that we have currently up and running. And in the beginning, when we first started in March, we were serving about 60 meals a day. Now with all the hubs and a lot of email blasts from Gail and just a lot of word of mouth, we're up to about 600, maybe 700 meals a day. So we're going in the right direction. And each day, to be honest, the count is growing, which is really good. And, we're providing an essential service, which we think the community really needs. So we're hoping as things come online, the counts will continue to grow. We have more hubs coming on each day. So hopefully that will help the program grow and us to become less of a drag on, the district in terms of funding. So right now, that's kind of where we are with our program.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Richard. And it's good to hear those numbers rising in the serve. Quick question: Are we serving meals to entire families or just students? What is our approach on that?
Only people 18 and under. So right now, it would just be the children or anybody under the age of 18 in the household. But they don't have to be students in our district. They can be students in LAUSD or Santa Barbara or Culver City, wherever, they're a student. As long as they come to one of our sites, they're entitled to a meal.
And they do or don't have to be registered for free and reduced lunch to receive a meal?
They do not. Right now that everybody is free because we're operating under a seamless summer feeding program, which allows every child to be claimed as free. So we don't collect applications. Every child's automatically, counted as free.
Does anybody have anything to ask Mr. Marchini?
I have a quick question on that.
Keith?
Thank you so much, Mr. Marchini. Regarding the Seamless Summer Feeding Program, can you describe just briefly the funding mechanisms for that? That program is seemed to truly reflect equity in the sense that, as you described, any student can avail themselves of those food services. Can you talk about the funding mechanism for that particular program?
So normally the Seamless Summer Feeding Program is reserved for very high free and reduced districts, 50% and above. But because of the pandemic, the USDA has given everybody a waiver and is allowing all school districts, even those that don't meet the threshold, to enroll in the program and to use it and to feed their children under free and reduced. So right now, the waiver from the USDA expires at the end of June. So as long as we don't come back 100% within the next couple months, we can stay on the Seamless Summer program. But if we do come back to 100% at any one of the sites, that site would then have to be, would have to go back under the NSLP. So that would create a little bit of an issue at those sites.
Right. Anything else from
100% means capacity at that unit site, right?
Correct, exactly.
Anything else from Mr. Marchini today? Okay, Richard, thank you so much for giving us that update. Really appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming to report. Dr. Drotti, back to you.
Yes. So my second topic is about reopening, and I'm sure there's a lot of people interested in that. Not that they're not interested in what we just heard, but just knowing kind of where we are with things. So I'm going to share my screen here for a second. For those of you at home, everything I'm going to say right now, you can if you want to take copious notes. But we are actually drafting a message that explains everything that I'm going to talk about today. I think reopening has so many broad topics, so I'm going to focus on two, which is our first and foremost. The reopening, the new threshold for reopening for elementary schools, and then secondly the MOU, and just kind of go through unpacking that, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who have questions. And then I'm going to keep it to that, and then I'm going to board members, I'm going to ask you to ask me clarifying questions, because I think if we do that way, we can touch more areas in a more efficient way. So with that said, I'll just start off with first stating that. In January, this past month, the state adopted some new metrics for returning TK6 students. In our case, it's TK5, back on campus for in-person. And the new threshold is that once the county reaches the threshold of 25 positive cases for 100,000 residents in LA County, the TK suit, we can actually reopen our elementary schools, and that is different from the secondary schools. And the secondary schools, the threshold is still 7 positive cases for 100,000. And as you can see here, as of this week, as of Tuesday, the case rate in our county is 20 per 100,000, and it's a good trend going down, because remember 3 or 4 weeks ago, we were at 70 in the 70s, the case rates per day per 100,000. And so it's what they're saying is that in my weekly calls to the health department with all the other superintendents, they're seeing the impact of the shot, the vaccines, people being a lot more careful and just basically believing in what adhering to all the different safety protocols like masks and not meeting up as much over in people's homes is what's driving down the numbers. So good job to everybody out there that is following the rules, so we can lower the case rates. So I think I'm going to spend a little time just here, because what I'm going to try to do is address some questions I'm seeing via email about these particular areas. And I think I'm also seeing reoccurring questions of why can't you just bring the secondary schools back full time now? We're not authorized yet. We're not authorized to open for secondary students yet until we reach the 7 for 100,000. And this so happens that was also the case for elementaries, unless you had a TK2 waiver, and that changed, like I said, recently, and we were notified actually this week that we reached a threshold of 25 for 100,000. So every district right now, every superintendent is scrambling to get situated so they can open their elementary schools. And the way the process looks is there is no application process to be approved. It's just we submit our safety protocols for reopening to the proper authorities. We wait for 7 days, and if we don't hear anything, then by default we're open. So that's the step that's needed for opening elementary schools. So I'm gonna go to the next piece here. The second thing that's of news right now for discussing is really the agreement that we reached with Santa Monica Teachers Association, CTA, and I'm thankful we got there, but this is after several weeks or months of negotiating, and we finally came to an agreement. We reached a tentative agreement this last Friday, and it was ratified last night. Ratified, and for those that don't know what I mean by ratified, that means that the agreement is final now. It's not tentative anymore. So we do have an official agreement with SMMCTA, and we're grateful for that. And I'll go over some particulars in a second here. So why is that reaching the CTA important, agreement important? And why is that necessary for reopening? And that's a question that's often asked. The CTA agreement, or with CTA or with SEIU, which is our classified union, any working conditions that change is often left to negotiations, and the deal is you want to bring people along to have an agreement on how you're going to operate. So it was important to have that agreement in place in order for us to establish what we wanted to establish. So, and for those of you that have been heavily involved, you know what is taken to get an agreement. If you remember, we had a lot of conversations over the last several months, just at the site level, at the district level, with parents, with teachers, and so on. And on December 7th, and way back in December 17th, the board approved a distant plus model. And ever since that December 17th, we've been working with the sites to establish structures and what that looked like. And that process took up to where we negotiated. And so the teachers knew exactly what they were negotiating and what they were getting into, because we have the framework and the structures in place to be able to have that agreement. We are going to, that agreement, the distance plus plan is what we will turn in as a part of our safety plan to get approval for reopening, to get final approval for reopening. So some pieces of the agreement I think that are important. What was difficult about this agreement was that, if you remember, all of our negotiations all along have been on track for the prior case rate or the threshold that we were aiming for, which was a 7 for 100,000. When the new one came, that threw a wrinkle in a part of the negotiation, and this is for everybody, and we had to kind of really process that. And then, and also when the vaccines arrived and the frequency of it arrived, that was also a big conversation across the whole state of California. How do we address vaccines as far as reopening and so on? So all of that added into negotiations and added to the negotiation conversation. And essentially what we agreed to incorporated how we address vaccines as well as how we address the 25 per 100,000 threshold. So our agreement, the most important part here is that our elementary schools, based on our agreement, can come back once we hit the 25 per 100,000, which we're in right now. But the secondary part of that agreement is that we want the vaccines to be available for educators for 15 days prior to students returning. Okay. The second part of that is that we want the vaccines available for educators for 15 days prior to returning. So let me just kind of explain what I mean by that. So educators are in what we call stage 1B. Okay. Right now, our county is finalizing stage 1A, and we're actually on the runway or the docket to be next as educators for 1B. And so this agreement says that if we go to 1B and I'm assuming that the vaccines will be available at that time, then the clock starts for 15 days and then we come back and then we open under Distance Plus. So for example, right now, if you watch the news, they're saying that the next batch of vaccines are going to come. They anticipate that we will they will move education. They will move us to 1B starting March 1st. Okay, and if the vaccines are available on March 1st and we're in 1B, then the clock starts there. So that will mean 15 days after that, on March 15th, our elementaries could come back. So for those parents out there that want a more of a definitive time on when is this going to happen, those conditions are what's going to dictate that. And my guess is if things work out like the county has said about March 1st, then March 15th is the day that our elementary schools would open. A second part of the negotiations was that we gave the ability for our staff to meet, administration and teachers meet to evaluate how things are going when we get started, and then ramp up the in-person activities from there as well. So we'll start up one way, and then we'll transition to more in-person experiences as we continue to move forward. So that's the whole design. I think the other pieces of the agreement are more or less about vaccinations and so on. But I think these two are the most pertinent ones I think parents will be interested in, aside from knowing what the schedule looks like. Vaccination Outlook. So if you wonder, okay, how are you assured? Let me back off. I think when 1B hits, the pace by which teachers are vaccinated helps us being able to ramp up, because that will mean that the conditions are getting better and better for educators, at least the staff. And then so the faster we're vaccinated, the more things we can do on campus. So the Vaccine Outlook is we're in 1B. It comes in March 1st. We do have a partnership with St. John's, thank goodness, and they have committed to helping our district vaccinate our staff, and they're actually going to cordon off some days for us and some in location for us to vaccinate our staff. So that's a real help. So if they actually give us, let's say the week of March 1st, and they have the vaccines there, and they cordon off 4 days of, say, vaccination during the day, we're going to prioritize our elementary staff and first and get them vaccinated, and then we'll move on to secondary, and we're also prepared to release staff throughout the day, whether it be through subs or other measures, to give them opportunity to go to the location and get the vaccines. So I think if we do that, we have a chance of vaccinate our staff in quick order here. So that's pretty good news. So next steps. What are our next steps? We needed to reach an agreement, and we have that. And as I just mentioned, it was ratified last night. And I went over some important pieces of it. And then we then have to submit our safety plans for reopening for in-person to the local authorities, and wait for 7 days. And after that's done, and we plan to submit that. We were waiting for the ratification. Now that we have that, then our Distance Plus plan is a part of the safety plan. Some districts are turning in as a part of the safety plan what we call the hybrid. And I think you all are familiar with that conversation we had a while back ago about hybrids and where you split the class in half and so on. There is no district that can probably do more than that. Okay, and I want to make sure I spend some time on that, because I'm also getting emails with families somehow thinking we can come back full time as if COVID is not around. That's whoever does that is not going to get approved by the health department to open. You have to have a plan where you have students within 6 feet apart and wearing face masks and doing everything. And so the two structures people are considering are really the stuff that we're doing around Distance Plus. That's an area, and then the hybrid. You can't go more than that, otherwise you won't meet the safety protocols of keeping students 6 feet apart and so on. And why is that necessary? Because most classrooms you're not gonna be able to separate students 6 feet apart if you go above, say, 17 and 18 students in a class. So now, don't get me wrong, if there are some schools that are able to do that, say private schools or whatnot, that have 5, 10, 12 kids per class or something, they're able to keep them apart. Yeah, you can bring in every day because you can do the 6 foot distancing. But most public schools, most schools that we know of, have to split that class in half. So that's the hybrid portion. Our Distance Plus is a variant of that, and I'm sorry, that's a horrible term at this time right now, but it's an aspect of that, and kids can come on campus, but you won't have 100% of the students on campus at once. So our Distance Plus gives us the ability to execute those safety protocols. So we're gonna submit our plans. I believe starting next week, the principals are going to start engaging their school communities regarding the reopening plans, and they all have schedules that they've been working on. So this is a time where they're actually going to talk about what it means to reopen. They'll talk about how we bring students on campus, how students will be spread out, and how they leave campus, and what the actual day looks like, and the ability to ramp up. They'll talk about those as well. And at the same time, that's when they're actually going to ask each family member of that school who will be back and who is not going to be back in person. We have to have that information in order for us to really execute the plan. So just imagine if you're at Roosevelt and you have 700 students and 30% are not coming in. That's an important information for Mrs. Oliva to know, to plan. But obviously right now she's planning for 100% and thinking, but once we get that information, we have to redeploy staff and do some things to support students at home while we support students on campus. So that information, so please be on the lookout. And for you families that want to know more details about, that is where you're actually going to get the nuts and bolts of what's taking place on your site. So the parents that are out here or students out here wondering what is it going to look like, I think you'll have a much more intimate understanding once you attend those meetings. So I already mentioned about the 15 days. The 15 days. After the 15 days, we're going to be open, and we hope that it's true what the county is saying about March 1st. If that's the case, then March 15th would be the time when elementary would come back. And then obviously, as a part of the agreement that we decided that we're always going to meet and confer to reevaluate the situation and ongoingly, and then develop ways to ramp up. I want to say this here. This is going to have to be an iterative process. Okay, an iterative process. you might start off one way and then transition to somewhere else thinking you can do better. So I think the principals are ready for that, the staff is ready for that, and parents, where we start doesn't necessarily mean where we're going to end up. Our goal is to try to find ways to maximize the opportunity for students to be on campus as much as possible, and also maintain the quality of their education as much as possible. And at some point, you can bring so many students on campus and split the school in different ways, and there's diminishing return at that point, because we still have to deliver content and for the rest of the year, and so we have to monitor those things. And but I think as we go through the iterative process, it'll be there. And the way I'm envisioning all of this is that we wherever we start up, we're going to continue to add, and then continue that process until we're back in full swing, right, in the fall. Okay, so and for those of you, I want you to hear very clearly, our expectation for the fall is that we will be in person as much as it is authorized by the local authorities. If they say 6 foot distancing is not a piece of the puzzle anymore, then we get to come back fully. If they say 6 foot distancing is still a piece, then we talk about how we can push as we ramp up to allow for that 6 foot distance to continue to happen. So that's it. And then I think I'm going to stop here, Mr. Keene, and then just see if you guys have clarifying questions, because I think that'll also provide answers to questions.
Great, thanks, Dr. Drotti. And I know we do, because I know I had some. I've already heard from Dr. Tafilder-Jeswin, who has some clarifying questions. So I'll ask Richard if you would go first, and Craig has some, was on the list also. TJ? Oh, you're muted. He can't unmute. Sarah, can you unmute him?
I lost my co-host status. I've been silenced. That's not a bad thing. I think my peers probably appreciate that some of the times. Dr. Drotti, thank you so much. I have a couple of clarifying questions, then I make a brief comment because I know others want to ask you. So a clarifying question is this.
Yeah.
I'm very happy. I think all of us in the community are very happy and thankful to you and your staff, particularly to Dr. Kelly and his team, who were engaged in the collaboration with the Teachers Association. And I want to also say that Sarah Braff is doing a wonderful job in representing our district. And so I think that kudos to all of you. It sounds to me, here's the question, the clarifying question, that as a board member, I want to make sure I have this right. So in celebration here, we have an agreement that if Dr. Ferrer and her naming March 1st as the date in which educators are included in the 1B, our clock will start ticking that day with our MOU, with the dates, the piece that you shared with us about the vaccine that's in the MOU. And then when our students wake up on the morning of Monday, March 15th, our transitional kindergarten through 5th grade, our elementary, right? I mentioned that so if we say elementary, people know it, transitional kindergarten through 5th grade, we will be able to enact kind of putting our kids with their teachers on the campus.
Yes.
That's
yes, under the distance plus model that each school has.
Of course. And then I'm just trying to make sure that for my talking points, when people ask me, I've got it right. So that's really big to ask that question. Then the distance plus is something we are committed to because of the importance. Excuse me, strike that. Forgive me, I just want to make sure I get this right, that the kids come first, and we want to make sure that the delivery of curriculum and the work that the kids are getting is not so disrupted. So we're going to make sure that we're always keeping an eye on delivery of curriculum, and then we're going to be enhancing and using this as an on-ramp, right? So it's distance learning plus.
Yes.
And our expectation, looking at the scale you gave us at our last meeting, I don't know if the scale's the right word, but the arrow, I think it was, right? The timeline of,
Yes.
of us getting ready, right, to being fully back for August 19 is the first day of school. So I heard the superintendent say to me, March 1, start the clock, Richard. March 15, we can be in the classroom for elementary, and that we're following this plan, a solid plan, and that all of us have every intention of being back to campus in the fall semester. We will have ramped up and made our way here, and we've done this collaboratively. I think that, did I get that right? Any errors?
Absolutely. So, so what you're looking at here is that scale you're talking about. I pulled it up for the people who have not seen it yet. I came up with this to help us demonstrate how we can continue to move across the scale there to get to a place where we're fully in person. If you look off far to the far right, up a full return to in-person learning entire campus if there's no physical distancing. We know that the conditions will continue to get better because our staff will be probably vaccinated by the end of spring, or probably, and if it's up to St. John's by March, by April, chances are if everybody adheres to what we have planned, we can be vaccinated by April 1st. That changes conditions for our staff and all that. And as we go through our iterative process of looking at the conditions and all that, then we look at where we are and how we can continue to increase the amount of experiences on campus for that to take place. So it is an iterative process. You'll notice I put 50 here. This is in case that 50% students on campus at once. That's what most districts consider a traditional hybrid model. Obviously, if physical distancing is still there, the max you can probably do is that because of the 6-foot distance requirement I was talking about before. But I put this on a scale because these are some of the schedules that the principals have been working on. And so it's something that schools can all adopt or they can just adopt differently. But in this conversation, what we learned is that sites have different needs. The parents have different needs. The size of the classrooms may be different. The size of the school may be different. The open space areas may be different, thereby allowing for other things to happen or more than other sites. So we've taken account of all those things. So I just love the creative juices that were taking place to create schedules along the way. And I put them on a scale of activities in terms of number of experiences students have on campus, and we can continue to increase that along the way.
Thank you, Dr. Grady. And then my last thing, I'll say just a sentence here or two. I want to again just thank you. Thank Sarah Braff and the CTA and all of the persons who have worked to get that agreement and to put such a solid plan on the table that we'll be able to follow and watch and mark our calendars for March 15th. And I think that it's important to note, and I'm sure other people will mention it, that there are some districts that have gone without their teachers, and they've got talk about disruption, I should say, to the delivery of curriculum. The great thing about this school district is that everybody cares about kids, and we've been working to get this right. So I just want to applaud you and your team, and also Sarah Braff. Sarah Braff's been working hard, and I'm just grateful to all of you who made this happen. Thank you. Thank you, John. I'm going too long.
Let me just reiterate something I think Mr. Wilder and Chessman said that was so important here. Going without an agreement would result in what these other districts will probably go through, meaning you have subs, you have this. So not only are you sacrificing a distance learning experience, you're also sacrificing anything that would be in person. So you don't have both situations. So I think I need people to understand that, and this is a fact. If you go without that's what you're going to get. And I think we were erring on the fact that we want to keep our students still learning, albeit we know it can be better in person. I think there is no disagreement on that. It's just we're trying to create a situation we can continue to ramp up to get to that spot, so that's what we have here.
All right, thanks, Dr. Roddy. I'm going to do just a little bit of housekeeping. We have a couple more clarifying questions. I just wanted to, for the members of the public, we have many, look, this is the topic that I know almost all of our parents, this is the #1 topic. A lot of you are here to speak tonight, and we will hear every comment. I do want you to know, because this is a B format meeting, the comments are general public comments. They will be taken after we talk about our discussion items. So the general public comments will not be taken right now. This is only for clarifying questions from the board for Dr. Drotti. It's not board discussion, it's only clarifying. So I apologize if there was any confusion about that, but that's just the order of the meetings. And if anybody wants to speak, there is a Google link on the agenda. Raising hands is not going to be effective in this format. There's a link on the agenda for the Google Doc. Craig, you wanted to ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, I just would ask the superintendent, I'm going to ask some leading clarifying questions, if I may, to save a little bit of time. I want to talk about the adaptive elements of this. And I think it's important that you reiterate that, or tri-iterate, because Richard hit on this again, that there's two, the distance learning plus that we passed in December and now has been breathed into life by the agreement with the unions, with the teachers union in particular, includes two adaptive mechanisms, distance learning plus does. One is external conditions. As the vaccine is distributed to our staff, and over time, one would assume as external conditions continue to ease, that creates the ability that the district has to expand our on-campusness. And that there's a second piece to this, which is campus by campus, where there are fewer constraints, meaning the parents, the staff, and the facility can support, the parents and the staff have a vision of more, and the facility can support that more. We will support as a district that more too. So individual sites, individual schools can move at the pace that they are all collectively comfortable with, that campus can support, to continue to adapt again to external conditions, because I think people tend to think tomorrow's going to be like today, and that absolutely isn't going to be the case. And our full expectation is it gets better. So is it, here's the leading question part, is it true that this is set up deliberately to be adaptive, to continue to open and expand both on external conditions basis and on a campus by campus basis?
Absolutely, absolutely. You'll notice in my scale, I didn't put one schedule on each scale. I put several because those all came from the sites. The descriptors came from the sites based on their circumstances. So what's at Webster is going to look different from what's in at Franklin, because the conditions, the facilities are different, the density is different, or population is different, and the staffing arrangements and all that is going to be different. So which allows for possibly different approaches. So that's particularly at the elementary. Secondary, there's so many constraints about schools. You'll see that their schedules are somewhat similar just because of the nature of secondary schools.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Lori, did you have something that I had you? I know Richard asked my clarifying questions for me.
You know, I think between the two of them,
Okay,
I don't want to complicate it. I think.
thank you. Are any other clarifying questions for Dr. Drotti at this time? Okay, wonderful. Then
Can I
we
just
will-
make one last comment on this?
Please, yeah.
The whole thing. I'm seeing a lot of emails, and I've been at this process for a while now, and I'm in communication with other superintendents throughout. This is a horrific spot everybody's in. And I want the families that are somewhat saying districts are doing a lot more than others. I think you really have to dig into it. And I'm in conversation with Redondo Beach, with Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, with Burbank, with Culver City, Beverly Hills. They're all struggling with the same thing. And some have an MOU, some don't. The ones that have an MOU do better. The ones that don't find themselves in such a untenable situation where their distance learning and their in-person situation is fraught with all kinds of issues. So those situations are even worse. So every single district has to follow the LA County safety protocols. Okay, every district, including private schools, charter schools, have to follow the safety protocols, meaning that 6-foot distancing and all that. So that means you cannot bring your school students on campus every day as if COVID is not around. It's impossible. So there's emails saying that certain schools are open fully, you know, that's not true, because they're not gonna be able to pass. Now, I don't know about private schools. Some people play games and risk it. I know some gym. I go to a gym. It's outside, but I pass by a bunch of other gyms that are inside, and they're not following the protocols, you know. But so I imagine there can be a situation like that here and there. But the point is that we're all in this boat together. And then lastly, I realize this is a tough situation for everyone. I think my attempt in having the principals meet with parents and teachers and teachers in the same room was to develop empathy amongst people. That was the whole attempt. And I think for those of you that have been in those conversations with your staff and with your, I'm hearing a different tune from them. And there was those that probably were not in meetings, and I'm hearing a totally different tune, because there isn't an understanding. What I'm seeing, and again, I've been in a room with teachers, and I've been in a room with parents, and I've been in a situation where both are in tears because of this situation. And so this agreement to me is something that looks at the humanity of all, and allows for an outcome that both sides can be okay with, at least be okay with, and not just one over the other, but be okay with. And I think that's what that signals to me. And I hope people out there understand this. I hope we have some resilience in addressing this. There is a plan. We're going to get out of this at some point. And I would love to get out of this with education intact, with our community intact, with public education intact, because our democracy is reliant on this. Our kids are watching how we handle these situations. And I just think, and look, you know, I came from a war-torn country, okay? There are, not that this situation is illegitimate, but maybe I have a different perspective in being a refugee and having to figure out how, you know, how to eat and how to live and all that. I have a different understanding of this, and I'm not saying all of you don't, but I hope people remember these things and treat each other with humanity, and let's get past this thing and continue to educate our students from here. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
Thank you, Dr. John. I appreciate that.
Ask one question?
You were sharing that background.
John, can I just ask
Yeah.
quick? So can I that was beautifully put. And I think we all appreciate that. I just wanted to, have you repeat one other thing that was in your presentation.
Yeah.
Which was that parents can expect to hear from their principals when about how this is going to roll out.
Yeah, so some are ready to go out right now. I think one or two have probably started scheduling meetings with parents already. I think most of them you'll probably hear by next week, when they'll schedule meetings with parents and all that to actually review the plans and have conversations, just to go over all the details and all that. And at that point, for you parents out here, To me, that is the most impactful way, most effective way you can understand all the nuances. Okay, all the nuances. And if you're reliant on just the district office, me doing it, remember there's 16 schools that have possibly different plans and details and all that. I think it's more effective when you go to those meetings and ask those questions, and so you can see for yourself what your school site is doing.
Great, thank you, everyone. So that brings us to our consent calendar. Before I know we have a public comment on this, and before we get to that, I'm gonna pull something just so we have the housekeeping done ahead of time. We're gonna pull item F11, approval of independent contractors. The reason why we're doing that is there is a contract that we will be hearing a discussion item on. So I'm pulling all the contractors so we can hear the discussion item before voting on the contract. And then the second piece is F51, which is approval of comprehensive school safety plans for all district schools, the SARCs. We can still discuss those after consent, but we have to have a couple comments on that. So do I have a motion to approve
consent without those two?
Correct. So is our motion, so I'm making a motion to approve consent minus those two, second by Lori. So again, we're not going to approve yet. We have a public comment and then we have just some discussion. Oh, Sarah, yes?
So sorry, just to clarify, the safety plans and the SARCs are two different things. The SARCs are actually 1-3, and those are staying. The one you mentioned, 5-1, is accurate. It's a safety plan, and that is the one you meant to, but you said SARC, and I just wanted to clarify that safety plans is correct, 5-1, but SARC is the wrong term.
You know, but okay, so then let's do this way. We're going to pull, because we have a question on that. So we're going to pull, sorry, that's my mistake then. So we're going to pull item F51, which is the comprehensive school safety plans. I got my acronyms wrong. We are also going to pull item F13, the SARCs, because we have, so let me rephrase. So is the second still good with that amendment, Lori?
Yes, I was just wondering how you knew what the comment was about, but okay.
Well, I know it's about, well, I was contacted by a board member, so that's.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. On that note, then we'll have public comment for consent, please.
Okay, we have one public comment, Nikki Kohoff.
Yeah, I didn't write what I was commenting on, so I think it's interesting that, that's weird. Yeah, I was going to ask about both the safety plans and the SARCs because there are 18 schools, and it seems kind of like an inappropriate thing to approve with as a consent item, because there's an awful lot of information in that, and the SARCs weren't attached. They were via a link. The SARCs are also include a lot of information about what the repairs and all needed at every campus. And, for example, I was looking at the schools that my kids went to, and 3 out of 4 of them were listed as fair condition. So maybe that's something you guys should be discussing in connection with the campus assessments that are not focusing on maintenance and repair and are focusing on new things that we didn't ask for. Second, the administrative office, F34. I think it's just continues to be really insulting that while our kids are not back in school and while there is no plan, regardless of how you all just described what Dr. Girardi presented, that is not a plan. And to be working on admin offices for staff right now and spending $351,000 hiring an architect and working on design is not the right priority at all, and is a slap in the face to all the folks waiting to, speak here about getting their kids back to school. Number 3, PCBs. So you're doing more sampling at the high school. I think that staff should tell us all where we can see the initial results, which I guess asked for more sampling to be done, and let us know when we can see the results of the new sampling. This is Samo High History Building and what you plan to demolish. And then what remediation is required. Do we know that so far? And then finally, the history building, you are approving a contract amendment, increase $40,000 for phase 3. It's of course not attached like usual, so we can't really see what it's doing. It seems like that should be presented. But it looks like it's parallel pathing two types of design at the same time, which suggests you're doing twice as much work perhaps now, when again, that should not be your focus. Also, it makes zero sense to be rushing forward to tear the history building down when we've just heard Dr. Girardi say that we don't know if distancing is going to still be required in the fall, and the best we can do is hybrid. You'll have an entirely vacant, fully functioning building, and you guys are pushing to tear it down over the summer, and that is asinine. It's not the right thing to do for our kids. It also is stupid to tear it down before our Discovery building is done. Why would you tear down a building before its replacement is there? We need all the facilities and all the open space. We don't need construction staging areas. We don't need the noise. We don't need the dust. I was in a meeting last night, the grant meeting. They said they were going to be using all their open space. You can't do that with Samo High until you guarantee they can come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anything anybody needs to clarify on that? Okay.
I just have, we have as part of our public comments, it talks about tone. And I don't know that asinine and stupid are the tone that we would reflect, but it's also not the tone of our public comments. So I'm just gonna highlight that, you know, we do have a policy of civility here, and we welcome public comments and insights. But that's not necessary, and in my mind, it's not appropriate.
Thank you, Craig. I agree with your assessment of that.
Agreed.
I'm glad you brought it up. So we do have a motion to approve consent minus the items that were pulled. So I will do a roll, unless there's any other comment on things that are on there. So seeing none, I will do a roll call. Jennifer?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Brianna? Are you still with us?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm a yes as well. So that's that part of consent. Now I'd like to go back to, let's do the 5F51, which is approved comprehensive school safety plans. What I would like to suggest, or what I'd like to motion, is we approve these minus the plans for JAMS and Olympic, because they were not able to finish the outreach that they have to do for this plan. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve all plans except for the plans from JAMS and Olympic. Is there a second for that motion? I see Craig, thank you. Is there discussion for this or questions? Yes, Jennifer.
Sorry, did you say when they would be ready?
I did not.
Any
Yes,
anticipation?
I do believe they said they would be ready for the March 4th meeting.
Right.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for that? Okay, so I'll do a roll call. Richard?
Yes.
Thumbs up. Keith?
Yep.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Brianna? I saw the mute come off. Okay, thank you, Brianna. Craig?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So now it brings us to our last item that we pulled from consent, which is item F3, approval of school accountability report cards. Jennifer, you had a question that you brought up?
Oh, I did. I just think one of them is inaccurate, and I think maybe Dr. Mora can address it.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Smith. I also have Dr. Bailey here, who is actually looking at the SARC for that respective school site. So I'll also.
What are we talking about? Which site?
It's Malibu Middle School, correct? Am I correct, Ms. Smith? Okay.
Okay.
So, Dr. Bailey.
you're still muted. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
So I need to do a little bit more research into what that comment's about, because there isn't actually an enrollment part on this system that I'm looking at that describes it. Perhaps it's something that technically gets pushed out later, but there is actually on the internal input system that I'm looking at right now, there isn't an enrollment section, but I need to look at the output and if I can get back to you to see where I can hunt down that answer.
So what we will do is then we can pull the Malibu Middle School SARC so that we can clarify and seek remedy to the enrollment piece that has been highlighted for us. And then we will bring that back for review and for approval with the board's permission, if that would be okay.
Let me see, Dr. Kelly had his hand up too. Who's still muted, sorry.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, so then in that case, I would entertain a motion to approve the school accountability report cards minus the Malibu Middle School.
So moved.
Thank you, Richard. Moved by Richard, seconded by Jennifer. So we'll do a roll call. Jennifer?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig? There's a thumbs up. Brianna? I heard a yes, and I'm a yes as well. Great, so we'll come back for that Malibu one. Okay, so that is the end of the consent. Remember, we did pull F11, approval of independent contractors, that we will deal with after discussion. So that covers consent, which brings us now to our study session. We have no study sessions, discussion items. H1, diversity, equity, and inclusion, moving from hope to change in SMMUSD. Who will introduce this one? Do we know?
I'll go ahead and do it. So,
Thanks.
yeah, thank you. Thank you for presentation. So you'll see in the write-up description, the write-up of the agenda item, we talked about how the district has gone through years of training to unpack bias and the hidden racism in the system. And I think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar said it best during the whole protest over racism this summer. He said racism and all other isms are like dust, like hidden dust in the air. And sometimes you don't see it unless you turn a light on and then you see the particles and you're breathing it all around you. So our systems are made by people. And sometimes they are biased. You can look at the criminal justice system, the health system, everything you've seen right now. The people that are impacted most are because somebody didn't intentionally do it, but they probably did something not realizing the outcome of it. And the outcome, whether you intend it or not intended, if it's harmful to a particular group, it needs to be addressed. So education is no different. And it takes a trained eye and a clear understanding of self and others and looking at the system through that lens to unpack it. So I am so grateful that our principals at the middle school level wanted to really, after all the trainings, they wanted to do something and use their knowledge and insight to help us develop policies and ways of thinking that can help us tear down barriers for years to come. So with that said, I think, I don't know if it's Mrs. Culpepper or Richardson is going to speak, but I'm looking at you right now, Culpepper, so I think it's you. So why don't you take over from here?
Actually, our entire team that's going to be a part of this presentation. So not just the principals of the middle schools, but also our assistant principals, as well as Patrick Miller from the we'll introduce ourselves. And as I bring up the presentation, I just want to say that the presentation is available in English and in Spanish. It's attached to the agenda item. And we are talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I just want to give a call to the community if there are folks who are willing and able to translate this presentation into other languages beyond English and Spanish. please let us know by reaching out to Dr. Frida Rossi, who's our family engagement coordinator for the district.
Right. Thank you, Ben, for that intro. That was just the right note. And I want to thank the board for putting us on the agenda for this discussion item. This is exciting work that is the culmination of a group effort. And so we're going to start with introductions of the middle school leadership group, and we'll start with John Adams Middle School.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Joseph Uri. I'm one of the assistant principals at John Adams Middle School, and I'm also a proud father of a Samo High alum and a current Samo High 12th grader, senior.
Good evening. I'm Martha Chacon, assistant principal at John Adams Middle School.
Good evening. I'm Steve Richardson. I am principal at JAMS, and I am the parent of one Samo High alum and 2 current SMASH students.
Hi, good evening. V. Andrew. I'm assistant principal at Lincoln Middle School, and I am also a parent of a first and third grader at SMASH.
And I'm Florence Culpepper, the principal at Lincoln Middle School, and ditto on the kids situation for Mr. Richardson.
And I'm Darcy Kelleher, one of the assistant principals at Lincoln Middle School, and no ditto on the kids situation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Melissa Andino. I'm the principal at Malibu Middle School.
Board members, district cabinet, good evening. Patrick Miller, principal at Malibu High School and part of this group given our relationship with Malibu Middle School.
So in addition to this group, we also have 2 valued colleagues, our Travisy consultants, Rena Doyle and Gail Watts, who are with us, and I thank them for being here this evening. So we're here to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we're here to talk about change. And I think it's important that when we're talking about change, that we provide some context. And so I'm going to kind of frame our work today with part of the SMMUSD story of diversity, equity, and inclusion through my lens. And 17 years ago, I was in a graduate program at UCLA, getting my master's, my administrative credential. And this was 2004, it's the 50th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. And in this class, we'd have a rotation of speakers. And on this particular day, the guest speaker was Dr. Sylvia Rousseau, former Samo High principal and SMMUSD interim superintendent. And Sylvia brought along a team who described a program they were going to be implementing to address the 2 schools within a school phenomenon at Samo High. And at that point, I was working in Los Angeles. I didn't know a lot about Samo. And the group went on to explain that the system, the district was very diverse. And at Samo High in particular, the system was working well for white and Asian students and was struggling to be effective in meeting the needs of Black and Latinx students. They went on to describe a social justice inquiry project that would address the achievement gap. And I will say, when I left that day, I was so inspired, and above all, I just had this sense of hope. The program sought to shine a light on the achievement gap and empower Black and Latinx students within the system. However, 17 years later, we're unfortunately still having the same discussion on the achievement opportunity and engagement gap. And this group of leaders, we've been grappling with the question, how do we move from hope to change? And I think it's important to note that a lot has been done in our district. Progress has been made in 17 years. And even in the recent past, there have been a lot of equity-minded reforms. Some of these would include the matrix of bias training, which our Travisy consultants, Rena and Gail, have led with multiple stakeholder groups across the district over the last few years. The social justice standards work by Dr. Hawkins, the family parent engagement framework that Dr. Rossi has led the charge on. And then of course the Noguera report that was written 5 years ago. Additionally, in the part of the story is George Floyd and the murder of George Floyd. And in the wake of that tragedy, Dr. Girardi sent out an impassioned plea to the community in which he endorsed an anti-racist curriculum, and this was in July 2020. However, in order for this to be more than an aspiration or an inspiration, or more specifically, to be able to move from hope to change, we need a framework that will support action and policy change. We need to disrupt the system that works for some and hurts our Black, Indigenous, people of color, or BIPOC community. This is taking a systemic look at our educational system through, as Dr. Girardi said, a lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This group, this middle school group, has been working on this for the last 5 months. I'm going to hand it over to my valued colleague right now, Martha Chacon, who will provide greater detail regarding the diversity, equity, and inclusion work and our collaborative process.
Hi, good evening. So as Dr. Richardson stated, this is a very different approach to creating change. Our team wanted something that was more than just a program, you know, something that was not going to just be here for now and gone later or dependent on funding. This group has spent much of the last 5 months developing the definitions of diversity, equity, and inclusion, along with a litmus test for decision making. The power in having a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens is that it will give us the tool by which we will examine all of the work that we do, the decisions that we make, and how we prioritize the needs of our students. In addition to working with our middle school administrative team, we also shared our work with colleagues and affinity groups such as parent groups. We also enlisted the help of the privacy consultants because we want to do something that is different. We want to create lasting change. So before we get into all of the details, I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Culpepper that is going to explain the why.
So it's really hard to talk about moving forward without acknowledging the historical implications of our educational system. And on this slide before you, you see some images from when Ruby Bridges was attempting to integrate schools in Arkansas some 60 years ago now. And you also see this excerpt from this book, Brown Girl Dreaming, which our students actually read in 7th grade in our district. And you see this 6-year-old girl trying to go to school, surrounded by armed guards. And you also see the violent, aggressive resistance to this child being educated at the same level as her white peers. And while today, the resistance that our students of color get from our educational system may not look like this, there is, and there are opportunities where these overt pushback, where it happens for our kids and for our educators in our district. And so we have to acknowledge the harm of our system, and we have to acknowledge that our system was not designed to really support BIPOC students because of the historical implications of our society. And we as middle school educators just really felt that we could no longer be complicit and being a part of an educational system that by design hurts BIPOC kids. We know that there has been racial trauma and that our system has not served all of our students well. And we wanted to figure out a way that we could stop that system and create something different in Santa Monica for all of our kiddos. And some of you may be wondering, what is BIPOC? Perhaps you haven't heard that term before, but it stands for Black and Indigenous People of Color. And it is a term that is used that encompasses your Black and African American students, Native American, Latino, Latinx, Chicano, basically all folks in this nation whom have historically been oppressed and marginalized due to their ethnicity or their nationality. And terminology does change, and this is the current term that we are using in our presentation, and it's the language that we're using as we recommend some things to our Board of Education this evening. And while our presentation tonight does focus on our BIPOC students, we believe that the lens that we are proposing tonight can also support our students in other vulnerable categories,
such as our LGBTQI+ students, our social economically diverse students, our foster and homeless youth, so many other students who sometimes aren't necessarily at the forefront of thinking when decisions are made. And with that, I want to pass it on to Melissa.
So Dr. Richardson, Steve started by sharing about his experience in his grad school program 17 years ago. And working with this team, it's really made me reflect on my 17 years as an educator. And everyone on here, got into the field of education to help all kids and to do what's best for all of our kids. We kind of just decided, like, we can't let another 17 years go by. We can't have another group of educators or administrators sitting here having this conversation. And you can see from the Noguera report, 5 years have already gone by. So I just wanted to say that, working with this group of administrators has not felt like one extra thing. We all have a lot going on, but it's felt like one of the most important things that I've been able to put my time into for the last 6 months. We've taken the initiative. We say we're going to lead from the middle. And so that's what this group has done. We've taken the initiative to lead from the middle, and we have a duty to make sure we're doing what's best for all kids in our school district. So before we move into the framework, we want you to know that we're not asking the board to approve another program at this time. We have some great programs, but that's not what we're asking for. For those of us that have been in education and been in the district for a while, we know that a lot of times our system is reactive. A problem happens, we come up with the program, and another problem happens and we come up with another program. So what we are asking for tonight is a change in the system. We want to shake up the system. We want a systematic approach through the adoption of a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens. And so when we started our meetings about 6 months ago, we said to ourselves, well, we all got to be on the same page. We need some definitions. We need to talk about what these words really actually mean to us. And so that's what we've done. So we've come up with our definitions as a group. We're going to present those to you guys next. You've now heard a little bit about our process. You've heard about our why from Florence. And now I'm going to turn it over to some more of the team to share these common definitions that we came up with together.
Thank you, Melissa. Oh, okay. So as we go over these definitions for diversity, equity, and inclusion, we want you to think about how these connect with you and your work with students in whatever capacity that is. So I'm going to start with diversity. And we've defined diversity as when people from various social identities unite around a common goal, acknowledging and valuing individual perspectives, ideas, core beliefs, and lived experiences. And it's really important for us to recognize that people are on a spectrum when it comes to their identities. We all have many identities, and just because a person fits in a certain racial or social identity group doesn't mean that that person actually fits the assumed stereotypes people have placed on them. And even within our racial or social identity groups, we all have really different life experiences that we bring to the table that define who we are. Dr. Uri?
Thank you. The definition that we came up with for equity, and there's a quick reminder that equity and equality are not the same, is when there is an equal opportunity for success by removing real or perceived barriers. Resources, opportunities, and supports are leveraged to address gaps that are a result of systematic inequalities. And we just wanted to make it clear that when we're discussing this term, we're not talking about a zero-sum game where we're looking to take away opportunities or resources from anyone in order to achieve the equitable outcome, nor are we talking about lowering expectations or watering down the curriculum.
For inclusion, we landed on this definition when there are purposeful, brave, authentic, and empowering opportunities for marginalized groups that creates and fosters a safe space and a true sense of belonging. And so we aren't talking about superficial opportunities. We're talking about purposeful opportunities, not just checking off boxes or meeting a quota. If we have people in the room, but we don't make it a welcoming space where they feel safe to participate, then that's not true inclusion. We can probably all think of a time where we experienced that, where we're in a room and feel like what we had to say wasn't valued. And so we just want to make sure that that to acknowledge that it's not enough to just give someone a seat at the table, but we want to give them a part of the process to choose the menu, so to speak. So with these definitions, Dr. Richardson's going to speak to how we can use a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens next.
So how do we have the definitions, how do we operationalize this? So the first piece of the framework is the litmus test. And this litmus test allows us to either evaluate a current or prospective program, initiative, or practice. Here are the questions, and diversity, equity, and inclusion are threaded through these. So the first one is it good for kids? As Melissa said, we're all in this business for kids. So is it good for kids? There are a lot of things that are good for kids. Doesn't mean we do them all, but is it good for kids? The second one, and the more important question in this conversation is the benefit for some kids at the expense of BIPOC kids? Is the benefit for some at the expense of BIPOC kids? And finally, is it sustainable? Meaning, is whatever practice, program, initiative we're looking at so tied to revenue streams or a specific person that if either of those things go away, the program, initiative, or practice falls apart? So these are this is a nice tool to use as we're making decisions. And so let me give you an example. So let's use it to evaluate a current practice. So let's look at our summer school programs in secondary. Our summer school programs in secondary are largely characterized by acceleration. So in the high school, we have a menu of get ahead opportunities. In the middle school, we have accelerated math, summer accelerated math. And we have some other programs, but this is really kind of the lion's share of those offerings. So let's run it through the litmus test. One, is it good for kids? Yeah, acceleration is good for kids. It does good things. It opens up a schedule in secondary. It allows kids to get a little extra support to get into a class that they feel they want to challenge themselves in. Second question, is the benefit for some kids at the expense of BIPOC kids? Well, we know we have lots of BIPOC kids who participate in the summer acceleration, but we also know based on our data that we have kids who have a lot of needs. We have our English learners, we have kids who are struggling in math. And if we're using resources to accelerate, but we're not addressing those, you could argue that the benefit for some is at the expense of others. This is not to say we don't offer acceleration. As Dr. Uri said, it's not a zero-sum game. But what it does say is we have to re-examine all of our practices, all of our essential functions, and decide what is essential, so then we can then go back and say, if we want to offer acceleration and we want to offer support for possibly our English learners or kids struggling in math or kids struggling in literacy, what decisions are we going to have to make somewhere else? So as you can see, these can be difficult conversations, and change is often a very uncomfortable conversation. I'm going to hand it back to my wife, Ms. Culpepper, who is going to talk about that point.
So we are an optimistic group, and we know that there may be some discomfort as we move toward this change, but we believe that if we're doing it right, any discomfort will result in a positive change to our system. So I'm going to play this short video just to talk about the benefit of the discomfort that can come from change.
Lobsters are soft mushy animal that lives inside of a rigid shell. That rigid shell does not expand. Well, how can the lobster grow? Well, as the lobster grows, that shell becomes very confining. Right? And the lobster feels itself under pressure and uncomfortable. It goes under a rock formation to protect itself from predatory fish, casts off the shell, and produces a new one. Well, eventually, that shell becomes very uncomfortable as it grows, right? Back under the rocks. Good. And the lobster repeats this numerous times. The stimulus for the lobster to be able to grow is that it feels uncomfortable. Right? Now, if lobsters had doctors, they would never grow, because as soon as the lobster feels uncomfortable, goes to the doctor, gets a Valium, gets a Percocet, feels fine, never gets off its shell. So I think that we have to realize that times of stress are also times that are signals for growth. And if we use adversity properly, we can grow through adversity.
So yes, we are under a time of stress, right? We have had too many examples of the social injustices and quite frankly, oppression that still exists for many in our community and our nation. We are dealing with kids and families being at home, but we know that now is the time, and that through this discomfort, we can create something dynamic that is actually powerful for all of our kids. I think that was such a meaningful message and wanted to play again for you all. But we know that in order to really get the impact that we want to have beyond being comfortable with the discomfort that comes from change, it's going to take brave decision making. Even when there is noise that is trying to push you back, like Ruby Bridges in that picture, that 6-year-old girl trying to go to class, despite all of that negativity that was surrounding her, kept going back. We know that it's going to take a disruption to the system. We know that the system that we have right now is getting outcomes that aren't working for all of our kiddos. And we believe that by applying this diversity, equity, and inclusion lens, that we can get greater outcomes for our students. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Martha.
Sorry, I was on mute. So part of the work that we have done in creating the diversity, equity, and inclusion lens are the definitions, but it's also how we apply it to the work that we do. As admin teams, we've been planning on bringing students back on campus through Distance Learning Plus. So think about what it would mean to our current planning as we prioritize which students need access to the campus first, if we were to use the diversity, equity, and inclusion lens. How would our decisions be different? These are the questions we would ask ourselves. Are we creating opportunity and access for students that have been historically marginalized? In creating the most access and opportunity, which students need to be placed at a higher priority? Have we engaged marginalized groups in these decisions? Who's being included in the decision-making process? Which families? Who's decided who has the greatest need and who comes back? When we don't have an inclusive process, are we making assumptions about who has been harmed and who needs or who has the greatest need? Think about it. If we had used this lens, how would our decisions have been different? As Dr. Richardson shared, the district has made movement in the right direction. At times we've used the diversity lens or the inclusion lens or the equity lens or a combination of the two. But the real power is in using all three. An essential part of the process is also to use a litmus test, as he mentioned. Is the decision that we're making good for kids? Is it a benefit for some kids, but at the expense of BIPOC kids or LGBTQ kids or students with special needs? And is our decision sustainable? The diversity, equity, and inclusion lens will not only inform our decision-making, but it will also help us and hold us accountable as to how we spend and spread our resources. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Miller, who will share some recommendations.
Yeah, so in addition to sharing our work with you all tonight and with the community, we're here to ask you to take the following action. First, we're asking that you adopt the definitions of diversity, equity, and inclusion that we've landed on. Doing so will create common language to be used by all individuals across our system. We have seen, even very recently, we've seen these terms used to mean different things. We have seen these terms used out of context, And we've seen these terms used to sometimes support a desired outcome of an individual. And so having the common language to be used across the system will be a benefit across the system. 2, we're asking you to adopt the diversity, equity, and inclusion litmus test that Dr. Richardson defined, and Mrs. Chacon provided an example of how it could be applied. The shared definitions and the litmus test help provide the lens that can be used to look at behaviors and structures and moves us from just being reactive. 3, we're seeking your support for an education campaign, which will continue our partnership with Tribesy Consultants, and that is, I believe, the item that you pulled earlier today. These all look very linear, but that is not the intent, especially with these next 3 items. It is much more circular, and these things are to be embedded within our decision-making process and our practices. So numbers 4 and 5, we're asking the board support to examine essential functions through the DEI lens. And we're asking for your continued support to reimagine and design a system that supports BIPOC students. This would include looking at current and future programming moving forward. These requests that we're asking for today is where we are today. As a middle school group, we've talked about even within our own settings, if this lens and definitions were in place, what practices may have to be let go, what practices may have to be added, those kind of things. And then number 6, we're asking you to stay the course. Not stay the course as in do the same, but stay the course as in staying focused on the equity work. Doing so may actually make us do differently, not necessarily the same. Staying the course, to harken back to the Noguera report, means avoiding the distractions that we often have to navigate as site administrators, and also avoiding the tendency to sometimes prioritize the demands of a few individuals. Staying the course implies staying focused on the outcomes, academic and developmental outcomes, and continuing to do the hard work until outcomes are in no way predicted based on background characteristics.
We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. This excerpt from the inauguration poem by Amanda Gorman captures the optimism and hope of our team. We know that as we move toward change in our educational system, it is going to require brave decision-making, a disruption to our current system, so that we can get different educational outcomes for our BIPOC students. And let me just note, our BIPOC students are not broken and they do not need to be fixed. Our BIPOC students bring a wealth of knowledge, life experience, and vibrancy to our schools. We just need to be like the lobster and shed the old shell of our educational system so that we can make space for a new one that truly is designed to serve all of our kids. And we believe that by applying a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens, it will allow us to make lasting change. So thank you, board members, for your time. And we hope that with your support today, in another 17 years, there will be a much different story being told about the work of our district. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Culpepper and Dr. Richardson and the entire team, and Patrick Miller for being here tonight, all the assistant principals. There we go, there's the screen. Thank you so much. I'm gonna jump in. I've got a couple clarifying questions I wanted to ask. You know what, let's not. We have comments on this, so why don't we go to our comments first, and then we'll go to our public comment first before we go to board comment. Ms. Lieberman?
Sarah, there you go. Thank you. I think there are 10 public comments. So I believe we should allow 2 minutes per speaker. And I will call you 3 people at a time. Devon Ausman, Henry Placencia, and then Zenon Cesar Herrera.
Devon, are you able to unmute yourself? Or Devin?
Or Devin, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Yep, I'm here.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. Hello.
Hello.
1 second here. I'm just maneuvering around the campus here. So I'll be right with you. Can I go ahead and jump to someone else while I kind of get myself situated?
I could do that. Henry Placencia. Sarah, do you see him?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, board members, Superintendent, Santa Monica, Malibu community. My name is Henry Placencia. I have been a maintenance worker with the school district for at least 10 years. During this pandemic, I have been working about 6 days a week, preparing our schools to reopen safely. I have installed hundreds of hand sanitizers and signs to ensure students stay 6 feet apart. I also work on building desks and shelvings to keep our classrooms organized, and I assist plumbers, air conditioning crews, electrician workers to make sure our schools are properly maintained and ventilated. As frontline workers, we know our work is important to make sure students can learn in a safe and healthy environment. But we are all aware that we are risking exposure to COVID-19 ourselves. The risk is very real. Every week we get a notice about a site that has been exposed or a possible exposure or someone has tested positive. This is very concerning to me because I am a COVID-19 survivor. I know how dangerous the virus can be and the impact it has on our families. I got COVID-19 last March and it almost took my life. I was in the hospital for 8 weeks. I was in induced coma. I was placed on a ventilator. And at one point my organs started to fail. And doctors had to perform a tracheotomy to keep me alive. Somehow I made it. It took time to recuperate, but thankfully I returned to work in October. I realized that to beat this virus, we can't give up. I want to do my job so that students can be safe. But I believe that our work and our commitment needs to be recognized. This is why I urge you to support Hero Pay for essential workers like me who are risking so much every day. Thank you.
Before I go any further, I have a list of 10 people who did sign up to speak on H1, but I'm not sure all of you meant to speak on H1. I'm not sure how to determine that because I don't know. And first of all, I want to say my heart goes out to you, the man who just spoke. I do want to say, though, that if you're here to speak about Hero Pay, if I call your name now, I think this is not the right item and you'll have to speak later in general public comment. So we'll move you to there. It's really hard to follow a Google Doc with 70 people on it. So I'm going to continue to call the names, but if you are here to speak about the presentation that was just made, now is your time to speak. And if you want to speak about any other topic that is not on the agenda, including Hero Pay or anything else, we need you to hold back until your item comes up or general public comment comes up. So the next speaker is Zenon Cesar Herrera. I'm not sure again. And then Anthony Davis and then Eric Glenn Martin. So if you need your name to be held for later, just let me know and Sarah will hopefully move you onto the right agenda item. Can you find any of those people here, Sarah?
I see Cesar. Can you unmute yourself, Cesar? Let's see. Is it working?
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
All right. So I am here. Good evening, everybody. Unfortunately, I do want to hear for you guys to hear me. It is in regards to Hero Pay. Again, my name is Cesar Herrera. I'm the locksmith for the school district. I am speaking in regards today for the Hero Pay. This pandemic has brought hardship to all of us, but our safety should not be compromised. We have been fighting this deadly virus for almost a year now. Daily, we leave the safety of our homes and put our lives in danger to come to work. In danger because we don't know if the classroom that we go into has been compromised to do our job. The nurse has informed us that there is a contact tracing notification system in place, but to this day, we have not received any notification from the school district about any positive cases. We are left to rely on our coworkers for them to warn us in certain rooms not to go into. This both is negligent and irresponsible of the school district. Instead of being proactive, my coworkers are ignored and have been forced to live in a constant state of reaction and fear. This both is stressful and unsafe working conditions. The district should have been better prepared for us to do our jobs safely. While many have been accommodated to work from home during this pandemic, especially during the peak times, the teachers are taken care of, the office staff is taken care of, the board members are taken care of. What about us? We have been in the trenches and have been left in the dark. I plead for you guys to understand that one of our coworkers has suffered these COVID. All right. So please, I beg you guys to consider the hero pay for us, to show that you guys care about us. And please do this to help us get through this COVID state. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this is a call for speakers who are directly speaking to the presentation. And I'm not saying you couldn't make a connection to that, but it sounds like you intended to speak on something else. The next three speakers are Anthony Davis, Eric Glenn Martin, and then Ernest Watkins. Do you see any of those?
Anthony Davis has his video on. Let's see. Are you able to unmute? You should see something come up that says host is unmuting you. Do you see that?
I can't see anybody on my screen, but that's not.
Yeah, I saw Anthony start his video, but then he wasn't able to unmute, it looked like, but now he's on mute for video too.
Can you find Eric Glenn Martin or Ernest Watkins?
I don't see Eric unless his
Anthony
name
Davis.
is.
Wait a minute. Oh,
wait. Are you able to unmute Anthony?
yes,
there you go.
are.
Okay, there I go. Hello. Hi, my name is Anthony Davis. I'm a custodian at Will Rogers Elementary. And I have been working ever since the pandemic. We are using our fields to the public. And my concern is, even though that we have put the signs up, or the board has put the signs up on the fences, the public is not really paying attention to the signs. They're doing what they generally do as normal, but at this time it is not a normal time. And I just want to be a little more safe at Will Rogers. We have a good family over there, and we're pretty good on the communication. But as far as letting us know things coming from the district or what's going to come to our school, we are not being notified in a timely manner. And we have had a couple of COVID cases over at our school. And we as the custodians are the ones that has to go in and spray and sanitize the rooms for it to be safe all over again. So I feel that we deserve hero pay because we're the first on the line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that was Anthony Davis.
I want to go back to Devin. I think I saw him.
Sure.
Oh, if we keep doing this, aren't we going to create a precedent for later when other people want to talk on items that aren't the right?
Right. So I'm going to say this because Lori has said this twice. If you are here to speak, and we value all people that are here to speak, but we do have to follow an agenda. It is not a personal criticism. It is an agenda that we have to follow. If you are here to speak about hero pay, perfectly valid topic, we need you when we call on your name and say, I'm here to speak about hero pay, I will wait until general public comment. If you make a public comment about hero pay during this time, that is inappropriate for this meeting right now. And we might have to cut in and ask you to wait for general public comment. So please self-identify if you are here for hero pay when we call on you, and we will move you to the general public comment. We really appreciate everybody following the agenda rules.
So we're back to, we've got Devon Hausman, Eric Glenn Martin, and then Ernest Watkins. Maybe I should, well, there's no way of seeing people. I don't think there is, Sarah. Stop me if I'm wrong. And seeing who is.
Well, Devin is here and his background says hero pay for workers. So I'm assuming Devin is here to talk about hero pay. Devin, are you okay to wait for general public comment?
Sure, I'm fine.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Eric Glenn Martin, Ernest Watkins, and then Yolanda Roller.
I don't see Eric Glenn Martin unless his name is appearing as something else on the list. Let me look for Ernest. Oh, there he is. And let's see, Ernest. Are you there, Ernest? Oh, I see your video starting. Are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me now? Hello? Ernest Watkins? You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually here, I should say good evening, first of all. Thank you for listening and being patient with some of the other speakers who are speaking on heroes pay. I too am here to speak on heroes pay as well, but again, I'm willing to wait, but to my understanding, we were postponed from having this conversation the last board meeting, and I think we had been patient up until this board meeting to address this issue that we speak of right now. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but heroes pay was on the agenda last board meeting.
Okay, so Ernest, I'm going to politely correct you because it was not on the agenda last meeting. If it was, I'm involved in making the agendas and I certainly didn't see it. Like I said, it is an important subject and we'd like to hear from you, but it has to be during general public comment. We have not as a board agendized this yet. So you guys coming here and talking can help us to move down the line, but we have to do it in the proper order, please.
If I can make a suggestion, Board Member Keene, you said you had some clarifying questions. Maybe if you ask your clarifying questions on the DEI presentation that might get the ball rolling in a
Right,
different.
well, we actually have some public who are here to speak on
Problem
this.
is we have more
So
speakers.
that's why we have to do it. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's, the sausage making is not always easy right now.
Let me look for Yolanda.
I mean, just to maybe try to help clarify while you guys are working it out, there is time for the public to speak about different things. This is the time to speak about this presentation. If you want to speak about hero pay, there is a time in this meeting, not a different meeting, but this meeting, it's just later because right now we're focused on this one particular topic that was presented to us. Hopefully that's
right.
It's not that we don't want to hear it. It's not that we don't respect you guys all coming. It's not that we don't value you. We're just working on this particular thing right now. We'll be working on that particular thing later.
Thank you, Craig, for that. Sarah, did you
I
have
do see Yolanda Roller. Yolanda, are you here to speak on this particular item or on a different item? Right there. I see her. Oh, wait.
I got two phones going on. I want to speak about diversity.
Okay.
I am Yolanda Roller, and I work in special ed with the special ed kids. And as far as I'm concerned, diversity in Santa Monica doesn't really exist as much because a lot of you guys really have no idea about other races and what's going on. I mean, I know that, you know, we have various races that work within the district, but that still doesn't mean anything. It's like a lot of you guys have no idea what it's like. Of course, I guess if you're not Black, to be Black, or even if you are Black, I mean, that still doesn't mean anything. And I just think that Santa Monica does a lot of covering up about the diversity. And I have personally seen teachers say certain things to certain kids. And I'm like, did she really just say that? Or even just management, period. I'm in classified. You guys don't treat us good. I hate to say it, but I'm going to say the word, slavery. It's like some of the things that you guys do to us, it's like almost like we're not human. Like we don't breathe. It's like, oh, do this, do that, do this, do this, do that. And of course, it's because you're sitting at the top and you're just giving out orders. And I think that the people, classified people, are going to really start standing up more, and they're going to start fighting you on this. Seriously, this is no joke. Just like with the world with racism coming out, how we had the president and so forth. Racism exists in Santa Monica School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Job, why? What? I know I'm going to botch the pronunciation of this name. So, Job or Jobe Noigwe, Rufus Cobbs, and then Berenice Onofre. You know what? Hold on a second. From here on in, these comments all came in. They were signed up after the item started. So our rules say then you get 1 minute, not 2. So as we proceed down the rest of these speakers, looks like they are only going to get 1 minute. Oh, I see what. No, I can't tell.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm here to speak on Heroes Pay specifically. So I don't know. I have to wait.
If you're here for Heroes Pay specifically, I really need to ask you to wait for general public comment if you're able to do so. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And that may be true, I don't know, for the next speaker, Rufus Cobbs. Rufus Cobbs. Don't know. I don't know if you see him.
I don't see him signed in anymore on the participant.
He's here.
Rufus Cobbs is here. Oh, there's Mr. Cobbs.
How you doing? Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Rufus Cobb, and I'm a custodian. And I just want to piggyback off the inclusiveness and diversity and equity. We don't get respect up there as a custodian. I'm not speaking on no heroes pay. I'm speaking on management with the disrespect, with the bullying, with the lying on us, with pitting us against each other, putting us against the teachers. They'll come tell us that the teacher said this, the teacher said that about us. We'll go talk to the teachers don't know nothing about it. I'm speaking on the custodian supervisor, management team. If you try to stick up for yourself, they'll bully you, they blackball you. I know this personally. I've gotten threatened by a manager up there, and I'm still waiting 2 months to have a sit down to clear it up. And y'all say about Black Lives Matter. I hear all that. I love what y'all saying we're doing with the kids, but we need some help too as adults. You guys need to sit down, management team, and train them how to be respectful. They won't respect. We deserve respect. We putting our lives on the line, coming to work every day, bringing this stuff back home to our families. But then when you stand up and say something, they want to lie and cover it up. They want to put you on the back burner, kick the can down the road to try to sweep it up under the rug. There's not no more time to be sweeping stuff up under the rug. If y'all want us to do our job, we need y'all help. We need y'all to get on management team. And I'm gonna be frank with it. Terrence Venable is the main one. I'm sorry if I'm not supposed to mention names, but
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Okay, the next speakers, again, 1 minute, and on the diversity, equity, and inclusion presentation, Berenice Onofre, followed by Alicia Mignano, and then Angela Scott.
Board members, thank you very much for letting me speak. Dr. Richards and the entire middle school administrators, I applaud your work, and I hope that this is not going to be like the Noguera report, something that will pass by. There is a message here, and I don't know what it says in my computer, but I'll keep talking. I have 2 sons who graduated from Samo High, and I was a very involved parent at Samo High, to the point that I formed a Latino parent group. However, my oldest son states that his experience at Samo High was racist. My other son states that his experience at Samo High is that no one cares about what they're doing. A genius young man, he graduated with a GPA that he barely made it to Northridge. He scored the ACT without studying the highest grade. I appreciate that you are asking for another, you're not asking for another program. You are asking for change of the system. That's what we need.
The speaker's time is up.
Diversity and equity and inclusion, I think we can have a change. Did you tell me that my minute is over?
Yes, Berenice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I lost my list here. Alicia Mignano, Angela Scott, and then Nicole Ferries.
Okay, can I speak now? Yes, okay. Hi, my name is Alicia Mignano. I am the secretary of DLAC, and I had the honor of listening to the work that this great team of middle school principals and assistants have done. And I want to urge the board to go ahead and approve what they're asking for. I think this is a great framework to have, and these will help us make the change that we all want. We know there is a problem. We want change, and we need a framework. And we need everybody in the district, teachers, everyone to think in these terms. So please, they've spent a lot of time doing this work. I love their presentation. I love everything that they're working on. Please adopt their suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia. I'm sorry, Angela Scott, and then Nicole Ferries. Trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody.
Hi, can you hear me? Perfect.
Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Drade, Dr. Moore, school board members. I just want to say I applaud this board for taking a step in the right direction by considering the diversity, equity, and inclusion. This program is tantamount in what is happening right now. Now more than ever in this time of reckoning and civil unrest, we must continue to press forward in reimagining education from a social justice, diverse lens. Only by fully adopting these recommendations can we address these issues of equity as we prepare our students to succeed as global citizens, right? We need to support and reimagine and design a system that supports BIPOC students. We need to design a system that increases education and culturally based curriculum. And the only way to do that is by doing this program, and you inch towards closing that achievement gap.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. Nicole Ferries.
Okay. Hi, good evening, board members. And I just want to applaud the middle school administrators for coming up with this program, or not a program, but a system to address how decisions are made in our district. As a member of the new Black Parent District Advisory Group, I urge the board to adopt this diversity, equity, inclusion in lens for decision-making going forward. It's important that we take a systemic viewpoint for addressing the engagement gaps in our community, and that we move forward in this together as administrators, as parents, and I appreciate you all listening to me. So please, I urge you to move forward with this particular way of looking at the decisions that you make in the future for our students. Thank you.
Is that I think that's the end of public comment, Lori? Wonderful. So
Sorry, I muted myself. I was talking to you and saying that, yes.
Yeah, so I want to point out to the speakers who have asked us to take action on this item, this is a discussion item, so there's not the ability to take action on this item. There's the ability to give direction to staff. My direction would be to ask Dr. Mora and the Ed Services team to get together with this team that presented, and then do make a formal ask of the board as to really what you want to do. The only ask tonight that we have on our plate is the contract for the independent contractor, which I'm more than happy to move that when we get there. The questions I have for the team, and again, I'm sorry for the delay in getting this. This was in person, this would have been easier, but I want to give us time for the questions that we had allotted, 15 minutes or so. How does this diversity, equity, and inclusion relate to students, LGBTQ students, as well as special education students? That would be question one. Is this a format that allows you to do that as well? Or is it really for BIPOC students? And the second one, this is really for Ms. Culpepper, but Dr. Richardson and Melissa could address as well, Ms. Andino. We've had a lot of public speakers come to us. We want more art at Lincoln. Now, this is a great example. We can now take this request and put it through the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Is this good for students? How does this help BIPOC students? And I would love to hear Ms. Culpepper or any of the other principals tell me how they would address something like that. So the two questions, LGBTQ, special ed, and then that request.
I'll take the first one, John and team. So I think when we're looking at question number 2 of the litmus test, so is it good for kids? We can really say, we're here to talk about, and our driving force was talking about, we know our BIPOC kids have been hurt by the system. We also know other kids have been hurt by the system. English learners have been hurt by the system, special ed has been hurt by the system, LGBTQ students have been hurt by the system. And so if we're making a decision that is at the expense of another group, then that wouldn't pass the litmus test. So I think this is a very versatile tool that can be applied. I mean, this isn't a tool that isn't being used. This is being used. It's just being used locally and not as a system. And not until we start using it as a system are we going to start to get some change. You know, I'm going to continue doing this work, but we need to think about it as a whole system. And that's why I would really, you know, I want to move this next process forward that you spoke of, John. Florence, did you want to comment on the second one?
Sure. I mean, I think you have to look at those litmus test questions, and it's not just looking at art in isolation, it's looking at all of our structures in school, what our financing would be, what the staffing is, et cetera. So we would just take it through those questions. Is art good for students? Absolutely. That's why we support visual and performing arts in our district. Is it at the expense of the benefit of some kids at the expense of others? Well, it could be if adding more art means that we aren't going to have intervention in our school day for students who actually need it. So that is a way you could apply the lens, but I'm not going to be able to tell you right now should we add more art, because I actually need to sit down and look at other information. But you could apply the lens as you're looking at whether or not you want to add more art or any other classes at your school.
And I want to go back to what Florence's comment on that was, and we had talked about it in the litmus test. We don't look at it in isolation. It forces you to look at essential functions, practices, initiatives, and re-examine everything.
Yeah, if I could just real quickly address the question. It's not specific to art, but I think of an example that happened at John Adams, where someone wanted to teach a coding class. And part of what we talked to the people about was, it's a great offering, but we would like for that offering to look like our school. We would like, and we would like for the students who take that coding class to represent. We 50% Latino, and we have a certain number of African-American students, and we have students with disabilities, and we have, and women, right? So some of the marginalized groups that we talked about today that may not have been named in BIPOC was certainly part of our conversation and part of the lens that we use when we talk with those providers to bring that service to John Adams to offer to our students.
Thank you. So before I ask for other board members who might have a question for the team, so the direction that I would like to give is I would like to give direction to staff, specifically Dr. Moore and the Ed Services team, to further pursue this with this team and then come back and make a recommendation. Just me personally, I just feel the recommendation should come from Dr. Mora and her team working in concert with the middle school leaders who have come here tonight. So if other board members feel that way, please let me know. If you want different direction, you know, four members have to give the direction. Who would like to ask a question? Craig.
Yeah,
Craig and then Jennifer.
I think that's a great recommendation. And I'd like to add to it, although I think it's implied, but I'd like to make it explicit. Inclusion needs to be fully inclusive. If we channel ourselves to particular kinds of inclusion, we're just excluding other folks, whether that's LGBTQ or on and on and on. you know, we have all sorts of, there's so many populations, and we need to honor all of them. And as was said in the presentation, you know, human beings exist on a spectrum as well. So we need to cut across and see people for who they are, not for a particular slice of them. So that would be my, I think, really strong addition to this, is that this is fantastic, and that we would, this would be the pivot or the fulcrum to really look at full inclusion and acceptance of each child for their unique heritage, gifts, experiences, et cetera.
Thank you, Craig. Jennifer, and then Richard.
Well, I would just like to put in there how the 7 of us do that in concert with the district, how we hold ourselves accountable to this type of litmus test, and how we look at it and make it functional. So I know that, because obviously it's a cascade effect sometimes. So we need to make sure that we hold ourselves accountable as well, and how maybe we can have a conversation about how to do that in concert with the district staff.
Thank you, Jennifer. Richard.
Thank you, John. I want to thank the team also very much. I do second or third the comments pertaining to the process that John named. I support having this come back from Dr. Mora. I'm with the work. I was wondering if it's possible. My question pertains to, or it's more of a comment, pertains to one of the slides. It might be too difficult to ask the team to put it back up, but it's the one that has the 3 different lenses. There's multiples with the 3 lenses, but the is it possible or not? I mean, I can just skip right along if it's. Thank you. Oh, the lenses. I love that.
It was the 4th page, I think. It was the 3 squares.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's fine. I can reference it. I was thinking about something that Mr. Richardson said about the. Let me go back. I too wanted to say, what about our LGBTQIA+ students? And I know that other members of the board share that question. And I can remember I had the great fortune of knowing the late June Jordan, and just a justice warrior for social justice. And she taught me something, taught a lot of us, but she told the story about being in a professor at UC Berkeley at the time, and that she was asked to participate in an anti-racist rally. And she did. And she said she went there, she was at Berkeley at Cal, and there were literally thousands of students there. And then she said literally like 2 days later, she was asked to go out and support the LGBTQIA+ students. And she said there was, maybe like 200-300 students. And she said, why were there 2 different rallies? And when we think about exclusion, and I think about it as willful and purposeful marginalization. And this is what I teach my students. It's willful and it's purposeful. And it requires a profound transformation in political sensibilities. And how does one bring about that, if not through education? So we're in the mix here, right? And you're in the trenches. And so I applaud the work that you've done and fully am supportive. I wonder how we can have the richest conversation as possible to be thinking about having I think the lenses that I wanted to see, I think maybe Dr. Richardson, one said inclusion, one said there were 3 circles I thought, but maybe I'm forgetting. But how do we address all of the points of difference, the diversity, the equity, the inclusion? Thank you. And that's the lens you want us to be thinking from these perspectives, always from the board all the way down. I'm in, and I know that I got a lot of improvement to do myself, so count me in. But I think that we want to hear people when they're saying that they're feeling that they're not included in this, and noting that the intersectionality of these points of difference is so important also. So it was a long way of saying that I think it's going to require just transformation in the way in which we think. And so it's not a program, it really isn't. And that's why sometimes the programs don't work, because you can lay something on the district or on the staff or all the people, but if there's not that transformation of the political sensibilities where someone can break free of those constructs of seeing things and that very hierarchical way. So I'm in. I just really want to make sure that LGBTQIA+ students are a part of this work. It's very important to, I think, many of us here in the district.
Thanks, Richard. Are there any other board members who have anything to say? Lori, then Maria, and then Keith.
I think there's a question here, but I'm not sure. I know it's a comment. So I think what you're hearing, all of you wonderful people who work for the district from the board, is that we really appreciate your presentation and we really appreciate what you're saying. I want to say that I don't know if anyone can fully appreciate what you're saying, though, and what it means until we get down to specific programs or issues. And so I just want us to sort of put that on the table. And I think I'm pretty sure that what Richard was talking about when he was talking about the 3 questions in the lens was the slide that said, these are the 3 questions we're going to ask. Is it good for kids? Is the benefit, is it the benefit for some kids at the expense of other kids or BIPOC kids? And then is it sustainable? So I think that was what Richard was getting at. And I feel like sort of where the rubber meets the road is somewhere when you get into the specifics of that. Because as a general concept, as a lens through which we should look at everything, I can't imagine disagreeing with that. And I'm not saying I will ever disagree, but I think what I'm really saying is, and this is why I think John's suggestion of the direction is a good one, because where it's going to be important is when we get down to specifics. So for instance, when Dr. Uri said, well, I'll give you an example. And I think it really was an example that sort of goes to that 3-part lens about having a coding class. The issue, what to him, at least as he put it, was not, is it something we should or shouldn't do? The issue was, well, we shouldn't do it. Implicit was, we shouldn't do it if it's only for one set of kids. The issue was, if we're going to do this, we need to recognize who doesn't generally. I'm really paraphrasing, and I'm hoping this is fair to you.
No, you're doing a good job.
We want to do this in a way that is fair and inclusive, which is not likely to happen unless we do that very intentionally and purposefully.
That's right.
And so that's where I think the bulk of the work is going to be, looking at things that we may have not yet considered, or programs we have had in place that haven't been looked at. What we've somehow, the system makes it so that there's sort of a blind eye turned toward who gets to be in those classes or who gets to get the support so that they can thrive in those classes. Or, there are a lot of different aspects, and it depends on the program or the class. But I partly feel that it's incumbent to say all this, because I kept feeling that some of you were really saying, this is going to be really hard. These are brave decisions. They're going to be hard decisions. This is disruptive. And so those things are easy for us all to say, yeah, go for it. But the difficulty is in when we look at what does that mean? And does it mean that there are financial decisions to be made? If we had an endless bank account, we could offer every program, for every 2 children, but we can't. And so the question will come, I hope it doesn't come, but where we have to make choices, where the obvious thing is what I talked about, that I think Dr. Yuri spoke to really well, which is it doesn't all need to be a zero-sum game, and it's not all threatening, but it is really, you just can't let the system roll along the way it does and people fall where they get to and they don't have the supports they need or the availability of programs that others get to and that they don't for various reasons. And you got to start that actually at TK and go on up. And we're talking about middle school here, but it starts early and it goes on through high school. So I mean, I again think that conversation in a way is better had in the concrete. And we'll get to the concrete when Dr. Mora comes back, having met with you all, and you have more specific asks, I think, or proposals. But at a high level, I mean, what you say is, I certainly agree with it, and I certainly understand it. And I'm also just being honest and saying, I think we don't fully yet understand what it might mean until we really get down in the muck of it and take it apart and figure out where it hasn't worked before and why it really needs to change.
Yeah, if I could just real quick respond to that. I think you did a great job summarizing, but I'm gonna add this to it. Where I come from, there's a saying, a closed mouth doesn't get fed, right? You keep your mouth closed, you won't get fed. When Principal Richardson gave me the ability to sit with those service providers and negotiate whether or not they're gonna be able to come and provide that service on our campus, if I had kept my mouth shut and didn't make diversity, equity, and inclusion an issue, it would not have been an issue. Once I opened my mouth and asked, come to find out they had a gang of scholarships, right? Oh yeah. And as a matter of fact, they was with the program. They was like, oh yeah, we could do this and that. So I agree, you all might need more specifics. That's one of many that we have done. And I know at Lincoln, they're doing something. Baby, I'm in the middle of a conversation that we've done at Lincoln. I have a Colombian family and they just, baby, I'm in the middle of, I'm talking to the board.
My family's the same way and they're not Colombians.
Right. So she said, I'm talking too loud. So let me lower my voice. Without asking for it, we wouldn't have gotten it. So some of the words that you heard some of our presenters use was brave and courageous, and because it has to be that, because if you scared to ask for things and not include all the groups y'all talking about, we with that. Dr. Culpepper mentioned that earlier. She mentioned that as part of the framework, it includes those groups. Yes. But I want to say one other thing, and this is now, I'm just going to say this, this is a little separate thing, but I'm just going to say to the board members who brought certain things up, as a Black man, I want to say this. It reminds me of Black Lives Matter. And some people having a problem with saying that. And reminding us that, oh, if you say Black Lives Matter, then I got to say all lives matter. Or I got to say blue lives matter. When the reality that we was faced with last year, when Brother George Floyd, and we all watched the police put their knee on his neck, it was an issue at that matter of Black Lives Matter. Not to say that no other life doesn't matter. And that's kind of, we're not saying anything else about no other life matter. All the lives that we're talking about matter. But the framing that we are presenting covers BIPOC and everybody else. We want to just make sure they don't get left out. The reason why we got to make sure we say that is because historically they have been left out.
Yes.
So Joseph, we hear you loud and clear, and I think the board has spoken twice in public on Black Lives Matter and how we value that. So yeah, we appreciate y'all being here. And I before Maria, then Keith, and I think I need to apologize to Florence. Florence, did you get your doctorate? And I did not know that. I just heard you referred to as Dr. Culpepper.
I anointed her Dr. Culpepper.
I don't need a doctorate to be Dr.
Okay,
Culpepper.
thank you.
All right. I'm all but dissertation. I'm all but dissertation.
She was in.
So let's go to Maria and Keith.
She's
Joseph, don't make me become Colombian. We're gonna go Maria.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm hearing you, but I'm hoping that the consulting people will come in and talk to the board first, because I think, just not to be disrespectful of my colleagues, but I think you missed it by a bit in terms of the presentation tonight. When we're talking about, and you brought up the arts, and it's not just particular arts being offered at Lincoln Middle School, but when we talk about the type of program that we offer here at the whole district, who are the students that they are, is the coursework, is the courses that are being offered geared for. If you look specifically at Samuel High and the way the schedule is built, it's all built around the honors, AP students, and music students. Because that all those three people, those three areas fall into a certain category of our students. And those are our higher income, upper level kids who are in those particular groups that are either taking the music, the arts, athletes, they're an AP honor students. So to me, I feel that the schedule is built for them, and I think the middle schools too. So when it really comes to being able to now, like the issue that is happening at Samuel High with the academies, people are fighting it because they think, well, my kid doesn't fit in that. And what kids are, whose parents are the ones that are honestly, be honest. Who's arguing against those are the parents that are representing the AP honors and the music students. And it leaves all the rest of the students out. So I think if we're going to be seriously talking about how are we going to move forward, it's because I agree with you. We've got to disrupt the system, because the system is innately racist the way it is. Education is racist the way it is. And if we can continue to do that, yeah, our school district is racist. So we have to be honest about that and how we're going to transform, how we as individuals are going to be transforming our own selves and the way we look at the type of courses and the type of programming that we're going to offer our kids. Not this as a program, not the DEI, but I'm talking other programs that are really going to benefit really those children, the BIPOC children, those students that have been marginalized. And if we can continue to say, oh, we agree with that, no, I think, I agree with you all. I think when we start looking at that, that's the lens that you have to, even myself, I've got to always carry on that lens. I was brought to that, to that point this morning with my ELAC, with the DLAC group, the same thing. My English language learners are deficient in this district. Why? The parents got on my case because they go, well, you've been here 20 years, Maria, and what has come about to looking through the lens of those particular students who have not been able to classify. And if we're talking about equity, that's a big equitable issue right there. So if we look at it in those lens of groups of individuals that have always been left out in this district, yeah, there's a lot of them. There's just this, but I'm more concerned with the BIPOCs. I'm more concerned about those group of individuals that we're looking at that thank you to the principals at the middle schools and the vice principals and everybody that's come together are recognizing that. And the fact that we're bringing in everybody else at this point is, to me, that's kind of like, to me, that's kind of like, we don't need them right now. It's understood that I think we're going to care about all students. But I think the more we're concerned about is for those kids that have always traditionally been marginalized in this district. And I think we lose the sight when we start bringing in, oh, what about, so-and-so group? And, fine, I think we always take into consideration, but for the longest time, we've always considered just that, everybody as a whole. And we have to really just direct our work for those individuals that are not making the mark, that our kids that are at the bottom 25%, that are in that 50% pocket that could do a lot better, but yet we spend a lot more of our energy in the top 25%, then we forget about everybody else. So I think, I agree with that, but I'm hoping that if you can answer, are the consultants going to come back and really have professional development for everybody? And I don't really think it should go back to Dr. Mora, because it really isn't like an educational kind of programming. It's really a concept, an understanding of like the question of I've been asking or I've been making, for the last 5-6 years. How do we define equity? Are we all on the same page? Because we say we use a word, but I don't think we're all on the same page. So I'm hoping that these consultants will put us all on the same page and on the same direction, because we're not all there. We can say DEI, the words, but we're not all there. So we need to get on that same direction. If not, it's the same old program. And heck, I'm ready to disrupt, and I'll be brave in making changes. And let's disrupt the system. Who cares? I want to make sure that all my kids are having the great opportunities. All my bottom 25% of my kids have the same choices as our top 25% of our kids at the time of graduation.
Keith, thank you, Maria. Keith?
Thanks so much. I wanted to kind of say at the outset that it is, with honor and humility that I speak to district leadership and those individuals that gave the presentation tonight, that they're committed. They're committed to really study the role of education and in policy, and how it either encourages or inhibits, opportunity. And in a lot of respects, this is really opportunity, not based on what we've seen as looking at inequality based on income, but really inequality that's based structurally on place and many other things in that way. Structural inequality has been around since the beginning of the founding of this country, and in class and racial division. And these consequences are becoming much more critical as time moves on, and as the country continues to become much more of a majority driven place. And so hence this interest in diversity, equity, and inclusion in this way. And I'm thankful for that. But we really want to look at this from a social equity lens, I think. Clearly, education has a deep place in this equation, but we certainly don't want to leave out the fact that there are public and private institutions where the lack of resource, the lack of support has driven this structural inequity, whether it's been in education, whether it's been in law, whether it's been in finance, whether it's been in housing policy, economic development. And so as we keep moving forward in this most important work, I would hope that those other lenses are looked at, because education is not in a silo. These DEI issues are not solely, our imprimatur. And when these kids get out of K through 12, they'll be faced with, and their parents are facing these challenges, presently across all these social sectors. And so I would hope that we reach out and expand this concept of DEI beyond the walls of the district to really look at how that exists in concert with the rest of the players and neighbors inside of the Santa Monica and Malibu and greater Southern California community, because we're going to really need to highlight that in that way, so that there's a real and relative context for the students, for them to understand that. And as many on this call know, real learning comes with context. It comes with nuance. It's not simply just reading words on a page or listening to a lecture. It's contextual in nature. And so I think that as we keep moving forward with this, that we want to call on our other public and private institutions in our greater Santa Monica, Malibu area to also weigh in on these issues of structural inequality, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the district, again, is showing that it is a forward-thinking institution and leading in this way and in moving forward in that fashion. And so, again, and this is all in hopes to improve the educational opportunities and learning of young students so that they can be their better selves. So I just want to say again, thank you for the district and district leadership in doing so. And we're behind you all the way. So thank you.
So to repeat direction that I think I heard from the board is that the entire board is excited by this presentation. We would like to keep working with this to move toward it. We just believe that Dr. Moore and her team should play a leadership role in figuring out what these next steps will be. We will be voting on the contract for professional development. That's already ongoing. That will finish the rest of this year. So clearly we can put money behind this, but the money's coming from LCAP supplemental, which Dr. Mora has to answer for. I think it's only right to have Dr. Mora play that role. Dr. Richardson and Ms. Chacon, I see your hands up. I have to move on. And Dr. Drotti asked to end this item. So I want to let Dr. Drotti speak to end this item because we're 45 minutes over what we already allotted. This is hugely important, but I have 60 or 70 parents waiting to speak, and I have to honor them as well during this time. So Dr. Drotti, could you close this item for us?
Yeah,
We have to move on after Dr. Drotti.
Yes, I'll be very quick. And I want to thank all the administrators that presented. I know that takes a lot of courage just coming here, talking about this very sensitive topic, but it's a necessary topic to talk about. So I thank you for doing that. And then for the rest of the public, I realize these are topics not easy talked about, and sometimes people wonder why the district's so focused on this. I mean, you probably saw a presentation earlier that talks about us studying redlining and studying all these different things. Well, why is all this now, this presentation, and then all the work around social justice standards and all that? The why of all this has to do with the fact, the way I see it, and I believe the board sees it, and then when they hired me, there was an extensive interview just to talk about this issue, is our democracy is at stake. And our democracy is a social contract. It's a social contract between the citizens and the people that live in this country, meaning that if I do what I'm supposed to do, you do what you're supposed to do, we could all be happy, right? If I do what I do, you do what you do, and everybody is able to do what they need to do, we could all be happy. And America is enough to where everybody can be satisfied. And so I just want to make sure I encourage people that just look at what's going on in the world right now. The tension that exists in our world right now, just based on the last 4 years, and that culminated in what happened at the White House. That social contract was broken, right? It's broken, and like I said, I mentioned earlier that I came from a different country where once it's broken, it is hard to bring back, right? So the only way we're going to do that is if people within that social contract feel that they have a fair shot, they have an equal chance of being able to have the American dream. And so as we move forward as citizens, and we educate the community and we educate each other, we all have to understand our own biases. We have to understand how we collude in the system, including myself as an African-American male, how I also collude in the system. And the only way you can do that is do your own self-examination through these understandings, and actually see how sometimes your actions, what you do and how you react can impact and disenfranchise somebody else. And it's a work in progress. I think all of us have to accept that. And I'm hoping the parents sometimes, or people who may be listening to this, or intimidated by this, or nervous about this, they don't see this as a zero sum, but just to bring people to that social contract and feel involved and able to succeed here. So, but it'll take a lot of work. Okay, we need to teach redlining. Okay, to be able to explain how that impacted the whole group of the population that would have walked away from the system, and those falsely blaming for false reasons. So thank you, the administrators. This is huge, and Lori is Liburn is correct. It's going to be in the details, and I think in all of this we're going to stumble, we're going to fall, we're going to learn, we're going to adjust. But I think we keep pressing on, we'll just be the better for it. So I appreciate that. So.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Trotti. So I'd like to move on to Maria. If it's necessary, I go ahead. But we're now 15 minutes behind.
I don't agree. I think we need for this topic to come back as an agenda at the next meeting, so that we can hear from Dr. Richardson and from all the doctors, Dr. Culpepper and, Dr. Andrews, everybody and Dino, everybody that made a presentation tonight, and give us a direction, if we do hire these what is it, these contractors, the company that's going to come in, I guess they've already done training, how is it that's going to be rolled out? Because I think, to say that we're going to give it to Dr. Mara, and nothing against that, Dr. Mara, but you're busy. We're busy trying to open. So, I think I'd rather her worry about those other bigger pieces and have the committee of all the leadership in the middle school to take it on as your lead, and let's move on with it. I don't think it really has.
But there's no way. Okay, but Maria, you've seen the agenda. There's no way we can do this on March 4th. The agenda is too packed on March 4th, and I highly doubt March 17th is going to accommodate it. So we're either going to bring it back at the end of March before break, or in April come back from summer. There's
the work starts anyway. We're going to be
dealing with right now.
We're hiring the consultants
by
anyway.
approving the consent. Let's do this offline. Let's go to consent right now, which is what they need to keep moving forward with what they're doing.
Who does?
So I would like to see if there's a motion to approve consent item F11, approval of independent contractors.
So moved.
I see a motion by Keith. Is there a second by Richard? So let's do a roll call vote for this item. Jennifer.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
Lori.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Craig.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So consent is passed, which includes this item, so that this team can continue the work they're doing while we figure out the next step. So that's a good thing. Okay, so now we go to item H2, Santa Monica Ed Foundation Quarterly Report. I'm guessing, I don't even know if it's Linda. Is Linda here to present this?
Yes, it will be Ms. Linda Greenberg.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm here. I'm happy to be able to report the Ed Foundation's quarterly update on our fundraising progress as stipulated by our Memorandum of Understanding with the Board of Education. As we all know, this has been a truly unusual year. The pandemic has had a definite impact on our fundraising efforts. I'll get into the specifics during my presentation, but overall, we have seen both ends of the spectrum. Amazing generosity and bigger gifts from those who have done well financially this year, and also much smaller or no gifts from donors who are in difficult financial situations. We've also seen a huge increase in the number of people who are not giving at all because of their dissatisfaction with distance learning, which, as we all know, has nothing to do with the programs we fund, but nevertheless, many feel it's the only way to show their discontent. Sarah, can you go to the next slide? Okay. I'm going to start while she's getting there. Our parent campaign ended on January 31st. Our fiscal year goes through June 30th, but we do end our parent campaign on January 31st. During the 7 months of this campaign, we were thrilled to be able to offer matching gift incentives to our community, which we know they respond positively to. And this year we did something different. We were able to find a way to help the most vulnerable students in our district while still raising money for the programs and staff that benefit all of our students in Santa Monica. Not once, but twice, we were able to secure big matches from generous community members. We set up a program where for every dollar donated to the Ed Foundation's annual fund, up to $65,000, the matching donor would contribute to support tutoring for our vulnerable SED students. So during Pledge Days in October, we had a week-long $30,000 match from an anonymous donor. When people donated that week to the Ed Foundation's annual fund, this donor contributed to support tutoring for homeless and foster youth in high school. The Ed Foundation raised over $190,000 during those 5 days to support our annual fund, which impacts all kids. And we were also able to help facilitate this tutoring program, which began in January. Then in the first half of December, we had a wonderful $65,000 match from 3 donors, an anonymous donor who gave $50,000, Nancy and Nimish Patel, who gave $10,000 from their donor advised fund, and the Applebaum Kahn Foundation, which gave $5,000. This time, when people donated to the Ed Foundation's annual fund, this group of donors contributed to help supporting tutoring for socioeconomically disadvantaged students in middle schools. We raised $211 and $732, for our annual fund, impacting all students, and therefore successfully unlocked the match. During this pandemic, many people have reached out to us to ask how we can help with the current situation. It's actually been a great opportunity to be able to explain to people that the Ed Foundation, through its MOU with the district, is bound to raise money a year in advance for programs stipulated by the Board of Education. We are not in a position to change our fundraising course mid-year and stop raising money for programs and staff that we had agreed to raise money for, but we wanted to help. So we were really thrilled to get creative and think of a way to help the students who needed it most during this pandemic while working to fulfill our fundraising objectives for next year. In addition to the special project matches, we had 3 wonderful matches, one from Kilroy Realty for $25,000, another $25,000 match from an anonymous parent donor, and a $15,000 match from the Fairmont Miramar Hotels and Bungalows and MSD Capital. We also had 8 flash matches. Those are the day-long smaller matches for our community. And these flash matches were generously offered by Santa Monica Music Center, VCA, Pacific Youth Foundation, Janet Hinesley, Realtor, RAND, and one more anonymous corporate donor. Next page, please. As of January 31st, 2,362 people have donated to our campaign, of which 1,834 are parents. We are down 28% in parent participation as compared to January 31st, 2020, which is a huge decrease. However, while we've seen this significant decrease in participation, we are down only 9% in the amount of money raised from parents. This shows us that those who can give are giving more. As of January 31st last year, 2020, the average gift per household was $638. And as of January 31st this year, it's $800 per household. That's a big increase. Additionally, we've raised 10% more from our major donors, those giving $2,500 or more as compared to this time last year. Again, this speaks to the fact that those who are in a position to donate are often giving more, and for that we are truly grateful. We are also honored to include a number of our PTA partners in our Superintendent Circle and Leadership Circles. Thank you to Franklin PTA for its $20,000 gift, Roosevelt for its $10,000 donation, Grant and Will Rogers PTAs for their $5,000 contributions, and Samo High for its $2,500 contributions. Next slide, please. Last year, I was here telling you that we had raised 13% more from our corporate heroes. And here I am 1 year later to tell you that we are 49% behind. Not surprisingly, we have seen the biggest drop in fundraising from corporate heroes. Many businesses are in difficult situations, and as a result, they are not in a position to donate. We completely understand that, and we are so thankful to the businesses who are still able to give something. A 49% drop in fundraising from this group is huge, so we are trying to make up for this loss in other ways, mostly from individuals. We have built really wonderful relationships with our corporate heroes over the years, and here is a list of our biggest corporate donors to date. those who give $10,000 and more. And on the next slide, thank you, Sarah, we will see the list of our corporate heroes who give between $1,000 and $9,999. Thank you to all of these corporate partners. Next slide. And now we move on to the remainder of our fundraising year, which ends on June 30th. And we clearly still have a lot of work to do. Did you know that there is a significant number of people who have not yet renewed their gift to the Ed Foundation this year? The amount this group donated last year totals $464,958. If everyone renewed their gift at the same amount they gave last year, we'd be in a great position. So we continue to reach out to this group. However, as I mentioned at the very beginning of my presentation, we have seen more and more people respond to us saying that they will not donate this year due to something that is completely out of our control. Believe me, there are many reasons people tell us every single year why they're not going to donate. One reason, of course, is that people's financial positions have changed and they cannot give. However, this is where I must remind people who are listening that any gift of any amount still makes a difference. Oftentimes we hear from parents who gave $500 last year that they can't give anything because they can't give at the same level. We want to make it crystal clear that even if you can't give at the same level that you've given in previous years, but you can give something, please give. A smaller amount is better than no amount at all. Another reason parents are not donating this year is mostly due to their dissatisfaction with distance learning and or not returning to in-person school. We've all heard it. We know that there are people on all different sides of it, but it just keeps, it's a recurring theme that we get, to our staff, that this is really one of the biggest reasons they're not donating. In addition to our continued outreach to renewal and non-donor families, we are still soliciting donations and grants from corporate partners and foundations. This spring is a time when more businesses tend to come on board for event sponsorship opportunities. And finally, we have our wine auction scheduled to take place on Saturday, May 1st. We've moved to a Saturday evening this year since we are still virtual. We are so excited to continue with this event, even in a virtual format, and we are working hard to make it as fun and engaging as possible. It was a blast last year, and we think it's going to be even more fun this year. So I hope all of you will join us. Again, put Saturday, May 1st in your calendars. Next slide. As of January 31st, our annual grant to the district is $1,871,000. Sorry, $1,871,644. I'm getting tired, you guys. We are working really hard to raise as much as we did last year, and last year's grant was a little over $2 million. But at this point, we're not sure if we'll be able to do that. I encourage everyone listening to this presentation to donate whatever they can so we don't have to cut additional programs for our kids. And of course, you can donate at smedfoundation.org/donate. I will continue to update you on our progress as you move along with your budgeting process. I know that SAC will be meeting to review these numbers and think about how the programs have gone this year and what we want to continue next year. I think the last thing I want to remind people, because this is another confusion I hear all the time, that we are raising money this year for next year's programs. And as I've heard Dr. Drotti say several times, the public health department permitting, we will be back in person at our schools next year. And we want to make sure that we have these wonderful programs for all kids throughout the district. And that is it. Thank you. My last slide is a thank you slide. And does anyone have any questions?
Great, that's my role. Any questions or comments for Linda other than thank you for all the work that you are doing?
Well, I want to thank my staff and my board because they're incredible. I think a couple of our board members are on, especially our board president, Allison Havel. I think I saw Doug Drew and Elise Bennett, and I apologize to my board if I missed anyone else. But it is truly a pleasure to raise money for kids in this district. And the fact that the programs benefit all kids really speaks to the equity of programming we've always strived to, make sure happen. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. It's a
Thank
tough,
you,
it's a
Linda.
tough climate to be raising money
And everyone.
Yeah,
for students.
thank you.
Great. So I will now move us to item H3, which is our special education update. I'll introduce Deanna Sinfield.
Okay, and I'd like to bring up my coordinators, which are Victoria Hurst, Hilda Salas, Joseph Garcia, and Francis Costanzo. They will be assisting me with this presentation. I just am trying to get my screen sharing to start. I think I found it. And I had it on presenter view. No. Well, that's good enough, right? That'll do. So tonight we're here to speak to you about, hold on, I'm up too far. Let me, hold on. Gotta go back. Okay. So we're here to speak to you about special education and what we've been doing for this year and our goals going forward. And thank you to the board and Dr. Drotti for allowing us some time to speak on just what we've been working on. So we're gonna speak about disability versus neurodiversity, our performance, what's new this year, our programs, techniques and technologies, trainings and collaborations, updating practices, our legal status, and goals. And we're gonna move through it pretty quickly because we know that we have a limited time. So I have a quote at the top that is, the problem is not the person's disability, the problem is society's view of the person's abilities. And one thing we're finding, and I know John Keene and Jennifer were at our last CDAC meeting, is that our parents feel that a lot of times their students are not seen. And if they are seen, they're being seen as different instead of differently abled. They're seen as disabled instead of differently abled or neurodiverse. We need to educate our community not only on what's different about our students, but how to celebrate each other and everyone and see our abilities. And that the social justice standards apply to neurodiverse students as well. Oftentimes they're left out of the group. They're put in a separate bucket than everyone else and seen very differently. And it's pretty fitting for us to follow the last discussion about diversity, equity, and inclusion, because I think our students tend to be the forgotten students at times. They're not seen as part of this whole equation. So we want to make sure that we're recognizing their neurodiversity as well as celebrating their abilities. And all students' abilities, but our students' abilities too. So we're going to go over some performance data of our special education students on diagnostic and interim assessments, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Garcia at this point.
Thank you, members of the board, and thank you, superintendent and members and community members of Santa Monica. So for the first slide, we have the ELA diagnostics. So this basically focuses on phonemic awareness, vocabulary, print awareness, background knowledge, the big five that every student should learn in early elementary, and as well as focusing in the secondary levels on essay writing and reading. And next slide, please. Thank you. And as you can see with the data, we're comparing non-students in special education with students in special education. As you can see the data, we are trying our best with teaching and learning. We're slowly performing, we slowly know our targets. If we look deeper into the data, we can slowly see what claims and what areas of instruction our students need, particular different tiers of support. Next slide, please. And this is the ELA diagnostic test. These are basic essay writing, comprehension, reading, so on and so forth. And as you can see, our students in special education are not performing as their general education peers, but with the help of the coordinators, we're going to slowly go into the classrooms and make observations and provide feedback and just tools to support them in helping them with writing, reading, arithmetic, and helping structure essays, especially with expository and narrative writings. Next slide, please.
Can I just add really quick that if you're looking at this slide, this area right here at the bottom, are those students who didn't take the test. So when you look at these bands, they're different, but not as different as just the number of students who didn't take the test. And I'm not sure why that occurred, but that would make a big difference in how we view this. So if we took away just this portion, we would be able to compare apples to apples right here. This is just the huge piece of 55% of our students never even engaged in the testing.
And that could also be students that opted out of testing, or parents that refused to test, or so on and so forth, or students that were moderate severe. So, I mean, we have to look deeper into the data as well. Thank you, Deanna. And next slide. Basically, these are our smaller assessments. They intend to provide educators with the ability to check where students are at the moment in time and use the results to determine next steps for instruction. So this is a great indicator for our teachers to provide great, robust lesson plans to help support students with different strands of the Common Core standards. Next slide, please. And these are our interim ELA assessments. So we're comparing them once again with our special education and non-special education students. And as you can see, our special ed students that exceed standards is 14%, and approaching standards is 45%. We're slowly, I mean, that 40% is troublesome with below standards, but once again, though, it's just, I think it's for us as coordinators and for administrators to go into the classroom, see what's going on, and using a framework to support our students and just having those meaningful conversations and having actionable feedback. Next slide, please. And these are our interim IBA assessments compared. As you can see from our ELA interim assessments, we do have our students below standards. It's 40%, which is also troublesome. And our students approaching or exceeding standards is 45 and 14%. If we look at this is as well as troubling and alarming, because that 40% of students aren't obtaining the mastery, the understanding of our Common Core standards. So we have to look deeper into it and provide the appropriate tier level of instruction.
And let me add to this that if you look at the slide to the right, for me it's the right, that's last year's CASP data, so it was the end of year data, and what we're showing you is the IABs, which are the interim data from this year. So you can see that they're really, actually our kids are doing better on the data at this point than they were when they did the CASP. So we're not seeing a huge loss of learning. We'd like to see more in that blue tier, but if you look at the green and the pink, they're not vastly different from what they were at the end of the year when they took the in-school CASP test, the last CASP test.
Thank you, Deanna. Next slide, please. And this shows our ELA SPED scores from 2019 or summative, and as well as 2021, our 2021 ELA SPED scores and 2019 summative CASP performance. So you can see, once again, we're comparing special education and non-special education students are above standards as well. We have 70%, and then near or at standards 41%. And it's similar to what we've been seeing, which is a little bit below half of students are not obtaining at near or near standards. And this is where we have to come in and support them greatly and vastly. Next slide, please. And this is just a basic overview of CGI math or diagnostic assessments. So basically CGI Math is just a program that focuses on problem solving using many strategies. Students communicate with peers as well as teachers on how they solve these problems, and the teacher understands how they are thinking and uses that in their daily instruction. Next slide, please. And as you can see from this slide, it's 2021 math diagnostic test. It's comparing non-SPED and SPED students. So as you can see, I mean, for the most part, students are having a way for the students are performing a little bit better in mathematics as well. In special education, they're up to par. And you can see even in the third quartile, they're actually performing a little bit better than their general education peers as well. So math, I mean, they're performing a little bit at better par than general education peers.
This is really good news for us. We're happy that in math, we're seeing a huge jump where kids are being able to be compared very well to their non-special ed peers. So this is really good news for us.
Thank you. And this is a basic framework of all the different math assessments being utilized from K through 12. So as you can see, there's our basic math focuses on algebraic thinking, and then it goes all the way to congruence, number system, as well as algebraic functions, geometry congruence, and interpreting functions. Next slide, please. And this slide, once again, is comparing our students in special education with their non-special education students. It's a 2021 math interim assessments. And as you can see, students are performing a little bit lower than they should, and they're not meeting the standards as their general education peers. And that's once again troublesome as well, but we need to focus on great math training. We need to support teachers and, just adapting lessons and understanding to teach to the students' learning modality. Next slide, please. And it's the 2021 math interim compared to 2019 summative CAS. So as you can see from the interim assessments to our summative assessments, it pretty much is linear. It's pretty much equal. So what we're doing is we just need to focus on those tier 3 students and understand what can we do to better support them. And finally, these are our 2021 math SPED scores for 2019 summative CASP. And it's once again comparing our students in special education and non-special education. Once again, it's pretty much similar to what we've been seeing. 44% or below 50% of students in special education are not meeting standards, while 41, roughly 50, more than 50% of students are at near or above standards.
So we wanted to talk a little bit, move forward past the data. It is hard to look at data right now because we know that students are not at school, but some of them are, but that we're looking at where we're benchmarking now, hoping to project for the future that we're actually getting better. And we did see it, that the IABs were a little bit better than our summatives in 2019. So what's happening this year? We wanted to talk about some of the new things that have gone on. We have some new programs that we opened. We were able to take our social skills programs at Franklin and Grant and make them more functional. So we took our Franklin school, I'm sorry, and I mixed these up again. I don't know. Oh no, this is right. Sorry, let me go back. I don't know how to go back, and now it won't let me go back. I'm gonna try this again because it's glitching on me. So we did open some new programs. We opened our Franklin Social Skills Program and our Grant Social Skills programs were, one is for more of our communication kids who need more communication assistance. They may be able to use typing devices or use different ways of communication. So we made one class where they were focusing on communication, and the other class was focusing on those social pragmatics of, and I don't know why I'm not getting back, but because I'm in Google Slides. Oh, here we go. So there are social pragmatic skills, which is more of the subtleties of language, things that are really hard to teach. For example, idioms, things like when kids are talking to each other, they may not say exactly what they mean, but you have to take care of what they're feeling. So we teach a lot of that at the grant skills, social skills program. And we found that their teacher and parent satisfaction is pretty high this year in those programs. We also opened a collaborative kindergarten. So we took our Rogers program, which was a developmental kindergarten, and we made it a collaborative program. So there's a general ed teacher and a special education teacher collaboratively teaching. And we found that 75% of the students performed in reading at the top 10. They were within the top 10 reading level of their class. So we saw that that was a really big jump for our kids, and it's working out very well. We also hired 2 new bilingual coordinators, and that's quite helpful with IEP meetings and just making sure that we have a diverse population as well at the district office, and that we restructured our roles as a coordinator and district office. So we completely restructured how we are working with our schools and how we work as a team as well. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Costanzo, who's going to go over our district programs that we have right now.
Hi, good evening. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the district programs that we have, and what you see on this slide tells you where the programs are in terms of elementary, middle school, and high school. And we'll talk a little bit about what they are. We are fortunate as a district to have the programs we have and to have the support we have to have these programs. Especially compared to our comparable districts, because it allows us to keep our students on their general ed campuses, and all of our students, regardless of the programs that they're in, have time in general education, and that's dictated based on their IEP, but the focus is as much time in general education as possible. So if you look at the elementary side of it, like Deanna mentioned and talked about, we have the Franklin Social Skills Program and the Grant Social Skills Program. And she did mention the change in those programs. We used to do those by pathways, Lincoln Pathway and JAMS Pathway. But with the changes we made this year, teachers could become much more focused on the students' needs. They don't have as wide a range of needs in their classrooms, and it allows them to give the students more instruction. We have a life skills program at Malibu Elementary and McKinley. These are our students who require support in language, support navigating the campus physically, support in basic skills. Underneath that, we have our Mirror Intensive program. This is a classroom designed for students who need additional help in their academics, where they need a smaller classroom, where the instruction on their academics is much more focused on their skill sets. Like Deanna mentioned, we have the Rogers Collaborative Kindergarten Program. Roosevelt, we have the Step E. It used to be called PBS. This is a self-contained classroom for students who really need support and strategies and counseling on their behaviors. But they also spend a lot of their time in general education as well. But by having this program there, even when the student is in general education, they're following the same strategies. They have the support on campus through the teacher and the school psychologist, and they know there's a safe place to go if they do need support with behaviors. All schools have specialized academic instruction. Specialized academic instruction is basically students who have IEPs for academic help, whether it's reading, math, writing. They see the special education teacher for those goal areas, and then they're in general the rest of the day. Then if you look on the other side, it shows you where those comparative programs from elementary go to for middle and high school. John Adams has the Step E, Lincoln has social skills, intensive and life skills. Then you see what Malibu High has, and SMASH has our Step I program. That's a specific program for students who are internalizing their behaviors. They keep a lot within themselves, and they need support with counseling, with academics. Again, it gives them a safe place to be, to get instruction while also being able to go into the general education classroom. Then if you look at high schools, again, that shows you Samuel High gets everything because we all feed into Samuel, but it also shows you what Malibu High has. One thing to point out is that OCLC has a collaborative program. Collaborative programs are where general education teachers and special education teachers work together within a general education classroom to support students. But want to point out that Lincoln Middle School, John Adams, and Santa Monica High School also have collaborative programs. So those are throughout our secondary schools. And like Diana mentioned, the Rogers Kinder program went from a self-contained program in the past to a collaborative program, which again gets students in a general education class with a special education teacher and a general education teacher. So those are our programs.
And now I'm going to have Ms. Hurst speak about our non-public schools and residential placements.
Great. Thank you. As Deanna said, there's been a change of coordinator roles this year, including one coordinator working directly with non-public and residential schools. This has created greater efficiency in monitoring these programs with the focus of bringing students back to district programs. It's also allowed better relationships between district staff and residential treatment center and non-public schools, as they only have one point person to work with. So for non-public schools, currently we have 10 students in non-public schools as of today. This year, we have not added any students to our non-public school caseload. Currently, all but one non-public school is online. ACA, or Academy of Advancement of Children with Autism, is where we have 5 students, is currently running a hybrid cohort model. And we have 2 students expecting to graduate from NPS this year. For Residential Treatment Center, we have 4 students as of today. Since winter break, we have brought 4 students back from Residential Treatment Center directly into district program.
Thank you. So we wanted to talk a little bit about the programs that are meeting in person, because I know a lot of you have heard students are not on campus, but we actually have been bringing students onto campus since November. So our preschool programs at Lincoln Child Development Center, McKinley and Muir opened in November, and they continue to add students as we speak. They also have 2 online teachers that are continuing to work with students who are not wanting to come onto campus at this time. We've also opened our social skills programs, and you see cute little pictures of our kids being happy in their boxes on campus, and those one opened in December and another one opened in February. We have our intensive program, which is located at Muir, and that opened February 1st. We have life skills, and Malibu Elementary open, and Malibu Elementary and middle school combined their program because they had few students who wanted to come back, and they opened February 1st. McKinley will be opening February 22nd. So Samuel High will be opening February 22nd. And then I believe I heard from Lincoln, and they will be opening up in early March. We have our STEP E, or positive behavior support programs. John Adams Middle School opened this week. Samuel High will be opening next week. SMASH will be opening March 2nd. So that's our STEP I, our internalizing program. And Malibu High students have chosen to be part of what we call our SAI 504 hub. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. Webster opened a hub. We kind of co-open this with our child development services. So we do have students with special needs in those programs, and we are supporting them with some paraeducation support, and then some coordinator support as well. And then Malibu Middle and High School opened an SAI and 504 hub, I think it was last week. So they have middle and high schoolers in that program. We also opened our Samuel High transition program, and that opened back in November. And those are for students who are age 18 to 22 who are on a certificate track program. So they are coming into school as well. So we do have some new technologies and techniques that we have put into place for our students. And I'm going to have Ms. Salas, one of our coordinators, share on these.
Okay, hi, good evening. First of all, one of the techniques that we use is evidence-based practices, such as classroom pivotal response training, which is a variation of applied behavioral analysis therapy. And it really focuses on pivotal areas, such as increasing a child's motivation to learn, initiating communication, and monitoring their own behaviors. We also have Read Well, which is a comprehensive research-based K-3 reading and language arts program. That is a program that helps build critical skills that students need to be successful readers and learners. We also use Learning Ally, which is a series of audiobooks and support services for students that are struggling with reading. It provides early detection of learning difficulties and provides accommodations for students. Unique is the curriculum that we use for our moderate to severe population, and that covers the span of kindergarten through our post-secondary our transition program. The curriculum covers math, language arts, social studies, and independent living skills as well. We have Read and Write for Google for 480 of students, and that offers a range of support tools for students to gain confidence with their reading, writing, studying, and research skills. It's really, really useful for students that have processing deficits. It utilizes speech to text, text to speech, proofreading, and the students can create voice notes that they can listen to afterwards on their Google Docs. We have over 70 iPads that have been deployed to students so that they can use them for communication and for accessing their curriculum. And we have over 100 educational applications to target speech, occupational therapy, and classroom goals that our teachers are very savvy about. Next slide, please. Our Circle of Friends is unstructured time where students who are disabled and non-disabled peers can come together to eat lunch together, interact, well, when we were on campus, but they can also interact via Zoom, and they spend special time together. And what's really nice about that is that it really widens the social circle for our disabled students. We have provided over 10,000 hours of paraeducator trainings that has been completed to date in behavior, prompting, executive functioning, and social emotional areas, and that has been provided by our behavior specialists. We have ongoing training for all of our staff in nonviolent crisis prevention, which is techniques that are used to de-escalate students when they're having difficulties in class. We are working with UC Lend on training staff in neurodiversity and providing human development courses for parents and students. And that is an interdisciplinary program that has health professionals and graduate level fellows working together. Trainings for new teachers, that is a series of trainings that has been developed by the coordinators to work with new teachers, and that covers lots of different areas such as IEP development, working with behaviors in the classroom, how to work with your collab teacher, just a number of different topics that we cover with this training. Job-alike meetings that our teachers participate in, those they tend to do every couple of months, and what it involves is bringing in special speakers that can speak on topics of interest to the teachers. It's a great opportunity for teachers to share ideas and to present to one another techniques or strategies that are working in their classrooms. And meetings regarding our special education plan that we have on a regular basis.
So we've been updating our practices as we go. This year, we did do a COVID manual that provided special education providers, administrators, and counselors all that they would needed to know in order to function within the COVID-19 world. And that was developed with student services, and we were able to put out a booklet for everyone to use, and including, it kind of got passed around LA County a bit. So it was a pretty comprehensive guide. We also updated we're in the process of updating our procedures for English language learners in order to assist them in reclassification. So we've been doing a lot of work on how can we reclassify students who perhaps are not reading at grade level or are unable to access language in a way that would allow them to achieve at a high level on the CASP or the LPAC. We're continuing to work on IEP compliance to assist with reporting to the state and CalPADS. We're using a strengths needs approach to IEP meetings versus having people come in and read reports to our families. We're actually doing it as more of a conversation where we talk about the students' strengths and then any needs they might have and develop IEPs based on that. So it's a much more user-friendly way of doing an IEP, and it's based on an alternative dispute resolution. We're using a problem-solving approach in the best interest of students. So when we find out there's a problem, we're trying to be creative in how we solve that problem and work with students. This year, we were able to put in meet and greets for students at transitional points. For example, going from preschool to elementary, elementary to middle, and middle to high school. And this was at the urging and the prompting of CDAC, which is our special education district advisory committee. They often have wonderful ideas and they speak for the voices of the parents in our district. And we're really listening to what they have to say and how they have been able to navigate the system and basically what they think other parents may need or other students may need in order to make it a more user-friendly district. And then we continue to keep our paraeducator positions filled. When I first came in, we had probably 50 to 100 open paraeducator spots, and we are doing continuous hiring so that we always have those positions filled. And it's been much more successful because that was a big contentious point with everyone prior to, and I think we've done a really good job working with our personnel and our personnel commission and Julie Union in the district office to really fill those positions. And thank you to Nidra as well. It's been wonderful collaborating with everyone to get those positions filled. For our goals for 2021 and 2022 are to continue those meet and greets at transition points, make sure all of our IEPs for students who are English language learners include practices to assist them in reclassification, engage us in the social justice conversations as well as it relates to neurodiverse populations, work with our middle school special education offerings. We want to see how we can extend some of the ones we have in our elementary schools into our middle schools, continue communication with special ed families about our programs and be transparent about what we offer, work with general education, with the general education staff on pre-referral practices. We really want to see what we can do at those, at the MTSS level, at tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 interventions prior to special education. So special education is more of the last thing you do versus the first thing you do. And that will really help kids at an earlier level. And we have great practices out there. We just want to see what we can do to help operationalize them. Continue to train our staff in evidence-based practices. We've developed some wonderful collaborations with our universities, and they've been sending us staff as well as trainings, and we're really fortunate that they want to work with us. And again, those are often brought to us by parents. Our CDAC is a wealth of information, and they brought us UC Lend. So we're really trying to work with our community members to fulfill our needs as well. We want to continue to build independence in our students. We want them to be able to function in the world once we leave them. So we're trying to work on our transition skills as well as what they can do independent of us. And then we, of course, continue to want to reduce our legal cases, because the more money we spend on legal cases, the less we can spend on our programming. I'm going to turn it over to Victoria for this.
Yep, thank you. So since the start of the 2020-21 school year, we have had 6 due process cases. 5 have been settled and dismissed, and 1 is currently in the midst of settlement discussions. So the common theme for most of our legal cases are unilateral placements by parents at private schools or residential treatment centers, requesting independent evaluations. That's when families disagree with the results of the evaluations that staff members have done, and wanting additional services on the IEP. We also, as Deanna mentioned, engage in alternative dispute resolution, where we work with parents before either party engages in the legal process. And finally, at our weekly coordinator meetings, we discuss settlements and ensure that they're being implemented.
So that's the end of our presentation, but we've been working really hard to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students and building programs that not only assist our students, but assist them in becoming part of the whole picture of accessing their whole environment, as well as helping them become independent individuals who can access their environment without us at some point, as much as possible. So we thank you for this time. We hope that we've answered some of your questions, and we're happy to take more.
Great. Thank you so much, Deanna, and thank you, team, special ed team. Any questions or comments for Deanna and the team? Keith?
I wanted to say thank you so much for your passion and your professionalism in what's described as a special education space. That's something that is beyond near and dear for me, in that my mother was a special education teacher, and she moved in that direction because of some challenges that occurred in her life as a mother with a middle daughter that was multi-handicap blind. So I very much appreciate your commitment in that space. One of the things that I did hear you describe, and that was clear in one of the slides, was a change in language. And that's something that I remember from many decades ago. And that is that the terminology is and the narrative is really important. And I heard you describe that some of the parents felt that their voices weren't heard, or that their own children's voices were not heard, or that they were described as being other than or different. And words are definitive. Words are powerful. And so I'm with you in the concept of describing folks as being uniquely abled and having more robust characteristics as young people continue to learn and continue to grow. And I have a particular story that's related to that for those individuals who might not recognize that folks who are uniquely abled may warrant certain kind of deference. Some work with an aerospace consortium where certain kinds of work practices in machine shops and things like that normal individuals that maybe are not on a particular spectrum may not engage in were filled by folks who have these unique abilities and were able to perform that job much better than maybe standard individuals such as you and such as ourselves. And so that's just an example of how continued support and continued nurturing of folks can allow them to live and be their best selves. And in particular, I was really impressed by the description of the classroom response training, and especially the applied behavioral analysis function, and how that helped to sort of propel motivation. So, so thank you so much for all that you do in that, and continued support for that work for those uniquely abled individuals. So thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Does anybody else have anything they need to add? Okay, yes, Maria.
No, great job. I agree with all the points that Keith made in terms of the language being used and the change. Because it definitely, I mean, it's the tone and the way you presented, Dina, it's like the tone. I can imagine the families, you know, and all of you, all the coordinators. I think I had the privilege of somewhere connecting up with Joseph, because I think a couple of my Latino families were having issues with their sons, and I referred them over to you. But the fact, the dispute resolution approach is great. The fact that that's helped lower, our legal, approach on this, and hopefully a better way of, of resolving the cases rather than going to litigation. Problem solving in the best interest of the children, looking at the strengths and the needs. But most importantly, I'm looking forward to your involvement in getting involved with our EL students and in the IEPs, and making sure that somewhere in that IEP plan, there's something there regarding the students' ability to reclassify, and set up almost like an approach of a plan, so that I think the parents would feel really much more comfortable in that respect, that they see a light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you so much. You're all doing great. You're a great team right there. Thank you.
Lori?
John, we have 3 speakers, so I wanted to.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So yes, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said, so I don't want to take away from that. But we do have 3 speakers. 2 of them, Alicia Mignano and Diana Maruri, each have 3 minutes, and then the third one signed up late, so she has 1 minute, and she needs a translator. So if Sarah, if you could make connection with one of our translators to be ready. We'll start with Alicia.
Hi. Yes, I echo everything that Maria Leon Vasquez has said. And I was happy to see the addition of assistance for English learners with IEPs. I've sat at so many meetings where parents say that they need help with the translation of the IEPs. This is a difficult document, and they need to have these translated before they have the meetings. They also are asking for to have what was on that slide, reclassification. Like, how can we help our English learners reclassify? This is a subgroup, like they are both special ed and English learners. So we really are asking for more support for them, more workshops for parents. I'm happy with the progress. I'm happy with the team, but our parents need additional support, especially the translation piece. These parents go to these meetings and they don't have everything translated right before the meeting. They don't have time to review these documents. So please more help on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Maruri.
Buenas noches a todos. Quiero agradecer a Diana Sinfield por los cambios que está realizando actualmente dentro del distrito en educación especial. Pero hay muchas cosas que se deben trabajar. Soy madre de 2 niños con discapacidad, uno más severo y uno leve. Mi hijo severo es un aprendiz de inglés junto con mi otro hijo. Mi hijo severo tiene parálisis cerebral y necesita mucho más apoyo. Él habla inglés y habla español a pesar de su diagnóstico. Pero ¿saben qué? Hay cosas muy frustrantes, no solo para mí, sino para los otros padres que somos aprendices de inglés. Este es un llamado urgente para que puedan contratar intérpretes certificados, considerando que un IP tiene una traducción y usa una terminología muy técnica. Y como padres, incluso si hablan el mismo idioma nativo, no se entiende lo que es tener esas palabras técnicas. ¿Cómo nosotros apoyarlo? El que ustedes estén usando las comunitarias, ellas nos traducen de acuerdo a su experiencia que tienen para traducir, pero ellas no son intérpretes certificadas. Y la ley dice que debe ser certificado. Deben entendernos que como padres, al no entender algo tan pequeño en una palabra, para nosotros en la reunión de ALPI se genera una frustración porque no entendemos lo que nos están hablando y no podemos entender qué es lo que me están diciendo y cómo yo puedo ser una partícipe activa dentro de la reunión de ALPI. Es importante que la comunitaria, el rol que debe tener en esa junta de IP, sea nuestro apoyo como enlace comunitario, apoyo a la familia, porque son momentos tan difíciles en el poder entender qué servicios van a ayudar a mi hijo y cómo esos servicios realmente van a dar ese soporte. Eso les va a ayudar a ustedes como distrito a que las demandas sean mínimas, porque las demandas, si ustedes revisan los casos y si ustedes les invito a que participen en unas juntas de IP, como Diana lo ha hecho, es otra realidad. ¿Saben cómo nos sentimos los padres? Nos hacen sentir como que fuéramos ignorantes, que no sabemos lo que nos están diciendo. Cuando nos dan una evaluación y nos está hablando el especialista, nos hablan temas técnicos donde nosotros no entendemos lo que nos están diciendo. Y hay muchos coordinadores y maestros que lo que hacen es imponernos las cosas en las reuniones y no nos dan la oportunidad de hablar. Y por esas injusticias y por esos enojos, los padres tenemos que buscar ayudas legales porque no somos escuchados en las juntas. Muchos padres se sienten después de una junta de IP frustrados. Aparte de la discapacidad que un hijo ya tiene, tenemos que lidiar con la frustración de no ser escuchados porque no entendemos ni lo ni lo que nos quieren decir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The last speaker is Laura Hernandez. Sarah, do you see her? Oh, there she is. Wait. You're not muted. You're still muted. Okay. Whoops. Now she's muted. Sarah,
I
now
think she
you're not.
muted herself. Hold on.
Oh.
One moment. Try that.
Okay. Now you're.
Oh, no.
I think you keep undoing the other one.
Okay, you should be good, Laura. Go ahead.
No. What's happening?
I don't know. Hold on. Okay, it does unmute and then it mutes again.
Okay, let's try it.
Her microphone isn't working is the problem.
I don't think her microphone, I think you're right. I don't think her microphone is working. I think you're right. Oh
boy.
If she has headphones and plugs them in and takes it out, sometimes that helps. Okay. I don't know why that sometimes helps. It sometimes does.
No, we can't hear you. Oh.
All right, I'm just going to say, let's, if Vladar can fix this in the next little bit, we'll keep coming back and check.
And otherwise, if you want to send an email, we'll certainly read it. I don't know what else to tell you if we can't hear you.
We'll look for you during the meeting if it works.
That concludes the speakers.
And so, Laura, did you have a comment, or you just letting me know that we had?
No, I was trying to let you know, and I would echo what was said, and actually, the speakers' speeches were incredibly, I think, significant and kind of tell the story of some of the needs.
Yeah. So, board, are we good to move on? Great. Then I'll just say that as a liaison to CDAC for the past 4+ years, I am just so impressed with this current team that Deanna has in place. And they have, in a district of impossible jobs, they easily have the most impossible of the jobs. And yet they show up every day and they fight for their victories and they fight for their students. And I just have so much respect for this team. So thank you for being here tonight, and we'll see you again soon. All right, so which brings us now to major action item I-1, renew resolution number 2002, and I will introduce Kim Nguyen, who will lead us on this one. Well, I assumed it was Kim.
It is. Kim, can you hear me? Are you able to unmute?
I see her now.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. It is recommended that the Board of Education renew resolution number 20-02 declaring an emergency originally adopted on July 16, 2020, that authorizes the superintendent or designee purchase materials, procure services, and take other required actions as needed to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 and reopen schools without a competitive solicitation for bids to respond to the emergency. This reporting occurs at every regularly scheduled meeting until the board terminates this emergency action. Attached to this agenda item is a running report of the services, equipment, materials, and/or supplies. The board must vote by roll call and by 4/5 vote to continue the emergency action and to approve the resolution. Since the last board reporting, the following materials and/or services were obtained by the district. Masks for maintenance and operations staff and special education students, boxes for PPE item storage at McKinley Elementary, gowns for Child Development Services staff, tray tables for outdoor dining by Child Development Services students, 3 waste stream waste containers for outdoor dining at the 10 elementary schools and Child Development Services, as well as driver back transit curtains for Transportation Department.
Terrific. Are there any questions for Kim? Then I will ask for a motion to accept this report, moved by Craig, seconded by Keith. We'll do a roll call. We will need 5 board members to approve this for it to pass. Keith?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Kim, for presenting that. I appreciate it. Brings us now to J, information items. There are 4 information items. We do have a public speaker on item J3, revisions E1 independent study.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Nikki, there you are. Nikki Kohlhoff.
Okay. So this is independent PE. This is really for the folks following along at home, because the board has made it clear that they're not going to respond to any of the comments that I ever make at a school board meeting. So for everybody following along, ISPE is independent PE. And that is when you're in middle school and high school, you can use your outside sport to either leave school early or take another elective. It is another way for students to make the most of their education here in Santa Monica. But 3 years, the school board tried to severely limit ISPE. And this topic really exemplifies a lot of the issues we've already seen so far today. There were a lot of kids signing up for ISPE. It became a labor issue because there were fewer PE teachers needed, but that didn't get a lot of traction. So it was then described as an equity issue. And they tried to eliminate ISPE, saying that it was an inequitable program. Lots of parents came to school board meetings. They were, ignored. Comments were made about, it being an elitist program and not fair to offer, when really it is a way for students to actually get more out of their education here in SMMUSD. So what this change does is it removes the requirement that you have to pass the physical fitness test with in order to stay in ISPE. Now for 3 years, parents said that that was not required. Parents went to the state put in writing that it wasn't required, but the district didn't eliminate it. It started being discriminatory because one of the reasons you could fail that test was if your body mass index wasn't in the right category, yet you could obviously still be an athlete. So it was a discriminatory requirement as well. Board members told us that the PE teacher administering the test wasn't following the rules, so they were purposely excluding kids to kick them out of ISPE. The testing results were thrown out at the state several times because of how this was administered, yet the policy stayed in place. But throughout, the issues of tone policing and retaliation continued and continue today, the folks in, handling this were viewed as troublemakers, portrayed in bad ways. I mean, I think we heard earlier today, the retaliation is pervasive. We heard that from staff speaking on the DEI issue. We heard it last meeting from the new Black Parent Association. It is what you guys do. You've been doing it throughout this meeting. And the tone policing is also unacceptable. We are making substantive comments and you're trying to ignore them. And Maria, the criticism of career academies is you haven't described the purpose, the success rate, the funding, the need for a building, none of that. You've failed on the substantive side of it. So calling people racists for asking you to do your job and be able to justify your choice to spend money and run a program or not is just really uncalled for and unacceptable. So I hope all the parents
time is up.
Speak later, stay on.
Great, thank you so much, Nikki. It brings us now to general public comment.
Sarah let me know that Laura Hernandez thinks she has her
Well,
mic
we're moving to
fixed.
general public comment now, so maybe we just
So
start.
if we take her first,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
Lori, as we go to this, will this be, because we have so many, will it be a 2-minute by our rules?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Yes, definitely. We have over 40 speakers. I don't know exactly because
Well,
some
let's
of
try Mr. Hernandez, then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
All right, Laura, let's see if this works. I can't hear. Can anybody else hear?
No, the microphone's not working. So there's the setting, there's an audio setting that's not working. There's a microphone setting that's not working. The joys of Zoom
Okay.
meetings.
So sorry. Okay, I'm going to read 3 names at a time. Like I said, we have over 40 speakers. So each speaker will have 2 minutes. And I'm going to do first the ones we moved down from having signed up on the wrong item earlier. So those would be Devon Ausman, Ernest Watkins, Arthur Isaac.
Thanks again for understanding, moving you guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, I'm hopeful that they're still here.
Yes, Devon's here. Devon,
Okay,
whenever you're ready.
Great.
Sure. Thank you and good evening, everyone. As you can see from my background, I'm speaking for SCIU 99 for Heroes Pay. I right now am the Director of Facility Use as the Technical Theater Coordinator for the District of Santa Monica, Malibu. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my issue here is that we as classified staff are terrified for our lives as we are being put into the field of the coronavirus, as we're not given the best equipment, the best output, or the best anything that was supposed to be given to us. When the word hero comes up, we've been looking at that as a synonymous to the word expandable, as we are being treated as an expandable worker, as a workforce. I myself have become a COVID compliance officer with the CDC, with the LA County Health, as well as Cal OSHA. I've been looking at and examining our plans for how we've been acting and how we've been treating this whole COVID outbreak. And I'm seeing that we are failing in those plans and those needs by the county standpoint, by the CDC standpoint. And so I've been put into various options where I'm bringing in outside clientele to rent our campuses and use our facilities to bring in permits to help our operation. In the past time, I've already had one client walk into an outbreak. Luckily, I had waivers signed from them, releasing us from any liability to do anything. So in case they did get COVID, they were protected and we were protected from ourselves. We are dealing with a heavy issue here, that we as district employees, we are working as hard as we can to help out as we can. My department has changed into the COVID compliance department. If you've been seeing those tablets at the district office that check your temperature, the signs you've been seeing put up, those circles on the floor, that's been me and mine. And we've been working as hard as we can, but we've also had to change our descriptions. We're technicians. We do theater, we do entertainment, but we also molded ourselves to fill in those spots where the departments fail. We've been doing more.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ernest Watkins, followed by Arthur Isaac, and then Job Nuegwe. I know I'm not pronouncing that correctly, so please forgive me and correct me so we can know what the pronunciation is for the future.
Let's see.
Ernest?
Are you there?
Yes, this is Ernest Watkins. And I was basically going to speak on heroes pay, simply because a lot of what I've heard this evening, and I have to take my hat off and show appreciation to the kids from the February 4th board meeting who shared their experiences as far as their projects go with Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. And I was really inspired by all of that. But the only exception that I take with the whole issue is that there were no children of African-American descent. Not that I really care so much about the children not being present. It's just the idea that as a Black man, I feel as though I'm just as valuable, just as heroic in my effort to do my job every day and put my life and my family's life at risk every day. And now we're like in the middle of Black History Month, and you know we're just asking for an opportunity to address this issue on a very important month, to say the least. But yet and still, we basically get ignored because, you know, it's like we're being treated less than. I mean, we get all of the titles and all of we're essential workers, and you know, we mean a lot to the district. And I noticed that there's a lot of construction going on at the school where I work, in Malibu High School, Samo High, and I know that when you construct a building, you build it on a foundation. You lay the foundation first, and if that foundation is not strong, then the building probably won't stand very long. I believe that the support staff is that foundation for this district, and we deserve heroes pay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for waiting this long.
I just want to address something that's come up, Lori. Thank you, Ernest, for your comments. While the topic of hero pay certainly is in the news lately with what's happening in Sacramento, it hasn't come to the board yet. So I'm happy to call Chris Mock, who's the SEIU steward for SMMUSD, and we can figure out a way to start this conversation properly. But I just want to let you know that it has not come to the board yet. No one has made that ask yet. So I'll reach out to Chris and we'll go from there. So thank you.
Absolutely.
For sharing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
John, thank you for that. I was going to ask the same thing. I mean, because of course we collectively bargain with our units, and so it would be nice to hear from the representative from SEIU.
Thank you. So the next three speakers are Arthur Isaac, Job Nuegwe, and Alvin Mitchell.
Thank you, board. Thank you for this time, for this brief statement. I just want to reiterate what everybody else was speaking about, the hero pay and how essentially we've been working to keep these schools clean, keep them safe for the public and our staff, as well as the children. I also wanted to talk about the bargaining that's going to be coming up. I guess our contract as SEIU workers is going to be coming up to the table in June of this year. And I'm in support with all my fellow union members for the heroes pay. So if we can get that in the unit coming up this June, that would be great. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Job or Jobe Nuegwe?
I don't see him. Let me look. Don't see him.
Okay, how about Alvin Mitchell?
No.
Oh, wait, there's another one. Okay, did the name change on me? Wegway Moses? Would that?
I don't see them. We're gonna have to keep moving
Either
on.
of them.
Yeah, I checked all those names.
Have to keep moving on.
All right, then let's continue the next. So again, each speaker will have 2 minutes or up to 2 minutes to speak. The next 3 speakers are Human David Hamati, Melissa Rakuliak. Oh my God, I'm botching this. I'm so sorry. And then Lizeth Bejarano.
I saw him. He was there. There we are.
Oh, can you hear
Yes,
me?
there
Sorry
you are.
about that. Okay. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak. I live in Santa Monica, moved here about 19 months ago with my family, a couple little kids, specifically for the school district, and very excited about what we have here. We love everybody we've met. We've loved the parents. We've loved the teachers we've met. We are deeply grateful for everything you guys are doing on the board. We know you have a very difficult job right now. You didn't ask for this pandemic to happen, and there's no playbook for this. So we understand the challenges you're under. We're actually very appreciative of what the union has done for the teachers in this district as well, historically, as well as throughout the start of the pandemic until now. Understand the challenges the teachers have been under medically, psychologically, and also with their deep desire to be teaching the kids. I'm a physician. I've appeared on national and local TV in the last couple of weeks, talking extensively about all the medical evidence around the fact that it is absolutely safe and essential for the teachers to return to school for 5 full days of in-person instruction. And what I really would like to do is, I do understand that you have an agreement to go through distance learning plus. What I would love to really beg, for the sake of the children who really haven't been part of this discussion very much, is to really focus on their needs, and to focus on the needs not of just every kid in the district, but the kids of single parents, the ESL kids, BIPOC kids. I'm an immigrant myself, and I was an ESL kid, and it was because of my teachers that I was able to succeed and learn English and move on in life and go to college, and I was privileged for that. There are a lot of kids who've been denied that, and our achievement gap is increasing, our inequities are widening, and we're soon going to be past the point of no return. And so what I'd really like to beg is that I do know that we're going to distance learning plus, but what I really am hoping to see is a really swift and safe transition from that to 5 full day of instruction every week. I know the kids are going to appreciate it. I think they need it. And I think you're going to hear from a lot of parents coming up as well. They're going to tell you their stories and explain to you why for them this is absolutely essential. And you're going to hear.
Time is up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Melissa Rakuliak, please correct me. And Sarah, after you find her, the next 2 are Lizeth Bejarano and then Valeska Donoso.
Melissa, are you able to unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to address the board. I would like to implore you to get our kids back in school. I support Open Up Santa Monica Schools. I would like if you could put everything aside and prioritize the students. Let's set the date as March 15th to return for elementary TK to 6 and April 12th for 7th and 8th. Then let's ramp up in-person instruction quickly to 5 days, potentially split it into morning and afternoon sessions for distancing. I also understand that the agreement with teachers does not include teaching new concepts in the classroom. This needs to change. I live by the motto of no excuses. Think of great men in history. Do you think Socrates, Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, that they let fear or excuses stop them? No, let us be role models for our children. We need leadership that does not let excuses stop them. Get the kids back in the classroom learning material. If we can dream it, we can do it. We can find a way, and anything less is not acceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lizeth Bejarano, Valeska Donoso, Elian Payuk.
Lizeth, are you able to?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I am a parent at McKinley and I'm with Open Santa Monica Malibu Schools. I'm also here to implore you to follow the science and safely reopen elementary schools with hybrid so that people who are immunocompromised and want to stay have that option, but we want to have the choice. Distance learning plus is unacceptable and should no longer be an option, as this was proposed back in November at the height of the pandemic, and you need to base your decisions on real-time current data. When you submit your safety plan to LA County Public Health, you also need to inform the teachers what has been done in the school and classrooms to keep them safe before they return. Many of them seem to be kept in the dark. You've had a year to get it together and have had everything ready for this very moment. We even saw the presentation last summer for hybrid, so there shouldn't be any scrambling going on, as Dr. Dreddy mentioned earlier this evening. We want to standardize in-person learning opportunities across all elementary school campuses. Set the date for March 15th. We need a quick ramp up by the end of spring break and have students who want to go back to campus 5 days a week by April 12th. You spend a good amount of time on DEI, which is wonderful. I fully support it, but I hope it's not lost on you that sticking to distance learning plus is actually contributing to the equity gap for our more vulnerable students. We cannot sacrifice our under-resourced and vulnerable communities by leaving this decision to principals and parent groups lobbying on a school-by-school basis. So please send detailed weekly communications to teachers, staff, and principals and families in a clear and concise language, articulating action items of what's happening to reopen schools. And elementary schools have been permitted to open LA County by the LA County Department of Public Health since February 16th, and 297 schools in LA County are open and ramping up to 5 days a week, including those local to us.
The speaker's time is up.
Okay, just get our children back to school safely. They're suffering.
Thank you very much. Valeska Donoso, Elian Payuk, and Lauren Deskovich.
Hi, thank you for having me. I have a child at Grant, Jams, and Samo High. I'm not going to be as eloquent as everybody else, but our children need to go back to school. Sooner the better, 5 days a week. You know, we can't, everyone talks about equity, but all that I see everyone doing is being classist, elitist, manipulative, and opportunistic, and mostly selfish. A good school district is one that teaches full-time in person and puts the children's needs first. Our children are failing. We need to put them first. Thank you.
Thank you. Elian Payuk, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. And then Lauren Daskovich, Priel Payuk.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a physician and a father of two at Franklin, and I've treated COVID patients since the beginning in the last year, so I've definitely seen the impact of it personally, and I absolutely understand the fear. Thankfully, studies over the last year have really shown that schools are a low-risk scenario, and I'm happy that we finally have permission and clearance to reopen. At this point, I think one of the big things we need to do is start communicating to our teachers that this is a low-risk scenario. A lot of them have received a lot of misinformation, and they believe they're in a higher risk scenario and are very scared to come back. And there needs to be more communication from the district to start tamping down these fears. In addition, we have to start getting more detailed. I listened to the presentation from Dr. Dreddy, and there's a lack of detail about how specifically the students are going to start with Distance Plus and how we're going to ramp up to 5 days a week. We really need to have the kids back in school every day And we need a detailed plan about how we're going to get there and what criteria we're going to use to determine when. We can't just let this drag on and talk about maybe even being in 2022 with the kids still not even being at 5 days a week. Every day we're delaying, the children are suffering emotional and physical harm. And I've seen so many depressed and dispirited children. They need to be back in real school. So it's not just enough to open up. I'm happy that we're opening up, but we need to ramp up. And so that's my ask from the board, to get detailed, to provide more communication to not just the parents, but to the staff, explain the science in a way that they can truly understand so they know that it's safe to be at work, and to have a detailed plan for ramping up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lauren Daskovich and then Priyal Payuk.
Hi, can you hear me? It said the host has stopped my video. Did that work?
No, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, thanks. I'm a physician, surgeon, parent of 2 Edison children, and a supporter of Open Up Santa Monica Schools. We all know the waterfall of data from around the world that have shown that a return to in-person schooling is safe when proper protocols, masking, physical distancing, ventilation are followed. We also know that elementary age children are far less likely to contract and spread COVID-19. Transmission rates, even in areas of widespread community infection, are negligible, even before vaccinations were available. I know there is fear around returning to campus, but fear is not a reason to avoid doing the right thing. The data are clear, and schools are a far safer environment than what healthcare workers, grocery store workers, and others have already returned to. All medical societies endorse a return to in-person schooling, and nothing could be stronger than the American Academy of Pediatrics' recent statement detailing the documented increase of mental health emergencies in children, uptick in youth suicides, and known losses in literacy, graduation rates, and ultimately life expectancy for elementary school students. It's clear that distance learning is not the safe option. It's hurting our children. The state has permitted elementary reopening since February 16th. SMMUSD is clearly not a leader in getting our kids back to in-person schooling. 297 other LA schools have gone before us. If you don't take strong central leadership now, you perpetuate the horrendous, appalling inequity that so obviously exists in our public schools. Enrollment in California's public schools has plunged by 155,000 students during the pandemic. Given that 60% of private schools are providing in-person instruction and only 24% of public, it's clear where they're going. Our district is smaller and more resourced than many. Why are we following behind? Please prioritize our students and set that date for return of March 15th for TK through 6 and April 12th for 7 to 8, with a real plan to quickly ramp up elementary school and a goal to have students back on campus 5 days a week by April 12th. The time for slow planning has passed. The time for doing is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Priyal Payuk, followed by Harriet Fraser and then Raymond Wicklander.
Hi, my name is Priyal and I'm from Franklin. I'm in 5th grade. First of all, I just wanted to say that I have a great teacher, but distance learning can be hard. For example, my math is pretty hard, but I'm not good at it, so I need help, but in-person help, because Zoom is so glitchy and everyone is getting kicked out or turning off their video and not listening. Another reason why we should open up our school is because we don't learn on Zoom. For example, I know several kids who cry. Even my brother, he doesn't listen and he always turns off his video. With Zoom, he says he doesn't learn. I also asked some kids in my class if they wanted to go back to in-person school. They all said yes. This is a sign we should open up for schools in person. You don't go to school to cry and not learn, but with distance learning, it is like that. This is why we need to open up our schools. Plus, almost every other state in the United States has opened up their schools, so I can't wait. I promise you that if we go back to school, almost every kid will be so happy, and personally, I will be too. I hope I've made an impact on your opinion of opening up the schools, and I want to go back to school every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Harriet Fraser, Raymond Wicklander, Adam Fenderson.
Hi, I'm from Open Up Santa Monica and Malibu schools. The rates are down, we've heard. Please put everything else aside. We need to set a date to open up our schools. We are very encouraged that the teachers have come to an agreement and they will be offered vaccination in Group 1B from March the 1st. The County Department of Public Health has said we can now open TK6 classrooms, so we ask that the date be set for March the 15th. 297 schools are back in LA County, some very close to us: Redondo, Glendale, Beverly Hills, La Cañada, Las Virgenes in hybrid models. Now too, we have to catch up and get onto President Biden's schedule. He clarified this week he wants TK to 8 open by April the 30th. I think we can do that by April the 12th. Our grant principal, Christian Fuhrer, has done the right thing, challenging the DL Plus model to finally get students in front of their teachers for a whole day. He's following the science and knows that it's safe to open up. We also know that there are hubs on most elementary campuses that have 14 students in the classroom even now. Put our teachers there in front of a class and the healing begins. He intends to open a day a week. When will this be approved? Then all the elementary schools need to open for a day a week from March the 15th. Then we need to ramp up quickly so that by the end of spring break, they're in school 5 days a week. There's no reason not to do that. The dire problem is DL Plus. The agreement says with the teachers that under DL Plus, teachers cannot teach any new material. This will not work going forward. We need to get a major item on the agenda to be voted for to establish elementary schools getting back to 5 days a week and then move on to middle and high from there, but with core academic learning and streaming for those who stay at home. There can't be any more excuses. We're late as it is. It's time. Then after spring break, the teachers will be vaccinated. There's no reason why we can't then bring TK12 back by the end of April. I have questions about the safety plan. It's not in yet. We need to get—
Speaker's time is up.
We need testing. I'd like to know about that. And we—
Thank you, Harriet. Raymond Wicklander, Adam Fenderson, Jay Fenderson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ray Wicklander. I'm a proud Santa Monica Malibu USD parent of 3 children. I, like others, am urging the board to immediately reopen the schools, the elementary schools at least. Oh wait, can you hear me? It says start my video.
We can.
The cost benefit of distance learning is no longer balanced. The benefits of distance learning, namely teacher and child safety, is now been refuted by the fact that the science is saying that schools are safe. They're not a source of transmission, as others have mentioned previously. And the costs are simply immense. There are very many well-documented problems, physical problems, emotional problems with children being learning remotely. The CDC and many others have said that schools are safe for teachers and children and should be opened immediately for a lot of reasons. Additionally, distance learning just simply exacerbates inequality issues. I think the DEI presentation was excellent and essential, but our most vulnerable children right now are suffering the most. I have a daughter with special needs, and distance learning is not anywhere near comparable. So the achievement gap, I think, for our most vulnerable children is unacceptably wide already, and only getting wider with distance learning. I think that needs to be immediately addressed. I think the urgency needs to be very high from the board. Lastly, I think when the facts change, we must change and adapt. Dr. Drotti mentioned repeatedly this is an iterative process. The facts recently have changed very favorably. The statistics are far better. The numbers are down, yet we're stuck with an agreement from December 17th. That's not showing a lot of iteration, in my opinion. And I and many other parents want to see much more adaptability and urgency.
The speaker's time is up.
Santa Monica Malibu USD. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Adam Fenderson, Jay Fenderson, and then Michelle McIntosh.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm also with Open Up Santa Monica Schools, and I could talk for hours about why we should reopen schools. But we could talk about the facts about safety and health in the CDC and the LA Department of Health and what the governor said and what the president said and what Fauci said and what Barbara Ferrer said and about mental health and depression and the loss of physical exercise and frankly, the loss of learning and on and on and on. But I'm going to leave that to all the other parents that are also talking here because I want to talk about something that I think we've forgotten. And that's why we're here. That's why each one of you board members, that's why each of the educators and the parents are here. It's because we believe in public education. Public education was built to give every student equal access to learning. And ever since its began, we have been fighting to make it more equitable. Even today, we had a killer presentation on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and thank you guys for that. But now, distance learning is undoing years of work. The data is coming in from all over the country and all over the world. Distance learning is exacerbating inequalities in our education system. Low-income, students of color, English language learners, and every other traditionally marginalized student group is much more negatively affected by distance learning than their wealthier peers. Today, in our city, private schools are open. Wealthy parents have put their children in pods with private teachers, and two-parent families switch off between work and helping their children learn and childcare. And these students, most students don't have these luxuries. And the only way to remedy this and bring equality back to this district is to open schools 5 days a week. Today, Florence Culpepper said an amazing thing about brave decision-making. And Martha came in and said that the decisions that we are making have to be good for all kids and not at the expense of other students.
Speaker's time is up.
This board is making is at the expense of other students. 90 minutes a day or the.
Thank you very much. Jay Fenderson, then Michelle McIntosh, and then Carolyn Mays.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. How about that, Adam Fenderson? First of all, I wanted to let you guys know I am a parent supporting Open Up Santa Monica Schools. I have 2 kids at Roosevelt, and my mom is a veteran ELL public school teacher in another district. So my comments come from a great appreciation and love for our teachers. Last December, the results of the district survey showed that 33% of parents wanted a hybrid learning model. Distance Learning Plus was 22%. If you divided it evenly, parents were split between 50% hybrid and 50% distance learning. Yet the school board voted to enact Distance Learning Plus, a decision that 78% of families did not prefer. So I think the reason why so many parents are frustrated right now is that we feel like the school board and the district aren't listening to us, and as well as the data and science that back us up. And so I want to urge you, after a year of remote learning, we have the data, we have the science, we know that our students are suffering and that inequity is rampant, as so many have said before me. And so I applaud the district last year for moving quickly and nimbly to getting us to remote learning, for securing the safety and health of our students and our teachers. But I urge you now that we should just as urgently move to reopen schools and protect the safety and the security of our students that we serve. We need to get open to the fullest extent possible allowed by LA County. And we need to have transparency as what that is, because 90 minutes a day is not equity. When you're looking around at the other school districts, the 297 other school districts that are open close by us. I urge the district to commit to a March 15th date for reopening, to ramp up to 5 days as possible. Our children don't have a union fighting for them, so we need to be the adults in the room who are fighting for the best interests of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle McIntosh, Caroline Mays, Suzanne Jacobson.
Don't see Michelle McIntosh. Oh, I'm spelling it wrong. Sorry. Still don't see it. I don't see Michelle McIntosh. Let me look for Caroline. Oh, there's Caroline.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Mays, and I support Open Up Santa Monica Malibu Schools. I'm speaking to you tonight to express my deep concern for my 2 young daughters and all of the children who attend schools in Santa Monica, Malibu Unified District. Yes, our children have adapted to distance learning and are surviving, but they have been isolated for nearly a year at this point. At what cost to their academic progress and to their emotional, social, and physical health? The time has thankfully come for our kids to leave this detrimental isolation and begin their gradual and safe return to school to meaningfully engage with their teachers and peers in the rich learning classroom environment that they need to survive and thrive. Many public health entities, including the CDC and the California chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, have determined that it is safe to reopen our schools, including our own LA County Department of Public Health. Please prioritize our students and set a date for the return of elementary school students by March 15th. Please ramp up as quickly as possible for getting all students back on campus 5 days a week by April 12th, if possible. And please submit safety plans to the LACDPH immediately, and our dedicated teachers need to be informed of what has been done in the schools and classrooms to ensure their safety before they return. Also, please put opening schools on the March 4th agenda as a major action item. Our kids deserve to go back to school. They need this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michelle McIntosh, Suzanne Jacobson, and then Noelle Lewis.
Let's go to Suzanne, I think.
Oh, it's my turn? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we
Hi.
can come back. We missed one, but maybe she's gone. We'll see.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Suzanne. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm proud of myself for making it to this point. Many hours ago, there was a lot of talk about how the system needs to be disrupted. Well, can we just notice that the system has been disrupted? School has been closed for a year. Who cares how diverse or equitable a school plan is if school is closed and children aren't learning? It's been a year of distance learning. There's plenty of evidence showing that kids are suffering academically, physically, and emotionally from being out of school for so long. Meanwhile, the goalposts for when students can be back on campus keep moving. It's time to stop being vague about the goalposts. The CDC, state, LA County Public Health Departments, Dr. Fauci, President Biden agree elementary schools can begin to reopen safely before teachers and school staff are vaccinated. My son is in middle school. Middle schools need to open too, but I know we need to start slowly. Let's start with the elementary schools. We need a firm date for the schools to open. Distance learning isn't working. I have a student who was a straight A student. He is now getting C's, D's, and F's. When I talk to his teachers, his counselor, the vice principal about it, they say, oh, lots of kids are failing. Is that okay? Is that the legacy we want to have for our school district? Is that what we want to be known for, where it's okay that lots of kids are failing? Please set a date and inform the parents clearly of this date as soon as possible so that we can get back to our lives and our children can get back to their job of learning. The primary years are precious, they are few, and we are squandering them, Santa Monica. How is this okay? That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, did you find Michelle McIntosh? No, okay. Noelle Lewis, followed by Ann Dudek and Jasper Koch.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Noelle. I have an 8th grader in the Edison Elementary School. The first thing I wanted to talk about, it was the continuous discussion of ramp up, which means a sharp increase. And what we're really getting is a lot of vague mentions of activities, and it's not clarified as academic instruction on site. Open Up Santa Monica Schools would like to request a new vote on school reopening, given the significant change in circumstances since December 17th, when the last vote was taken. In short, we're requesting a major action item on the March 4th school board agenda. And we have sent that also in writing. Dr. Drawdy, we will not be in full capacity, even with social distancing. So obviously there will be room in the schools. I'm also requesting oversight and consolidation of the distance learning options from the 16 sites. It is quite the cluster. And let's not leave that to untrained principals who are not maybe used to working in these kinds of crises. And my understanding is my Title I site is proposing 30 minutes on campus, no daycare for working parents, and no before or after childcare, and asking parents to come in for this short amount of time. I think we know where that's going to lead. Meanwhile, affluent parts of the city with more resources are providing stakeholders much larger menus than the traditionally underserved Pico district. And I don't need to elaborate on that. As far as elementary, I think we have a good opportunity to ramp up with definitive plans. And then as lastly, I'd like to get the deadline on submitting the safety plan, because I've been here on these calls since March or maybe April of 2020, as the can has been kicked down the road, delays resulting in the lower grades, never getting waivers, and many, many other devil in the details things that just need to be done. So I'd like to go back to process. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Dudek, Jasper Koch, and Magdalena Edwards.
I don't see Ann Dudek, but I do see Jasper.
Hi, yes, good evening, everyone. And thank you, of course, for all that you do for our kids. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. So I'm also, as you can tell, from Open Up Santa Monica and Malibu schools. I think we are all in agreement here. I'm the father of a first grader named Zia at McKinley. She's a wonderful child, excellent student, really, really struggling with distance learning, like all the stories you've heard before. Lots of anger, lots of depression, wild mood swings, causing lots of stress at home. And, you know, we're one of the lucky families. I know other families have it much, much harder than we do. So this is really an issue of equity, and just a year of life lost for our children is just horrendous. And as you are well aware, and as many other speakers have said, it is now abundantly clear that it is safe to open up schools. The CDC, pediatricians, Fauci, Nielsen, the Biden administration, lots and lots of scientific experts all agree schools should be opened immediately. And of course, I wish you had followed that advice much earlier. But I am encouraged by the agreement with the teachers union, while also wanting to emphasize that this is not nearly enough. This is not nearly enough. We need to set March 15th as the clear date for return for our elementary schools. And then the opening up should be ramped up as quickly as possible, adding a day a week, such that students are back full time, 5 days a week by April 12th, that they have the choice so that students and parents that don't feel comfortable can still keep their kids at home. I also understand that some teachers are scared to go back. And I ask that you submit the district safety plan to the LA County Department of Public Health as soon as possible, no more delays, and that you provide teachers with clear information. A lot of them feel like, as we understand, they've been kept in the dark of the many safety measures that, to your credit, you have implemented in the classrooms. This should be the singular focus of our district. This is a public health crisis that should be the singular focus. I am astounded it is not on the agenda. Please put it on the agenda for March 4th. Thank you, and please do what's right for our children.
John?
Yeah, I just hit my elbow. Right.
No, oh, I'm sorry, you hurt. I have a question, President. Do you think it'd be worthwhile you're just encapsulating what Dr. Drawdy said? Because so many speakers have just mentioned, like, they don't know about the March 15th. So I don't know if you wanted to say something.
Doctor, I kind of feel, especially with the hour we're at, is to let the public speak, and then if we have time, we can try to add some details to some of what they're saying. There's so many things that are being said right now, from how many schools are open to there's a lot of people that are passionately sharing what they have to say. I instead of trying to correct or to share what we've said, I kind of want to.
I didn't mean to correct it. I just wanted to say that on March 1 and the March 15 dates, that's all I wanted to reiterate in case someone.
Dr. Drawdy did say, we expect vaccines to be available from Tier 1B March 1. If that's the case, our agreement with CTA says we can open in 15 days, March 15. If vaccines come earlier, that shifts earlier. So that's what Dr. Drotti said earlier in his report.
Thank you,
It was
John.
March
That's what
1,
I
we are
told you.
March 15. He
Thank
said
you.
that. Sadly, it was 5 hours ago. I understand this is a long night, so let's go to
Okay.
Richard.
Magdalena Edwards, followed by Adam Fenderson, and then Jamie Lloyd Smith.
Hi, can you see me? Am I
Yes,
there? Okay,
yes, you're there.
thank you for having us. I'm also with Open Up Santa Monica Malibu Schools, and I agree with everything the other parents have said. And we do understand, and we're very thankful that the teachers union and the district has come to this agreement for a March 15th potential opening if vaccines are open March 1st. What we want, I think in a nutshell, is more communication, transparency, and confidence from you. That is to say, if vaccines come earlier, we want to believe and feel confidence that we can get back to school earlier, right? So we want to know that this plan is really in place and ready to go, as is the case in other districts and private schools and so forth. And this is imperative. We're also hearing from a lot of teachers who really want to be back to school with their students, who miss their students, who know their students, desperately need to be in person. They are being kept in the dark. They do not understand what's going on. So we need more transparency, more communication, more confidence, and also, frankly, more flexibility and creativity. I have not heard a word yet about 6th grade, which technically, according to the county, can be got back on campus as of now. Why are we not talking about 6th graders being back at Lincoln and Jams ASAP, since the distancing won't be an issue, since it will be just that one grade there? Middle school kids and high school kids are also in desperate straits. And I want us to be ready as soon as we're allowed to be back for those grades to be ready to go. And I don't feel confident about that at all. And I know other parents don't feel that way either. So we're asking you, please, please do everything that you can. And we want that March 5th big action item to discuss the reopening and get really serious and down to business here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we're going to go back to Ann Dudick, who couldn't get her mute to work before. And then I called Adam Fenderson, but he's already spoken. He was just signed on twice. So Ann, and then Jamie Lloyd Smith, and then Vladimir Manuel.
Hi. I'm with Open Up Santa Monica Schools as well. So I wish the district had 0 reservations about adopting the maximized in-person model for the whole district. I know the outdated survey reflected a lot of staff fear around returning in person, but this was before the deal was struck for teachers and staff to be vaccinated. Earlier this evening, I heard discussions questioning the hybrid model being somehow worse than distance plus learning in terms of curriculum or content or some aspect of the plan currently in place. And I'm just sort of wondering why we aren't being led by the science here. The CDC and medical, pediatric, psychological experts want kids in school, in class, and Santa Monica shouldn't doubt this. There's also a lot of flowery talk earlier about as conditions improve, there's flexibility and capacity for more on-campus instruction as each campus is comfortable. But whose comfort is being prioritized? The district serves the children. If there's a hierarchy of conflicting interests in terms of comfort, the district has a responsibility to what the children need and to make the others comfortable with that. When different schools have different plans, we can't have equity for elementary schools. I was really moved by the presentation on uplifting and supporting our BIPOC students earlier this evening. So why would we allow parents and staff surveys to allow biases between what children get in this district? Allowing the plan to be up in the air based on comfort or different needs of different campuses points to these decisions not being made through science, but as Dr. Drotti mentioned earlier, considering the humanity of all. And these surveys don't include families that don't have access to computers or the time to fill them out. We can't rely on the squeaky wheel making the call for our children's education because it's simply the wrong way to make decisions. I mean, here I am, a privileged person who has the time and a computer to be here right now, but I want to actually speak against this being the way decisions are made. Look to the science, have a plan with dates and procedures. I'm asking for you to adhere to scientific standards, expert opinions, and prioritize helping the teachers feel comfortable.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Laura, I'm sorry. I'm breaking my own rule. I want to ask Ben a clarifying question because a lot of the speakers are talking about follow the science, which is something we've all said for a long time. So Dr. Drotti, and I know you're on mute. I want to let you know that you're on mute so you can unmute. based on the science that we're getting from the LA County Department of Health, which is the office that we have to follow, what is the maximum, with the guidelines that we have to follow for safety, what is the maximum number of students or the maximum percentage of students that we can have on campus at one time with the numbers where they are right now?
With the numbers that we are right now, 50% at one time. And so there are a lot of families that probably missed a lot of conversations that occurred during November, October, August, when we actually unpacked what it means to run a hybrid. So, so to be very clear, the most any school, the ones people are naming, where you want to call, say, John Bosco, for example, that's a private, very wealthy private school, they are running a hybrid, but it's only 50% at a time. So for those that don't understand how a hybrid operates, you have to take a classroom and split it in half. Okay, you take the classroom and split it in half. So if you are, say, a 5th grade class and you have 28 students, you split that in half, into 2 separate cohorts, an A and a B. The students, and then the students don't go to class on the same day. You have to alternate the days those students are on campus or the hours those students are on campus. So
right. So Ellie, so they set the number at 14. That's the code. You can have 14 kids and 2 teachers, 2 adults.
No, let me back up. Let me back up because you're talking about the cohort model, the small cohort model. I'm just talking about this general operations. In order for any school to fulfill the requirements by the health department to open, okay, you have to have 6-foot distancing between the students. And the way schools have done that is by creating a hybrid situation, meaning the class are split into 2, and one day students come while the other ones are asynchronous, meaning learning, while the teacher's tied up teaching, those teachers are learning remotely through whatever mechanism, and then you alternate the 2. That's how that operates. And so for those that are saying we can come back full-time every day, your student come back every day, it's not going to happen because we have to split the classroom in half, and you alternate the days the students come on campus.
And you can't, and so this will be dictated by the infection numbers. So we could, even if we wanted to, we couldn't say April 12th, we'll go to the next level, because this is dictated by right now by that. The next pivot is 7 to 100,000.
Yes. What has to be lifted by the health department and the state is the 6-foot distancing requirement. That has to be lifted. If that is not lifted in August, I want everybody to hear this. If that is not lifted in August, the most I can operate is a hybrid. So that piece has to be lifted for us to bring students back 100%. Like people are, I think that's why I'm hearing people saying that we should come back every day as if COVID isn't around. Until that's lifted, it's going to be very difficult to do that. And no school, you can't point to a school that would do that unless their normal operation is that they only have 10 to 15 kids in a class.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Jolly. Appreciate that. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Okay, let's return to where we were. Vladimir Manuel, followed by Amir Torkamani, then Kaylee Lynch.
Did we skip Jamie Lloyd-Smith?
Oh, sorry, we did not mean to do that. She
And
got pointed out on my list though. Jamie Lloyd-Smith.
Great, thank you.
Sorry.
Understood. So I'm speaking as a parent of 2 students at Grant, also as an infectious disease researcher at UCLA who's been studying COVID transmission for a year now. And I'm also a member of Open Up Santa Monica Schools. I want to talk about ramping up. I want to talk about lots of things. I'm happy to hear that there's consensus around the March 15th date. I urge you to just make sure the concrete plans are in place, the safety plan gets in so that that opportunity isn't delayed. But I do want to talk about ramping up. And I did just hear that discussion just now about what is feasible. One thing I want to say is that we need to be making concrete plans now, rather than waiting until we see how things go and then figuring out how to ramp up. So I think we should have concrete plans to expand, as ambitiously as is legal, and then contingency plans in case, so we're ready whatever happens, because we can't afford to waste another single day of educational opportunity for our kids who've been home for too long. I do think we need to be ambitious. I think I hear what's said that under current rules, full-time, 5 days a week, full density is not possible. I think it's conceivable that given the way the science is evolving, that those rules could change. So we should be ready for that. If not, I echo the call for a major agenda item to discuss, what is the best way to make use of the changing epidemiology of the much lower risk environment that we're in compared to last December. I do want to sort of try to contextualize that. By April, the risks from COVID, I think, are going to be lower than we've faced in recent normal flu seasons. All the teachers and staff will have 2 doses of these amazing vaccines, which are much better than flu vaccines. It's known that young kids play a minimal role in spreading COVID, which is the opposite of flu.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Lori. So, Dr. Smith, if you could do me, I'm trying to keep track of medical experts who are speaking to us tonight. I have emails for others. I don't have yours. Could you please shoot me your contact at jkean, Kean, at smmusd.org. And I'll add you to that list. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Now we're back to Vladimir Emanuel, Amir Torkamani, Kaylee Lynch.
Let's see, I don't see Vladimir unless the name is not correct. I do see Amir.
Good evening. I've spoken here before several times, and I've attempted to appeal to science, and I've attempted to appeal to emotion, and I think that those appeals have fallen on deaf ears. So now, as an attorney, I'm going to attempt to appeal to the legality of what is going on here. For the last 2 days, putting aside the issue of the failure to obtain a waiver, for the last 2 days, our schools have been voluntarily closed by the district based on an agreement to appease the teachers. I'm unaware of any legal authority that empowers the district to close our schools voluntarily in the middle of the school year. It is the district's obligation to provide an education for our children, and distance learning does not do that. So I would recommend that the board consult with its legal advisors to determine whether the agreement that it's reached with the union is even valid or legal, because it is a voluntary closure of our schools during a period when they can and should be open. I think that's an important issue that the school needs to address and look into, because our schools are voluntarily closed and nobody asked us, nobody asked the taxpayers whether we would agree to that. I want to address a couple of the supposedly clarifying issues. When we say we want a hard date, we want a hard date, as in March 15th, not 15 days after a vaccine is available, because as Mr. Keene noted, we expect the vaccines to be available on March 1st. But as we know, we also expected them to be available on February 1st, and that didn't happen either. So, this March 15th date that's being thrown around right now is a very soft date. We need a hard date, not only for reopening. What is the reopening plan? We keep talking about no school has an actual reopening plan. We need a hard date for the reopening plan. I asked for this last time, and we still don't have a reopening plan. We need a hard date for submission of the COVID safety plan. Has the COVID safety plan been submitted? It requires a 7
The speaker's time is up.
approval period. We have.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have to cut you all off here. Kaylee Lynch, followed by Aaron Young, and then Wade Major.
Hi, I'm here tonight with Open Up Santa Monica Malibu Schools. And to clarify, my niece currently goes to public school in Manhattan Beach.
Her class has been split in half, and each half of her classroom is in their classroom 2.5 hours a day, 4 days a week, right now. We're depending on you guys knowing this stuff. I would like to start off by acknowledging our heroes, SEIU Local 99. I add my voice to their demand for respect and heroes pay for their essential work on the front lines of keeping our schools open during this pandemic. I would like to note that the ability to sit through and comprehend how these meetings function is in and of itself a privilege. In moving our district towards inclusion, this process needs to become clear, accessible, and transparent for everyone. Unfortunately, at this stage of the game, I'm not concerned about curriculum. I'm concerned about mental health and a social, emotional well-being of our children. My normally vivacious 7-year-old is a social kinetic learner. She thrives through social interactions with others. Before remote learning, she never exhibited signs of depression. She started talking about killing herself last week. Despite a fantastic report card, Zoom school is failing her. To echo many others, we need to swiftly return to opening schools immediately. And following along the lines of the amazing equity, diversity, and inclusion presentation tonight, I would like to highlight my concern about the inequities that will be caused by campuses moving forward individually under the Distance Learning Plus model. We attend a Title I school and our PTA is struggling for participation because our families are overwhelmed trying to balance work and supervise remote learning. Our working families do not have the time or capacity to read long, cumbersome emails, search through unwieldy websites, and attend bureaucratic meetings such as this one. Systems are made by people and they are biased. No doubt this system of campuses reopening based on their ability to negotiate and demand more will leave our vulnerable students and families behind.
The speaker's time is up.
Immediately.
Thank you, Kaylee. Aaron Young, followed by Wade Major, and then Anna Rossi.
That's me. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm also here tonight with Open Up Santa Monica Schools. And, as forward thinking as we think this district is, to arrive at this point in time and to be as ill prepared as we are is beyond disappointing. I'm all for teachers getting vaccinated. However, I can't respect a process that uses our children as pawns. We need to fully reopen our schools to the fullest extent that's allowed by the health department. And let's get our teachers vaccinated, and the ones that want to come back to school, let's stop the teachers union from silencing them. I've talked to many teachers that says, I want to be on campus now, but my union won't let me. I urge the school board to stop protecting the teachers union and start protecting our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Wade Major, Anna Rossi, Mike Haas.
I'd like to thank everybody for the work they've done so far. Dr. Drati, I appreciate your comments. My mother was also a war refugee, so I am very appreciative of that, of the symbolism of that. Distance Learning Plus is a start, but it's not where it should end. Any of us who watched the landing of Perseverance today took note of the fact that they had a banner on the wall, quoting Teddy Roosevelt, saying, "Dare mighty things." In 7 months during a pandemic, those incredible engineers performed a feat that I think is unthinkable. That's a heavy lift. What we're asking you to do is not a heavy lift. Principal Deruti is working at Webster, where my daughter attends, to have a long-term plan, one that is expandable, that can be built on, that we can go back 2 days and then 3 and 5, that we can do this. I think we can do this. I think we can do this by April 12th. This is what the CDC has now. This may very well supersede the county and the state. The county of Los Angeles is in yellow. This district is in blue. Unlike the capricious standards being given to us by the state, this is a district plan, and under blue, we can fully reopen to the extent possible with 6-foot distancing. Full reopening, blue, that's where we should be, that's where we are, that's what we have to do. I would ask you to agendize for March 4th. This discussion would be prepared for anything to change. And I would also just add, please don't tear down my history building. I took a lot of pride walking up those stairs and standing in the building that housed pictures of people that came before me and other generations, famous alumni. Like they do at Oxford and Cambridge, people ought to be able to stand in that history building with pride over those who came before them 500 years from now, 1,000 years from now. That building should always
Speaker's
stand.
time is up.
Thank you. Anna Rossi, Mike Haas, Federico Heller.
I don't see Anna Rossi unless she's signing in her different name. Let me look for Mike. Okay. I don't see Mike Haas. Federico Heller. I don't see Federico.
There is a Clara.
Well,
There's a
not
Clara?
her, yes,
Okay.
Clara Cormans.
I see a Clara's iPad. Let's see if that is our Clara here.
And then there's a Jen Haas after that, maybe.
Oh. Are you unable to unmute, Clara? Let's see.
Hi. Hi, it's very late at night. I am a single mom. I always wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to be able to provide for my son. My son is going through a huge, stressful time. Guys, this meeting started at 5:30. It's 11 o'clock. You need to reopen the schools. Our kids need to be back. Our kids are suffering. My son is going through depression and anxiety, and his academics are down. And I am, as a single mom, struggling. So please do something about it. The CDC, you have so many, I mean, this is science-based. I mean, you guys, please do something about it. This is embarrassing. It's 11 o'clock almost. It's a shame, honestly, disappointed. Thank you for listening. Good night.
Thank you.
I don't see Jen Haas. I do see Daisy Vega. Is that
Daisy
correct?
Vega. Oh, we have
Yes.
Federico Heller twice. All right, Daisy Vega, followed by Nikki Kohoff, and then Neil Gardner.
Oh, wait, hold on, Daisy. Try unmuting again. It's not unmuting. Let's try again.
¿Ahora me escucha?
Yeah.
La tecnología todavía no le he aprendido bien, como dijo una compañera ahí hablando. Siempre es correcto el momento para hacer lo correcto, dijo Martin Luther King. He escuchado mucho con respecto a la apertura de las escuelas. Estoy de acuerdo. ¿Ustedes tienen un plan B? ¿Por qué? La cifra de muertos por coronavirus en Estados Unidos supera la guerra mundial y duplica la de Vietnam. Los dos científicos que hablaron o doctores me pueden decir si esta vacuna tiene una duración de 1 año, de 6 meses o de 3 meses. ¿Qué va a pasar con los maestros y ustedes mismos si esta vacuna no tiene el efecto a largo tiempo? ¿Tienen un plan B? ¿Quién tiene muertos de coronavirus de ustedes? Nuestra gente latina tiene muchos muertos. Yo los he visto, yo trabajo con el Departamento de Salud. Yo encuentro a los muertos en las casas, las señoras muertas. Los trabajadores que están ahí esperando mucho tiempo. Y estamos hablando de justicia restaurativa. Justicia restaurativa es respetar a nuestros hermanos que ellos están cansados porque trabajan en las escuelas limpiándolas. Ellos están preocupados porque ellos van a llevar la enfermedad a sus casas. Igual, yo he tenido muchas llamadas de mis amigas de Will Royer que no están porque han llevado una campaña ustedes ahí de que abran las escuelas. Doctor Trati ha vivido una guerra, yo también por 10 años, por eso estoy aquí en este país que lo amo y lo adoro y lo respeto a todos. Todas sus opiniones son muy respetables, pero me gustaría escuchar un plan B después de que las maestras, algunas se van a vacunar, otras no porque padecen enfermedades crónicas. Hay que respetarlas también. En la guerra, sálvese quien pueda, decían allá, pero yo entiendo a las mamás que quieren que los niños vayan a la escuela, pero ¿quiénes están más desesperados? ¿Los papás o los niños? Yo saqué a mi hijo a comprar para que se distraiera un rato. Se movía la máscara, se tocaba los ojos. Imagínense, los teenagers se van a querer abrazar, los novios se van a querer ir. Entonces, ustedes deben de ir más allá de lo que solo abrir una escuela, doctor Draghi. Tiene que pensar en eso, plan B, plan C. Y no voy a profundizar mucho, pero los científicos tienen que dar una respuesta. Si esa vacuna va a durar más de 6 meses y si es obligatoria, porque yo lo veo, que se vacune. No son vacas, no son animales
Speaker's
para...
time is up.
Gracias.
Thank you, Daisy. Nikki Kohlhoff, and then Neil Gardner, then Gail Gilman.
Okay. I also ask that you agendize reopening schools and a satisfactory synchronous option for distance learners. No more agenda games. Put it as a voting item on March 4th. You need to talk about cohorts. You need to look at synchronous hybrid. Putting our head in the sand has just gotten us here. The lack of a top-down approach shows failed leadership and the agreement of the board to be complicit in that. The school site should not be deciding how this runs. Second, I want to talk about grades and distance learning. With zero community input, the grading policy was changed at the end of last semester. So the result is fewer kids failing. You need to produce the actual data showing how many kids are really failing. But for parents, we can't see, and neither can the students, when they haven't turned something in because it's an automatic 50, or if they failed a test because it's an automatic 50. You need to consider the byproduct of your decisions, and that didn't happen. Also, athletic clearance. You all are still asking that kids submit their actual physicals, medical reports to a third party, which I'm glad all the doctors are on here can probably verify violates or waives HIPAA rights. There needs to be a paper packet posted on the Sam Ojai website so folks don't have to log into a third party and give their personal information to it. Finally, I want to talk about your current treatment of my questions and document requests. When I ask for things that should have been posted to the agenda as consent items, after all, you approve them. How do you know what you're approving if it's not attached? And when I ask questions, they are all sent to an outside law firm now, wasting lawyer time and money on not answering my questions. So questions like, what was the total cost of the swing space at the high school? How much waste is going to be generated by demolishing the history building? Asking for copies of agreements. And I'm told the district does not have to answer questions or interrogatories, and you'll get me those documents by April 18th. What?
The speaker's time is up.
Unacceptable.
Thank you, Nikki. Neil Gardner, followed by Gail Gilman, and then Lucy, who did not put a last name.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for opening up this forum. John, Ben, you look a little tired. If you think this Zoom call is long and tedious, remember that our children have to be on long Zoom calls 5 days a week. They've now logged in well over 500 hours of Zoom time. We've stayed on this call all night to each have only a few minutes to speak. We're here fighting for our children's future. We're all adults. The kids, they're just starting their journeys in life. We're pleading with you to review current data, show empathy, listen, and above all, give our children, all children, the education they want, need, and deserve. We're tired of the bloated meeting agendas and the filibustering. We're looking for hybrid, not distance plus. Just be creative and make it work. We're all adults. Our kids are suffering here. They have a whole life ahead of them. And we have the privilege to sit on the Zoom call. They're on Zoom calls every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Gilman, Lucy, and then Shauna Shekhead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Gail Gilman, and I support Open Up Santa Monica Malibu Schools. There was a lot of great news this week, and I was thrilled to hear a lot of it. The ACR rate has dropped below the threshold, allowing elementary schools to return to campus. I was thrilled to hear Barbara Farrar at LADPH say that vaccines will begin March 1. And most of all, I was thrilled that our teachers and our union have come to an agreement to return to schools in person. But I am not thrilled with what I'm hearing about DL+. At a meeting on Tuesday with over 50 parents representing every campus in our district, I heard considerable discrepancies between campuses in their plans to return to in-person instruction. There are parents who reported that their principals do not want to return to campus at all. There were parents who reported they have not received a single piece of communication from their sites. There are parents who have been offered 2 hours a week when DL+ begins. And there are campuses that are planning to start with 1 full day a week. While these reports were extremely inconsistent, the one consistent thing that we heard is that all children are struggling. The struggles of our children do not correlate in any way to where they happen to live. They do not correlate in any way to where their parents decided to live. Allowing each campus to make their own plans is not equitable. The county guidelines allow all elementary schools to be open if they want to be open. All students need the same opportunities. All students need to return to school. All students are struggling equally. I understand that the 6-foot distance rule presents challenges to the sites with higher populations of students. However, some of the workarounds for this is to set up additional outside classrooms as needed, and this is what other schools have done to get around the 6-foot rule. I ask the district to please set standards across all campuses that allow all students who want to return to have the same opportunities to return in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy, and then Shauna Shekhead, and then Heather Alfano.
Hello, I'm Lucy. So I just want to echo sort of everything that the other parents have said. I want to say, first, reopen schools 5 days a week for every student. If it has to be hybrid, it has to be hybrid. So some go in the AM, some go in the PM. No big deal. But then we at least get started with children being on campus, teachers being on campus. I've also heard from teachers, and they say that they're scared. They don't understand the distancing that's happening in their classrooms. And ask the board to reach out to principals, open the schools to teachers, let them come in, see their classroom, see how it's set up. Do they feel comfortable? Do they want to open the windows? Do they want to open the doors? Like, what's happening, right? They need the transparency of what's going on. It's 11 o'clock, and how many people are here? 182 people are still here. I mean, does that tell you anything? Does that tell you that people want their children back in school like other school districts? But yet you're relying on Distance Plus, which is a crutch. It was a scam to try to keep schools closed until the end of the year. You never thought we'd get to the red tier. And then California changed the metric. So now all of a sudden teachers have to go back. So what did you do? You dug in your heels. You stuck with Distance Plus. The state, the county, the nation says you should reopen 5 days a week. And you want to bring children on campus for 1 hour a week. Is that equitable? Is that just? Does that promote democracy?
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Shauna Shekhead, Heather Alfano, and then Alicia Mignano.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Shauna Shekhead. I'm the mother of a first grader at McKinley. I have young kids, so I don't know the last time I stayed up anywhere close to this late. That is how important this issue is to me. Like New Year's, I went to bed at 9, and I'm still here, exhausted, but here. And so I do want to say I love my child's teacher. I appreciate the amazing effort she's putting into trying to engage 7-year-olds over Zoom. And I see how my daughter, who's like a natural born student who loves school, is just needing much more support, having emotional outbursts. And we're 2 working parents needing to adjust our workloads. Like I'm part of the huge group of working mothers that is scaling back officially on my job to support her learning. And yet I'm fortunate to be able to do this and to still keep my job. And that gets to the main reason I'm here, which isn't for my kid, but it's for the many kids and families for whom distance learning is just increasing inequities. It's making it harder to learn critical lessons, including social emotional lessons. It's forcing women to scale back on their careers. Like we're going back in time here and making it so that those who have fewer means to adapt are even worse off. Many folks are just too overwhelmed to even self-organize and come here. We're at least able to be here. It's a step backward for many children and families. I want to clarify that when I talk about going back March 15th, I'm not talking about the distance learning plus model, but the hybrid model. I'm happy to have my kids in a classroom for as much as possible, even if that means that they're split in half. A lot of days feel like asynchronous days anyways, where, I'm just there kind of making sure my kid is somehow focused or not focused and doing something else so she's not miserable. And so please submit the district safety plan so we can make sure our teachers are safe. I can't ever support public education and teachers immensely, and I want them to be safe. And I would love for that to happen. And reopening our schools should be the singular focus of the district. And so please make this a major action item for the board meeting on March 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Alfano, Alicia Mignano, and then Katie McNamara.
Hi, my name is Heather Alfano. I'm a parent at MES with 3 kids, and a large group of Malibu parents have joined together, and we were here tonight to let you all know that we would like to advocate for a full opening in the fall. It is very hard to stomach private schools being open completely. My nephew in Manhattan Beach will be going back to school with his entire class on Monday, full day, 8 a.m. to 1:45 p.m. Monday through Thursday, with Friday being on on the computer. This same nephew has suffered greatly while his school has been closed, and last week searched on his school provided Chromebook painless suicide. I understand the hurdles to opening. What I do not understand is why there's such a discrepancy between public and private schools. Our Lady of Malibu is another great local example that it is possible to be back in person instruction. The implication here is that we are going to have to pay for our children to receive an in-person education. And from what I've heard from this board over the past 5 hours, because I've sat through the entire thing, is that equal opportunity is a top priority. And in the town hall meeting last night with Principal Hertz, it was brought to our attention that there are some people who do not want to go back. So I felt it necessary to be a voice for the families that do. I also want to take a moment to thank you all for your efforts and for caring about all of our kids. And lastly, I also wanted to add that I'm an ICU nurse and I've been on the front lines since the beginning of all of this. And if there's any way that I could be of any use to volunteer to give teachers vaccines, any other place that I could insert myself to help with planning, I just want to offer my time and be part of a solution. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Alicia Mignano, Katie McNamara, then Lori Taffet.
Hello, I am also here with Open Up SMM Schools. I want to thank Dr. Drotti because I've been one of the parents at the meetings and I recognize the work and the struggle. I know that you have reached out and have talked to countless groups of parents, and I just really want to thank you for your work. I know there are a lot of physicians and researchers here on the call, and I also want to say that I have heard from Latino parents that are really concerned and that they want the data. They're asking me for data in Spanish, and if you can help out, and you know, I want the schools to reopen. I want them to reopen as soon as possible, just like you. But we need to get more information for our Spanish speaking parents, for our other English, like our other parents. I believe in the science, but we need to work together on that. And it's a difficult situation, but I do believe we need to get our kids back in school as much as possible, as soon as possible. The situation is unbearable. I trust the process. I've been with you, Dr. Dradi, and I've admired all of your work, but this is unbearable. As a working mother, I can't. I hear all the other mothers speaking. I can't do it anymore. And we need our kids back in school. The tide is changing. Parents, this is what parents want. So please, let's make it happen. And like I said, thank you for your work. Thank you to the board members. I really appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you, Alicia.
I just wanted to say one thing for Alicia. As many of you know, in November, we had the opportunity to bring back certain students with IEPs and English language learners. And what we found since November is, even though we were offering a chance to get these, the term we're using now is at promise students back on campus, we found that probably 3 out of 4 students did not return when given the option. There was a lot of fear in the community of English language learners that Alicia just gave voice to, and Daisy gave voice to it as well in Spanish. I hope that people were listening or listening to the translation. And I also want to say that for the dads out there who have sacrificed their career and their work for their students, I want to make sure that we say that there are a lot of working dads out there that have suffered during this time too. It's working parents. We've always said this. All of us board members have children who are in school right now. They're not all in SMM. Some are in college, some are in grad school. This is awful. This is an awful situation for all students, all families throughout the world. And we're not going to get into the suffering Olympics where we see who's suffering more. We are all suffering. But I just want to say that for the dads out there, sometimes dads get ignored for the parenting that we do. So anyway, I'm sorry for that piece of information.
Okay. Katie McNamara, Lori Taffet, and then Amanda Blakely.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm a grant professor and also, a grant parent and also a professor of environmental and occupational health at Cal State Northridge. And so I just want to echo the sentiments expressed by the other advocates for Open Up Santa Monica and Malibu schools and point out that it was never appropriate to impose the Distance Plus model on the younger elementary grades, because while the board voted for the Distance Plus model, the TK-2 waiver had been submitted and was pending. So I think we need to keep in mind an alternate pathway for these elementary grades. And since then, the guidelines have become less restrictive, not more restrictive based on the health evidence. And then I also feel very strongly that risk communication to the teachers could be improved. And as an occupational health professional who's had some experience working in the educational sector and with school unions, it really pains me to hear that our teachers are feeling anxious about returning to campus or being overwhelmed by conflicting information. And so I really think we need to ensure that our teachers have a better understanding of exposure control precautions, infectious aerosol transmission principles, some of the epidemiology from the school settings that can help them feel more comfortable with their decision to come back to campus. So as we now know, the majority of COVID transmission in the school setting has been between the adults, and they result from breaches in exposure control practices. So I really urge the board to allocate more resources and energy into this effort for our teachers so that they're able to do their jobs safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Taffet, then Amanda Blakely, and then Mark Wilson.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Lori Taffet, and I'm a parent of a Santa Monica third grader, and I support Open Up Santa Monica and Malibu schools. I want to start by saying that at the next school board meeting on March 4th, I would like to see the school reopening on the agenda as a major action. It's now safe to open elementary schools for as much in-person learning that's allowable with a 6-foot distance, which is a robust hybrid model. Yet per the superintendent's words, we are scrambling to put together a plan that's totally inexcusable. The fact that we have a hazy plan of return, it's an undefined iterant phasing into distance learning. It's not acceptable. My daughter doesn't need distance learning pluses 2 hours a week play date on the school playground. She needs a teacher, she needs a school, she needs an education. People of privilege are creating learning pods and hiring tutors. In-school work hubs with 14 children each are multiplying and are accepting more and more children as parents desperately push their way in. Distance learning has been a failure that those with money can work around, while those without are left behind with no options and no recourse. Yes, parents were part of the fall discussions, and we know what a hybrid model is. And yes, that's what we're saying we want. Don't tell us about unpacking it and how hard it is. We don't want to hear it. You've had a year to plan. Do it. It will have been a year on March 15th of school being closed, a year marked by the superintendent, this board, and the teachers union's willful denial of data and a rejection of forward-thinking planning that has been driven by personal interests at the cost of our children, our most vulnerable. I don't need to outline the data of what has happened to them and what is happening. It's already been said too many times. The fact that it has fallen on deaf ears has been an unimaginable shock and breach of trust for parents. Martin Luther King once said that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Mark Wilson, Thea Holmes, and then Barry Holmes. Oops, I'm sorry, I missed Amanda quickly. So Amanda, you're first. If you're here. Sarah, do you see her?
Yes, Amanda, are you unmuted? She was unmuted, hold on. I saw you, Amanda, you were there. Can you hear us? Oh, wait. Are you able to unmute? Let's see, I'm asking to unmute.
Hello, I think it's working now.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to address the board and to the participants this evening, everyone who's stayed the course for this very long and arduous meeting. I'm a journalist and a mother to a kindergartner and a third grader in Malibu. I'm also the daughter of a retired teacher. My little boys are very fortunate with plenty of opportunities, and they're going to be absolutely fine. But I'm here tonight for all the parents who can't be here and who don't have a voice in this type of forum. I stand with all the other parents who have already spoken this evening at length about reopening the Malibu and Santa Monica schools. We are a Canadian family who has relocated here to California a year and a half ago. We were drawn to this amazing community and obviously the wonderful school district. And it's been a ride, but our former schools and the boards in Toronto, who are in the midst of their own public health crisis and a second wave of COVID through the winter that has been raging, yet the schools are prioritized by our government and by our school districts to open with up to 30 children in a class, no less. I implore you to open the schools to the fullest extent as possible, using all of our incredible outdoor space and our 300 days of sunshine a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Wilson, Thea Holmes, and Barry Holmes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you as always for all the time and effort you put into these important matters. So I had a long drawn out statement that I've thrown out. It's late and I don't want to repeat what's already been said. But I wanted to respond to Dr. Dradi's explanation that he gave a few minutes ago. As he stated, 50% of students can be on campus under current guidelines. He also stated that students must be at least 6 feet apart when they're on campus. And my understanding is that this would still allow for classes to be split into 2 cohorts under a hybrid model, like communities across this country have been doing. What's still not clear to me is why we're refusing to open up to the maximum extent allowable by state and county law, which would permit for a full hybrid plan at our elementary schools. We had our first Systems Plus meeting last week at our elementary school. I'm sorry, this week. There's no community input, and the proposal given to us was for 90 minutes once per week. I'm sorry to say that as a district, you're losing the trust of parents and losing it quickly. I'm a reasonable person, I promise. I don't expect the district to go beyond what the state and county allows. I don't think anybody does. But as somebody who works in public education myself, I'm sympathetic to the complexity and difficulty in bringing students back to campus. But the way we're being treated in this district is alarming and sending a message to parents and frankly our kids that our voices don't matter. We can do better than this. There's a blueprint for how to do this that's been implemented in communities across the country. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to get our kids back in school in a safe and meaningful way, like so many other communities across this country have done. I implore you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thea Holmes, Barry Holmes, and then Ayal Yerman.
I see Barry, I'm assuming it's the same family. Let me hit unmute.
Hi, my name is Thea Holmes and I'm a 4th grader at Franklin. I love my teacher and I know she's doing the best she can with distance learning. But the fact is, distance learning is a bad choice and it's not necessary. I'm not learning as much as I would in real school. Schools all over the country and all over the world have been open throughout the pandemic, with almost no transmission in schools when safety protocols are followed. My cousins in Delaware have been in school since September. My other cousin is a teacher in Pennsylvania, and she's been teaching in her classroom since September as well. Why is Santa Monica so far behind? I'm worried about my future if I don't go back to school. Because I'm not in school, I don't see my friends, which makes me sad. When I went to school, I played with my friends. I would be fine to wear masks at school if it allows me to see my friends and teachers. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Ayal Yerman, Tori, no, whoops. Oh, you're asking, I'm sorry. All right, so you put your son first, so we want to go back to Thea Holmes. Is that right? Can you, Sarah, can you unmute her? There you go. You're unmuted.
Thea's finished. I also signed up Barry Holmes. That's my husband.
Oh, okay.
I'll be speaking for him. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
hi, my name is Melissa Holmes. I have 2 children in Santa Monica schools. I have a 6th grader at Lincoln and I have a 4th grader at Franklin who just spoke. Like Human said earlier, we moved to Santa Monica specifically because of the reputation of the schools. And I must say, I now feel like I live in the Twilight Zone. As my daughter mentioned, schools all over the country and all over the world are open. It is my understanding that Santa Monica has 16 or more buildings. I don't understand why we aren't scrambling to reshuffle the space in all of these buildings to allow all of the kids to go back to school 5 days a week. We toured a private school a few weeks ago, and they explained to us all they were doing to reshuffle their space to allow for the 6-foot distancing. They put a tent in the courtyard, they repurposed all kinds of different rooms so all the kids could be back at school. I think all construction needs to stop immediately. I think the history building needs to not be torn down. And I would like to ask that you please place a major action item on the March 4th agenda to vote on returning to school. And I'd like to also reiterate what another parent said about 6th graders. I have a 6th grader who is having a very hard time right now adjusting to middle school. and he would greatly benefit by being back in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Yerman, I'm sorry, Tori Delisanti, and Melissa Solano.
Hi, good night. I would say not good evening.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'm also here called by Open Up Santa Monica Schools. I wish to thank this organization of volunteers. You know, everything has been said so much. I don't know what can I add except my voice. I have a 1-year-old, first grader in Franklin. I see he's so brave, and all those kids are so brave in the way they are, you know, keep fighting to stay focused. And I see it's not really working to the best, but he's doing what he can, you know, with just having seen his teacher only on Zoom on the whole year, right? You know, my wife and I are both working. At least one of us stops working at 1 on 1:30 each day. Luckily, our workplaces allow this somehow. I drive him twice a week to hike in the afternoons. We need to do something, right? So what the two things I wanted to say in addition to all that is, first, to all the elected officials here, this is your opportunity to change the narrative of what people in Santa Monica think about the job that you're doing, and to make this a miracle that people will talk about for years, how you took the moment and opened up the schools.
The speaker's time is up.
Just 50%, that's something.
Thank you. Tori Delisanti, Melissa Solano, Wendy Dembo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tori. I put my kids to bed about 3 hours ago, and both of them, my 3rd grader and my 5th grader, pleaded with me not to do Zoom school tomorrow. This has been the recent chit chat every night that we've had with them. I assure them that they're on a wait list to get into a private school. We moved here last year to Malibu for the amazing public schools that we thought were going to be offered. Now we're considering moving back to Contra Costa County, as they're one of the districts that figured out how to open up 4 days a week with a cohort A and a cohort B, which I'm pleading with you, school board, please figure it out. 1 day, 3 hours is not enough. It's not okay for kids to go to school 1 day a week for 3 hours. Our kids need to return to school for mental, social, academic, and physical stimulus. With my engineering degree, I have been volunteer tutoring math students in my community that are far behind. For my 5th grade daughter, I've taken them, both my kids, off math, and I sit with a book and a pencil, imagine that, at our kitchen table and teach them math each day. And I'm doing that for our community as well. This isn't right. There are teachers that want to go back to school, and our kids are begging to go back to school. The plan that you guys have reached is not sufficient. We need to readdress this with the teachers that want to go back to school and figure it out. We owe it to the children to not have any obstacles come August, or there will be a significant flee out of this area, which doesn't benefit any of us. Dr. Drotti, you mentioned that you hope academics stay intact. I hope that mental health stays intact for those who choose to continue to go to public school. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Wendy, no, I'm sorry, Melissa Solano, and then Wendy Dembo. And then Parvin Petty.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, the board. I'm back. As you all know, I'm Melissa Solano from Malibu Elementary School. Let's talk about elementary school. Elementary school is the foundation of their academic careers. And without learning, well, with learning, there needs to be comprehension. I can't tell you how many times I use that word when I'm talking to my first grade daughter. They are not comprehending successfully via Zoom. I'm also on the site council committee as a parent representative of my school, and I am privy to our school's data. The info shared on the FastBridge benchmarks are shocking, but horrifying are the social, emotional, and behavior evaluations that is also shown. And this is not a hypothesis. This is fact-driven data. You've had a vast amount of time to implement a structured full reopening plan to activate. And our elementary schools in Malibu are geared to safely social distance with furniture and, according to public health, with no less than a 4 foot of distance. Maintenance and staff, and if I may add, Mark Kelly back in November during a site council said he will supply us the maintenance staff that we needed to be able to sanitize our schools the right way. Why are we not utilizing Juan Cabrillo? Also, why don't we utilize the funds to allocate the creative programs such as art and music to allow these children a healthy outlet to feel joy again after a year of academic, personal, and social isolation? This is a world problem. You guys took a part. You were recently elected. You had great campaigns. I want to see those words that were used in campaigns to be put into action right now. Less words, more work. And also, in the words of Dr. Fauci, trust the science and trust the facts. This is extremely ridiculous. You had 365 days to get it together. Get our kids in school, pretty please,
Time is up.
and let's do this.
Thank you.
For you.
Wendy Dembo, followed by Parvin Petty, and then Esther Hickman.
Hello. I just had a question. Dr. Drotti said that the asynchronous learning would happen by whatever mechanism, and I was just concerned by whatever mechanism. What does that mean? I just wanted to know if my child isn't in school, what they would be doing, but what that means. But as you know, probably I'm here to speak about the continued lack of art at Lincoln. When the 6th grade electives were sent out to Franklin, McKinley, and Roosevelt, art was not one of the electives. So I just got a note from Dr. Mora. Thank you. I'm really excited that something's happening. So there is no way to quantify how many kids would have taken art if it was offered in 6th grade, because they weren't offered that option. So that's just, there's no way to look and see how many kids would take art if you didn't tell them they could take art. So that would just be, so that has to be figured out. Also, you did discuss ISPE earlier. My daughter, actually, I have to wake up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to take her swimming by 5:45. I had asked to see if she could take ISPE because it seemed like it would be a nice way for her to swim and be coached by a real person in person and safely be with other students. And at Lincoln, I was told that ISPE could not change in the middle of the year. And I just think that the Distance Learning Plus is all about the kids getting together and socializing. So I don't understand why you wouldn't encourage kids to do ISPE. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Parvin Petty, Esther Hickman, and then Jeremy McCallum.
Let's see, I don't see Parvin. Let's see, what is the person? Oh, Esther. Let me see if I see Esther. I do see Esther.
Hi there.
Can you hear me? See me? Okay. So I'm here in support of Open Up Santa Monica Malibu Schools. And I believe that schools should be open 5 days a week. My child never had to stop going to preschool at the YMCA. They've been running for 4 classrooms, 11 kids. I don't know how many families we've been cross-contaminated with, and there haven't been any instances. It's all been first responders. And I know that's preschool, and so we never were medically required to shut down. But I feel like if the YMCA can do it, we can do it. And I think that every consideration needs to be given to those who can't come back, and there needs to be adequate synchronous learning accommodations for these people. I did hear Dr. Drotti explain all the reasons why it's impossible to come back to school full time. Because there's not enough space, and it's limited to 14 kids. And so there's been so many kids that have left the district. And I've heard that there's just maybe 11 kids left in one classroom. And so what if there were a town hall and people could discuss possibilities and maybe revisit tents and outdoor space, and maybe using the middle schools and the high school for the elementary kids, or and certainly repotting now, finding out who wants to come back, who wants to stay home. So I feel like the no can do answer isn't right for all of these families. And I was speaking to a colleague today who had her 9-year-old grandchild go back to private this last week. And she wrote in an essay, her first words were, "This was the best day of my life." And that was her experience going back to school. So, and then getting kids back to school obviously should be our singular priority, but I know you're doing the campus assessments right now. So I wanted to make sure that in all the evaluations of the elementary, middle school coming up, I know you're earmarking the remaining bond funds. And I know that
the speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Jeremy McCallum, followed by Erica Leslie. And then Rui is, wait, I'm sorry. After Erica, everyone who's after that, and there are only 1, 2, 3, signed up after the item started, so they'll each have 3 minutes. So Erica is the last 2-minute speaker, then there'll be 3 speakers who will each have 1 minute.
Let's see, Jeremy, I don't see. Let's look for Erica. I don't see Erica. Check last name now. So for Rui, I do see Rui.
Okay, so the 3, Rui is, I'm sorry, Rui signed up in time. So it's the last 2 who are Sarah Rodriguez and Tommy Lee. Each of those 2 people will have 1 minute. Rui has 2.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yes, I could hear you, but I couldn't.
Okay, great. I'm Rui Israel. I have 2 kids in Malibu schools. I'm here to ask for all schools to be reopened in the district. I'm just really appalled at the lack of equity that's existing in LA County right now. The parents who have been able to have removed their kids from our schools and are in private schools, it's rampant in Malibu. The exodus has further damaged our public schools. The less kids we have, the less money that comes in, and it's this domino effect. I'm also extremely concerned that this district has really not planned very much. I'm on the reopening committee for Malibu Elementary School, and I've been on meeting after meeting on the reopening, and it just seems like everything's stalled. Other districts have set up virtual academies like Las Virgenes district, and that's something I really think that the board needs to discuss, is what happens to those kids that for whatever reason can't come back in person. Have you discussed a virtual academy to accommodate those kids? I know Las Virgenes has, and I think that's really something you guys need to talk about. When I brought it up with one of the board members, the answer was, I don't know. And how come we don't know at this point in time? It's a year in, as many people have said. At this point, we should know what that looks like. I also want to raise the issue of Malibu schools not getting attention of the district comparison to Santa Monica schools. I understand that we're still waiting for desks in Malibu. I know Santa Monica schools have gotten those desks to make it possible to have those distances that are going to be necessary to accommodate, the social distancing. So where are our desks? I think they're coming like after spring break. Why are we always getting like the short end of the stick? I ask that the district give Malibu schools and children the equal attention they deserve. And, we've had a whole year to plan. We've got a whole empty campus at Juan Cabrillo. I mean, can't we use that campus to further social distance and have half the kids at Juan Cabrillo and have half the kids at Malibu Elementary School? I mean, now I think we're down to almost, yeah.
Thank you, Rui. The last two speakers again are Sarah Rodriguez and Tommy Lee, and each of you will have 1 minute.
Can't get my video to work here.
I apologize. I accidentally muted your video. Sorry.
Hi, thank you. So I'm one of the teachers union executive board members who voted to ratify the Distance Learning Plus agreement last night. I'm not speaking in that capacity, but as a teacher who cares deeply about my students and a mom of a 6-year-old who understands why parents want their kids back in school. This is not about teachers ignoring science. It's about teachers knowing the reality of conditions on our campuses. Teachers and other staff have years of experience working in classrooms without adequate ventilation, bathrooms that are regularly without soap, paper towels, and hot water. So I hope you can empathize a little bit with those concerns. You've talked about fear, which implies irrationality. This is not a fear issue, but a trust issue. Many have called on the district to submit safety plans. Submitting the plans is not the same as making our campuses safe. We need the district to be consulting with epidemiologists and public health experts in a more formal way than through these board meetings. The currently posted COVID-19 safety plan includes very broad assertions about updates to HVAC and ventilation. These plans are last dated August of last year. They need to be updated. So I really hope that parents, community members will work with district staff to ask the district to do more to show us how they're going to make safety reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Tommy Lee.
Let's see. Tommy. I don't see a Tommy Lee on.
Then I think that Sarah, unless I missed anybody that you can see.
There's Lori, there's a Job that's raising his hand. I see it as.
Oh, okay. We called him earlier several times. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We can end with him.
Okay, where'd he go?
Thanks, Maria. I didn't see anyone raising their hand.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Oh.
Hello. Good evening, board members and the Santa Monica Malibu community out there, and the superintendent. Good evening. My name is Moses Nwigwe. Excuse my name. I don't know why it comes up as Job on the Zoom.
That makes it easier for me. I know how to pronounce Moses.
Yeah. So
sorry.
Thank you. My name is Moses, and I work in the transportation department for Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. I would like to thank the parent named Kaylee that spoke earlier and supported the Heroes Act or Heroes Pay. And I wanted to bring to the board's attention if they can put this as an agenda issue so we can address it further due to some of the risks that were present being an essential worker, for the school district. And also, I want to also bring to the board's attention that if you read the act, which is under HR 6800, it's about $1 trillion they allotted, which I believe is grant money. And that way the board would be more aware that some of the funding would be through grants. We're talking at least $1 trillion. And again, the issue is that people like me and the classified workers, they're essential workers, we were at risk at one point, and we fall under the act to receive this additional pay due to the pandemic that's been going on. And I just want to bring it to the board's attention, if we can put it on the agenda and, move it forward, and be aware that it would never necessarily have to come out of the general fund, but there's other ways to also fund it and to award the workers that were essential workers, and compensate them for the risk that they had to endure being an essential worker. And I just want to say that, leave it at that. And thank you guys for having me. And thank you to the Santa Monica community out there and the parents. And I thank you guys for supporting us, the parents that are out there that do support us. And I hope we can, reach a resolution to this.
Thank you so much.
And there's a chance maybe you were off the call when we said that I've already reached out to Chris Mock to have a conversation about this at the district level. And I've also spoke with Manny Rangel and supported the legislation in Sacramento. So we are following that legislation as well for the state funds. So thank you for hanging in there tonight. I think that's the end of public comment.
Yes.
Lori, great. I want to thank everybody, if they're still here, for hanging in there to share your opinions. I really want to thank people too for people did reach in. People are charged, but they reached into their empathy, and I thought people were very constructive and gave the board a lot to think about. I know I have lots of notes. We'll be discussing this, and look forward to getting more details out to you ASAP, because that's what people want. People want those details, and they will be forthcoming quickly. Board member items, I don't think we have any. DACs, no. Public comment, no. I hesitate to ask for board member comments because it's 11:48, but it's on the agenda, so I'm going to ask for board member comments. Anything? I'm not going to call on you. I have to. Okay, Maria.
No, quickly. I know it's a long night. The only thing is budget time is coming around. So I just want to make sure that we keep an eye on the fact that as we're talking about ELs, we did hear that the special education department talk about, and they have a director and 4 coordinators. ELs I don't think we even have a coordinator. And I know Dr. Mora is doing a great job right now overseeing the EL program, but I think we need to look at that and see if we're talking about equity. Let's look in terms of, how we can make it better in terms of, our EL students. And just as we're looking at the budget, that's all I'm saying. As we start looking at the budget, let's see what we can do for this coming year. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Anybody else have anything they want to add?
One sentence, John. I have a single sentence. I went to my VAPA as did Maria, and we were asked if for March, the March meeting, if we could have as the celebration, right, Maria, for the Arts and Music in Schools Month. And I sent a note to John and Lori and to Sarah W.
Okay, I'm going to say this. We're trying to have meetings that don't go till 11:49. I thought that the diversity, equity, inclusion item was so important, but I knew I shouldn't have put it on for the sole reason that I knew this meeting was going to go to that point. So I'm very concerned about adding non-essential items to an agenda, because I know March 4th is already packed, too packed. So we can look at March 17th and see how that shapes up. I just get concerned because I know March 4th is not going to happen because the agenda is too full. Maybe March 17th we can look at. But I just think we need to focus, right now we need to focus on the core operation. So I'm not saying no, but I'm saying please give me time to see what the agenda
So
looks like.
I appreciate your time management there. What
Or lack of.
Excuse me?
Or lack of time management.
No. I'm thinking it's just a simple resolution. We do those in under 5 minutes. It's not a discussion, or it's
Not a
a very
presentation.
simple thing, John.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Very very easy. It's
Yeah, well, I look forward to seeing the resolution from you when you send it to me.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Richard. I understood.
It's late, friend. It's good.
I thought you wanted a thing.
Good.
Okay. On that note, we don't have a formal adjournment, but let's adjourn in honor of the great work from NASA today. As one of our speakers mentioned, it's great to be inspired, and my mind was blown today by that. It's, I can only imagine what it must have been like in '69 because I was 2. But what a great day. What a fascinating day for science. And like that person said, maybe we're going to inspire some of our kids to do great things like that You know, dare to
Yeah.
dare to be great.
And echoing that the district has provided opportunity for students to engage with JPL. So it was a wonderful day for Mars Perseverance. And thanks, Sarah, for bringing that to folks' attention. It was great watching that today.
Yeah.
It was really incredible.
Pretty wild. All right, before it becomes Friday, let's adjourn our meeting. Thank you all so much for hanging in. And thank you to our public for bearing with us tonight and sharing your
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.